I'll see what I can do. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, I heard the last boss killed people as well. Yeah, interesting. But anyway, we'll continue the video. But I was just trying to say, like, I like that the game, like, is getting naturally more, like, difficult, even in normal level content. That's what the point I was trying to make. And I was just saying, like, yeah, I do like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Goofy and fun, and they've clearly put so much work into the effort. But gameplay-wise, I did have a couple of concerns with it, and Square Enix is clearly aware of this problem. Painting the images onto the canvas, which is the step one of the process, with you get animal, you get a weapon, and you get a landscape, is quite a long cast. It's on the characters we played, it was 3.8 seconds, right? So obviously that'll be adjusted by gear, I imagine.
Whee!
But it was 3.8 seconds, so we'll call it 4 for the sake of argument. That's a really long time when you're in combat, especially as bosses get more complex, right? So you'll see in the dungeon, this is the first ever run I did of the dungeon, so we're going to be hit by a few things. It is what it is, and we're still learning the rotation. You'll occasionally see me still, like, reading over tooltips while I'm still sort of, like, fully forming the picture of how Pictomancer works. So they're clearly aware that this is not that fun and kind of a problem. So what they've done is they've made it so that if you're not in combat, these 3 pictures that you need to paint are instant cast, as long as you're out of combat. And that in dungeons works really well, because you kill trash pack, you can instantly just reform all the canvases, so that once you get into the next trash pack, you're ready to go with your massive burst damage, right? That comes from utilize the weapons.
Aren't you pulling all of the trash to the boss?
You do have to hard cast these spells. And you notice that, like, oh, I kind of have to stand here for nearly 4 seconds, because you can't do it on the move. You can.
Yeah, 4 seconds is a long cast time.
Because I remember I was talking to Scripe, and I was like, it's weird. We can't swift cast the paintings to reapply the hammer. And he's like, that's really weird. But it actually turned out to be the lag. Like, I played for a while without getting the swift cast off, realizing you needed to do quite a delay to make it work. So bear that in mind. But you can swift cast one of them, which takes the, like, total cast time of all 3 spells from, like, 11 and a bit seconds to 8 and a bit, just under 8. But it is noticeable, and it's not very fun. That was the bit I was a little like, it's kind of a drag when you're in boss fights to have to stand there and do these casts. I know in FF14 some people
aren't they, are they not segmented though? Like, at the beginning of the fight, you'll get all 3 up before you pull the boss, but then, like, during the fight, are you doing all 3 back to back to back? That sounds a bit... That's 12 seconds of casting with 0 damage going out. That sounds really weird. Surely you do, like, one would, you do a 4-second cast, then maybe, like, 10 seconds later you do another 4-second cast or something, so it's, like, kind of staggered a bit. Yeah, I said segmented. What I meant was staggered. 4 seconds is a long cast, though. That's kind of... Like, imagine, you get, 3/4 of the way through, and then there's a mechanic you gotta move, and then you gotta recast again. Like, that's, like, 7 seconds of cast time, that's... Yeah... Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Liberate. Yeah, there's gonna be some players who play at a very high level. Yeah, Preach is like an all-rounder guy, but yeah, that's. I hear you. Okay, maybe I'll check out. In fact, maybe I check out Pictomancer and Viper on, like, Renon or Mr. Happy or something like you guys say, because they're gonna go more in depth, and you think they do a slightly better job than Flame to Preach. Okay, tell you what, maybe we'll do that then, because that would be that'll be cool to see. If we're gonna watch that anyway, then I think there's no point me watching this and then doubling up on the same info. Do I watch the Jungle Cruise dungeon? I'm just thinking I kind of want to let that be fresh as well, but I'm also not too bothered about it being... Oh, I mean, we're seeing some of it now anyway, aren't we? Yeah, we'll watch it.
Let's talk about the new dungeon. We'll call it the Jungle Cruise. Interesting, because a big part of Dawn Trail in the announcement is that they're letting go...
No? It doesn't mention spoilers? Okay, oh, that's fine.
Failure. We'll come back to that. So I was expecting something kind of a little different in the dungeon. It's not. This is actually a great introduction to the game. Certainly for people picking up Dawn Trail as their first expansion. It is a bread and butter, classically designed FF14 dungeon in the same format we've seen since Stormblood. 3 slightly different landscapes per boss, so each boss and the area changes. So we go
That's nice. I love that in a dungeon.
It's got some. This must
Wait,
be...
what's the issue? You're saying I can't read. You said no, then you said it does mention. Oh, it does mention spoilers. Stop crying. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought you said it does not mention spoilers. Sorry. Whoopsies. Maybe I can't read. Okay. Dinch. Okay. Talk about plot relevance to the dungeon directly. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, they were just talking about the dungeon changing 3 different phases. That was cool. I did like that, though. Yeah, too many flashbangs. I can't. I've got CTE. Okay. We'll watch this last bit then on not being afraid of failure, which I think is the devs not being afraid to fail and try things new, which I think, you know, what did Senna say? He said when you don't go for a gap that exists, you are no longer a racing driver. When you don't take a risk as a developer, you are no... When you no longer go for a design risk, when you no longer try a new design, you are no longer a developer. Side 2024. Put that in quotes. Put that in quotes for me, please. No, I think it's good to try new things, because I think otherwise that your game becomes a bit stale, and it becomes cookie cutter. It becomes, oh, hey, what are we getting this expansion? Oh, we're getting the exact same thing every time. We know the exact cadence. We know the order. We know exactly what we're gonna get. One raid, one dungeon, one this, one that, like one new zone. You know, one MSQ patch. And you're like, okay, no, I want to know that there's gonna be something exciting, something new, something different. So I do like when designers take risks or try new things. And if it doesn't pay off, it's fine, you know? Yeah.
So, there you go. But let's go back to this not being afraid of failure. This is actually, honestly, out of everything they were talking about, Dawn Trail and the demo, this is the thing that got me fired up the most. This is the idea that for a while now, CBU3 has not maybe been doing mechanics and creative ideas in their encounters because of fear that people might dislike them. Or they've tried similar things in the past and people have disliked them and been unhappy with what they've gotten out of it. And what they've been doing is just flat removing it. Anyway, I was super into this. So in the interview with Yoshi P, I asked him about this. So take a look.
Making Final Fantasy 14 for a long time now with the same team. We've really been doing our best during the development, and that includes me too. And thanks to that, we've received a huge amount of community support. Many more people have started to play our game. On the one hand, I think it's great we receive praise for our title. But on the other hand, it's a little bit concerning. To think that if we avoid doing things that make people angry, we kind of lose sense that we're no longer afraid to do those challenges. So in the past, whenever we were working on boss battles and mechanics, we'd always want to come up with something unique. And of course, there were certain mechanics that went well. But maybe in certain raids, there were certain mechanics players didn't like. And I think one of the important things relate to that is that sometimes those mechanics would be the source of criticism. They would make players angry. And when they started to question those mechanics, we didn't think about what we could do to improve them. We simply stopped making them. Of course, we went through that process because we wanted to stop the hatred and increase the enjoyment of the game. However, when we go through that process, saying this such and such mechanic is not good, let's give up here. Eventually, we only end up with the safe options. I think it's obviously a good thing that players can enjoy the game. But I start to feel it's not good. That's awesome. That is starting to hinder us in the way we challenge ourselves. And it's for that very reason why I said to the team that we should not be afraid of failures. Let's aim for the next stage and challenge ourselves. That's what I've been saying to the team. And I also think the same thing myself.
That's super interesting because you've always...
I hope that... Sorry, before Preach says his piece. I think that's really, really awesome. And I'm hoping that the new Savage tier and like Ultimate and whatnot are going to be really, really awesome because they're... I mean, Ultimate will be different because it will be based on Savage, a fight that already exists. But Savage particularly, where they can do whatever they want. They can do something new. All the bosses are their own standalone new thing. I think that's a really cool approach. Well, what do you guys think about that? Do you guys agree? Do you guys like the idea of them... I mean, that seems like a really positive approach. Like, hey, instead of just giving up on this mechanic and being like, oh, we need to scrap the whole thing, salvaging something from it and saying, actually, we like this component of it. Maybe we could improve the issues, but we can overall, like, you know, still continue this mechanic or continue to design new things. Yeah, we've been praying for this for years. It's hard though, right? Because they're saying on the one hand, oh, we're getting this feedback, people don't like it. And then they're getting other feedback where people are like, oh yeah, go for it, do more of this. So I think it really depends on where they're getting their information from and who they want to design the game for. Let's say the top, you know, let's say like 5% of the player base engages in Savage. I don't know what the real number is, but let's just say it's 5%. And 0.2% of those 5% are like, okay, well no, let's say 1% of that 5% are like super hardcore and like, you know, want like, oh yeah, more challenges better, oh just give me all the challenges, oh just rain challenges on my face, like oh the harder is better, oh the harder it is the better, oh my god, I just love challenging content. You know, the people that like get themselves off on the fact that they play the game at a high level, right? And then you might have like the other kind of percent of the Savage Raiders who are like, oh man, this was really tough, like woo. You know, this is a hard, you know, this was a hard fight, or this was a hard tier or something like that. Man, I'm getting a well-earned break now, and then kind of relax. It's like, who do you play into? Do you keep it at that level? Do you try and make it more difficult? Do you lay it off a bit? Like, where do you try and fit it in? So, yeah, I think it depends on who they want to try and please and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I think sometimes as well, the player base don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, people will just say shit and they'll just have a reaction. But I think these days, especially with social media, people just react before they really think. The amount of times that I've reacted to something and then a week later, as I've thought about it more, I've actually had the opposite feeling. You know what I mean? It can happen, and sometimes you need time to let your feelings sort of, you know, sort of calm and settle. And if you've already given your feedback online and they've already taken that instant feedback, maybe you've actually changed your mind on how you feel about things. We see you react without thinking every stream. Snacku! Please. I'm a man with feelings. Imagine waking Garuda and missing it. Couldn't be me on pull 14. Couldn't be me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, going to lead to some stinker fights, but also probably some amazing ones. And honestly, one amazing fight can make up for 3 stinker fights. I think one amazing fight, if it gives you that feeling, when we all know that feeling, I think a lot of, you know, most of you guys in chat play the game in this kind of way. Like, we know that feeling when there's just a fight that just, oh, it just feels like just so fluid, and it just feels like it just flows, and you just feel like you're at your best, and it just is so nice. We've all had that feeling, and that can make up for, you know, you never remember sort of the okay fights or whatever. You remember the really good ones, man. You remember the really juicy ones. So I'd always take them trying to risk for that amazing fight every time. And what's up, people? Poppy, good morning. And Haku, I think, came in earlier as well. Good morning, guys. Good morning. How's Ract? Ract is going well. I'm kind of like talking a little bit about what's going on, and then also kind of just freestyle my own thing as well. But yeah. Fisher caught up on MSQ. Grass, people, Poppy. Love the risk and experimentation, not fearing failing, like hard mode dungeons. It stopped. Yeah. So there's hard content and harder content. They make stuff for everyone. Yeah. Yeah. Man who doesn't cry at MSQ claims to have feelings. I like to think that yesterday you guys tested me with the Soken FanFest video because you were like, okay, let's see if this motherfucker truly has feelings. Let's see if he's an emotion. That was like, is Psy a sociopath test? I know what that was now. You guys were trying to see if I'm gonna go American Psycho.
He's been so delicate, whereas other MMOs swing the hammer, the changes. On this note, I just want to say how grateful I am that I got the opportunity to have this interview with Yoshi P. As far as I'm aware, very few people globally got this opportunity. He did lots of interviews, but most of them were audio only because they were for mainstream publications. And I have to give a massive, massive love here to Jamie and Mark from the Square Enix PR team, who worked with me like all day. It's hard to word this. I thought a lot of people were getting interviews. I really did. And when I got there, and the fact that I got one, we've been talking about it for a while. I was really just impressed with that I'd got one. But it became very apparent early in the day because Jamie and Mark especially came to me regularly. It's like, how do you want to shoot it? How do you want it to look? Because they were filming it for us.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It turned out Yoshi P not only watches my stream, but he was very aware of a lot of the work I've done. You guys might not even be aware, but a lot of the work I've done with major heads of studios, certainly in the MMO space and in other spaces, be it Grinding Gear Games or ArenaNet or Blizzard Entertainment, and the things I've done. And Yoshi P was 100% aware of all this stuff, and again had watched my stream. And it came down to, in Yoshi P's own words, it's like he was watching the stream when people were asking about comparisons between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. And my answer impressed him so much that he was like, I want to talk to this guy. And as you can see from the beginning, we got cut off. We could have talked all day. And when I came out, the guys were, there was text messages coming out of the interview room to the other members of staff that, like, yeah, as expected, Yoshi P is now interviewing Mike. Because they're just completely,
that's
like,
an awesome
they're
dynamic.
doing the back and forth on the design of MMOs and the long-term impacts. So I'm not putting the whole interview here because it will come across. It's a little long because of the translation, right? So there was two wonderful translators in the room. So
it does take a lot longer with this, doesn't it?
To translate into Japanese, and a translator for Yoshi P translating it into English on my behalf. So the whole interview is linked below. I think you're going to love it. We talked a lot about jobs and where it's going in the future of FF14, encounter design, Power Rangers. Like, we had a lot of fun. And as I said, the team was like, you guys have to wrap this up, because we just kept going. We just kept going. And they're like, we've got one more interview to do. So again, massive, so much respect came from Yoshi P. I obviously respect the hell out of Yoshi P and what he's achieved with FF14. And hopefully we will have dinner and some wine in the future to really sort of nerd out about MMO stuff, because it was very apparent how much he was enjoying the conversation as well, and laughing and joking. So it was great. In conclusion then to the media tour, that's the main stuff I got to play in the demo. Obviously no big spoilers. Is this wonderful bag. I'm going to be giving this away at PreachCon. The tickets are still available for PreachCon if you want to come and meet some of your favorite content creators and have a great day. We'll link that down below. But there's an official Dawn Trail notepad. This is apparently a very, very, very expensive picture that came with it. There's also a compass in here that's like sealed.
It will be expensive now.
Really I don't want to get too much of it out, but an official Dawn Trail compass that works. We tested it at the event. It totally works. I'm keeping the hoodie.
Tell you what, getting a nice backpack.
Oh no, I've knocked my thing off. That was my adventure into the media tour, my friends.
Getting a nice backpack is big,
dude. If you want
dude.
to hear
I love a nice
some
backpack.
wonderful things about where Final Fantasy XIV is going in the next few years, go and check out that interview, because it was pretty spectacular.
Sick. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good little interview. Or like not interview. A good little like overview. I am gonna watch this interview.
Welcome. My name is Preached.
But I'm gonna give it a sec because I need to tinkle. Yeah, canvas bag, backpack. You know what I mean? Like I love getting like a little something. I also like hoodies. Those are my 2 favorite things to receive. Very nice. Did I check out Monk Change it? No, I'm gonna do like I'm gonna check out Renon's video or Mr. Happy, whichever one people think is better. I don't really mind, but I'm definitely gonna check that out. I wanna like. I like that. I like that we're getting Monk changes because I feel now like yes, I don't know Monk like perfect, or you know I know it okay, making mistakes and whatnot. It'll be really cool to go back to or like get into Monk with the changes and be able to like try and learn that with everyone else in the community at the same time, and maybe I can kind of catch up a bit, you know. Everyone else has been playing this version of Monk for the last 2+ years, and of course they're going to be absolute gamers, and then I need to catch up. So this will be a cool opportunity to do that. Yeah, both of them are good videos. Okay, cool. From personal perspective, sure. I'll just go by whichever one you guys think is a good one. But yeah, we will check this out in a sec. That was a cool video by Preach. Yeah, I know we went off we kind of went on some tangential kind of conversation stuff, but it was connected, and that was nice to have that conversation. Yeah, that was cool. We'll watch this interview and then we can talk more about general stuff because this interview is going to cover obviously a lot of conversation stuff. So we will watch it. Give me 2 seconds to go tinkle and then we'll get into it. And when people were asking when's MSQ? MSQ is when we're done looking at media tour stuff. Like I don't have a set time. We might not even get to any MSQ today. I hope that we do. I want to get to some, but ultimately, like this is really big stuff, and you know, taking the day for some media tour, I don't think is strange or anything. So yeah, give me 2 seconds. Let me grab a tinkle, and then we'll get it. Hello. 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 When's Kissies? Next sub gets a kissy. Next sub gets a kissy. I can't just go giving these out for free, you know what I mean? I can't just I have to sell my body. Okay? That's what I have to be doing. Hold on. Sneeze. No, you can have kissies right now. Maybe not after a sneeze. You probably don't want sneeze kissies. Those probably gross. Selling body does seem to be the Twitch meta. Yeah. It kind of works, dude. Posted the author's Q&A. Yeah, I will check that out as well. We're going to check out a lot of media stuff today. You know, we're not going to spend all day on it, but we're going to look through a lot of stuff. I want to make sure everything is like a different thing each time. I don't want to see 7 different videos on how to play Pictomancer, but we'll go through some stuff. I'm not going to go through every single job design change. I'm going to go through the ones that I care about, Monk, Samurai mainly. Yeah. Okay. All right, you guys can have kissies now. Kissies. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. Chat bubbles confirmed. My exclusive interview with Yoshi P. Okay, so it's intro and pre. Okay. Returning kissies. Returning this kiss to sender. Thank you. Come on, Danky. Come on, just one little kissy. People seem upset about Monk. Cool. I mean, okay, not sorry. I don't That's not the reaction I meant to give. Don't clip that. I meant, like, I'm cool to, like, that'll be cool to check out. Like, I'm interested to see, like, why? Like, oh, that's interesting. You know what I mean? I like not about Monk. Oh, okay, maybe people are happy about Monk, but Black Mage they don't like. Okay, yeah, we can get into that in a sec when we look more at class design in particular. But we'll watch this for now and
to our interview that we had with Naoki Yoshida at the media tour of Dawn Trail. Just a quick note before we jump into it is we have decided to leave both translators in. You'll hear one Japanese into English and one English into Japanese. And as you'll hear in the interview, Yoshida clearly pointed out how much the Japanese love watching his interviews. So if we have access to it, we're going to leave it in there so that everybody can enjoy it, so you guys can enjoy it too. All right, as you'll see, we both had a very good time in this interview. Super proud of it. It was really exciting, and I think you'll see that he liked it as well. So enjoy hearing about Dawn Trail and FF14 into the future. Here it comes.
僕からまずグローバルメディアツアーにご参加いただいて改めてありがとうございます。
First of all, I'd like to say thank you again for joining us on the Global Media Tour.
このグローバルメディアツアー今日が僕にとっても最終日なので、ちょっとしかもプリッツさんも長くやって随分ちょっとお疲れかもしれませんが45分楽しく行きたいので。
What shirt is he wearing? Is that an FF theme?
And for me as well, this is the final day of the media tour, and I think you've been here all day, Preach, and you must be tired yourself. It's only 45 minutes for today's interview, but I hope you enjoy it.
そしてすごい大事なこと、いつもファイナルファンタジー14のサポート本当にありがとうございます。
And also, one very important thing, thank you so much for always supporting Final Fantasy XIV.
I think people have been excited about me talking to you since the day I installed this game.
多分おそらく皆さん自分がこのゲームをインストールしてからこの日が来るのを長く待ち望んでいたと思います。
僕も実はちゃんとというか、偶然なんですけど本当配信は拝見していて、特に印象に残ってるのがそのワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトとファイナルファンタジー14を実際にプレイしながらものすごく論理的に冷静にこう比較して分析をするっていうところからスタートしてくださってて、それは僕も夢中で見てました。
Thank you so much. I think actually this was just a coincidence, but watched one of your streams by coincidence, and I noticed that you compared World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV. You were playing them, and you were very logical in your analysis. You were very calm in your analysis, and that really left a big impression on me.
I really appreciate that. It's one of the things that's allowed me to do these interviews with the heads of many MMOs over the last 10 years, and extensive hours and hours of interviews with Blizzard and grinding game.
Do you guys think he watches? Do you guys think he watches my stream? Because if so, I gotta change the energy in this stream completely, guys. We can't say no more sexualized content, no more talking about boobies, no more talking about butts, no more. No, you can still have kissies. You can still have kissies. He could be here right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope he watches my raid content. If there's any content of mine that he watches, I hope it's the raid content. I don't want him to watch me playing the MSQ and not crying when he doesn't kill every main character. If he just got an invite to the media tour, I don't think that stuff puts him up. True, yeah. It just doesn't mean he might just not watch Zeno's stream, you know what I mean? Nah, yeah. That's really cool. That's really awesome that he watches streams and that the devs watch streams. Like, that's really, as a content creator, that's like a really awesome feeling, because you feel like I always want to do my best. Like, I always want to do the best job that I can. Yeah, in a way, like, I always want to, just have a good relationship with the game. So it's nice.
It's fantastic.
非常に光栄に思います。こういうことを続けてたおかげで、いろんな例えばブリザードとかいろんなゲームのヘッドの人たちとこうやってインタビューをすることができたので、非常に光栄に思います。ありがとうございます。
では、
hold on. Sorry, that is actually a good point. The YouTube stream is back. Hold on. Yeah, okay, YouTube is back up. Can you guys give me 2 seconds to put this back up again? Because, yeah, it is actually back now. Yeah. I just need to get it online. Whoop. This is important for you gamers. Yeah, sorry about that. The YouTube will be up in like 2 seconds. I'll put the link here in Twitch for you guys. What happened is my stream died earlier because Annie DOSed me. She'd had enough. She wanted the stream to burn. So I got DOSed, and then the stream died, and then it's just come back up again. So let me give you guys this link. And I'll do it again. And I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Okay. Actually, wait. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Here you go, guys. If you want to watch on YouTube, there it is for you. Let's get back to the video. Sorry about that. More chaos. Okay.
できたので、非常に光栄に思います。ありがとうございます。
では、もし質問がたくさんあればよろしくお願いします。
Okay, well, if you have many questions, here's your chance.
I do have one thing to admit. When I first played FF14, I thought I was going to hate it. I told my audience that this would be 5 days maximum. But the story you crafted with the Hydaelyn Zodiac storyline gripped me by day one. And I could not put it down. So it's truly successful what you created here.
まず認めなくてはいけないのは、絶対にこのゲームは嫌いになるなと思ってまして、もう最大でも5日間ぐらいまでしか遊べないだろうなと思ってましたけど、蓋を開けてみると、もうハイデリンゾディアークサーガの一番初め、1日目から僕の心をわしづかみにしてくれました。非常に素晴らしい成功したゲームだと思います。
Shit game.
いや、
Weeb
それ
game.
をすごくこう、やっぱり人ってその失敗をなかなか認めたがらないというか、正直にそれを話してくれるっていうところが、僕はもう見ててもすごくスカッとしたところですし、すごくこうリスペクトを感じるところなので、でもそう言ってもらえると本当に嬉しいです。
Oh yeah, you know, people are a mysterious thing. When failure happens, they really don't want to admit it. But seeing you there so honest with me, that really pulled at me, and I really respect you for that. So, and I'm so happy to hear it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's get started,
Yeah.
I think. One thing you said on stage earlier really drove my brain crazy given all the design stuff we've talked about, and that is to let go of the fear of failure in your raid encounters. I don't think we saw it in the dungeon we saw today, but I'm really curious, has the team come up with ideas over the last few years that you've had to say no to, and now the floodgates can open up, not a lot, but a little bit for these greater ideas?
一つまず初めにお伺いしたいことは、一番初めのプレゼンテー
Good
ション
question.
で特に僕の印象に残ったのが、失敗を恐れるなっていうフレーズだったと思います。で、
I like I like questions more about game philosophy rather than just like, is my spec gonna be good?
新たな始まりを迎えるにあたって、
Yoshi P is. Can I play a
これまで抑えられていた
Red Mage
パッと開いて、自由な
in the new Savage tier?
を得られる
ZZZ, dude. Who cares, man?
まあやっぱりこう長年しかも同じチームでこう作ってきていて、でまあ僕らも一生懸命ゲームを作ってコミュニティもすごく熱心にサポートしてくれて、でまあたくさんの人に遊んでもらえるようにさらになって、みんな褒められるのはやっぱりものすごく嬉しいけど、だんだん怒られるようなことはやっぱりが怖くなるっていうところがどうしてもあるとは思うんです。まず
Well, we've been making Final Fantasy XIV for such a long time now with the same team, and we've really been doing our best in the development, and that includes me too. And thanks to that, we have received a huge amount of community support, and many more people have started to play our game. On the one hand, I think it's great that we receive praise for our title, but on the other hand, it's a little bit concerning to think about that if we do things that would make people angry, we kind of lose the sense that we're no longer afraid to do those challenges.
昔は本当に夢中で新しいボスバトル、新しいギミックを考えてやるぜ、もっとみんなに驚いてもらうんだ、だからこそいろんなチャレンジをとにかくしてきた。でその中でもちろんうまくいったものもあるし、プレイヤーの皆さんにいやもうこの
Wait, I'm confused. Is he doing this mine? He must be doing this mine. Oh, but I guess this isn't a savage, because people told me that he doesn't do savage. But this technically isn't savage, but it's still the challenging content of the time. This was when he first started. Yeah. It's just synced. Oh, but synced is different from mine, isn't it? Yeah. So, like, they probably one-shot it, I'm assuming. And I'm assuming he, like, knew the fight or something, or... Yeah, he's on air. Yeah. But I was just saying, what, like, he's not doing this unsynced, you know what I mean? They're not going in and one-shotting it. Like, he is actually playing through it. But he's not... He didn't do, like, Eden and Omega and Alexander and all that kind of stuff, did he? He says he doesn't think his community would like it, right? But... I think he should do it one day. I think, for me, it was absolutely eye-opening. I think it's a shame he doesn't do it. I know he says his community won't like it, but they absolutely will. It'll just, like, for sure they will. Of course they will. If he can variety stream different games, I think he can variety stream different content within one game, you know? But yeah. It'd be cool to see him do some.
本当に嫌いなんだって言われたこともある。でその時にすごい大事なのは、その怒られてこのギミックが嫌いだったっていうものをやっぱりもうやめよう、もうこういうのを作るのをやめよう。
Well, they play other games? Yeah, okay.
本当はじゃあこのギミックの何が嫌いだったんだろう、どこを直せばもっと楽しんでもらえるんだろう、だからこのギミックをさらに生かして次を目指そうであればよかったと思うし、それが理想だと思うんだけど、 どうしてもダメだって言われた、嫌だって言われた、じゃあやめようで、これを繰り返しているとだんだんなんて言うんだろう、無難なものしか作らなくやっぱりなってきてしまうので、そこがこうプレイヤーの皆さんを楽しませたいっていう気持ちはすごくいいことだとは思うんだけど、だんだんそのチャレンジが減っていく要因でもあると思ってるので、そこを今感じ始めてるっていうところがまず大きいです。
So in the past, whenever we were working on boss battles or mechanics, we would always want to come up with unique boss battles or mechanics. And of course, there were certain mechanics that went well, but maybe in certain raids, there were certain mechanics that players didn't like. And I think one of the important things related to that is that sometimes those mechanics would be the source of criticism. Those mechanics would make players angry. And when they started to
Who's mad, chat? Who's mad?
We didn't think about what we could do to improve those mechanics, so we just simply stopped making them. And of course, we went through that process because we wanted to stop the hatred and we wanted to increase the enjoyment of the game. However, when we go through that process of saying such and such mechanic is not good, let's give up here, eventually we only end up with the safe options. And I think it's obviously a good thing that we make adjustments so that players can enjoy the game. But I think I started to feel that it's not good, that is also hindering ourselves in the way that we ourselves challenge ourselves.
そうだからこそチャレンジをしよう。失敗は恐れるな。失敗したらそれを糧にしてまた次へ行こうっていうのが僕が今チームに対してすごい言ってることだし、僕自身ちょっと大事にした方がいいかなって思ってるポイント。
I think if you get angry at developers of a game,
for that very reason, why I said to the team that we should not be afraid of failures. Let's aim on for the
That
next
is
stage
beta
and
energy.
challenge ourselves. That's what I've been telling to the team, and I also think the same thing myself.
That's super interesting because you've always been so delicate, whereas other MMOs swing the hammer with changes. And is that an approach you take out of fear of hatred, or is this more it's better to just gently move the ship rather than trying to do massive changes at once?
これ非常に面白いと思ってます。他の MMO はもうすごくこう大胆にダイナミックに動かすことに対して吉田さんは非常にその変化がすごい繊細だというふうに感じています。でこれっていうのは要はそのヘイトへの恐れから来るものなのか、あるいは普通にやっぱり徐々にその船をそれこそゆっくり進めるのようなのが初めから思っていることなんです。
僕もそもそもオンラインゲームをスタートしたのがディアブロ1で、ウルティマオンラインはベータからやってるぐらい MMORPG もういろんなものを世界中のものを触ってここまで育ってきた人間なので、そのこうヘビースイングでプレイヤーがどれだけ混乱するか、そしてヘビースイングの意図がわからないときみんな怒るんですよやっぱり。で僕はそれをずっと見てきて、
he makes you smile. There's something about him, huh? He just makes you smile.
そのコミュニケーションが足りないと、開発チームは本当にこのゲームプレイしてるのか分かってないじゃないかって、やっぱりそれが僕 MMORPG に
That smile, that damn smile.
来たので、できる限り自分もプレイヤーの一人として変える必要はあると思う。ただできるだけこうゆっくり慣れてってもらって変える、気づいたらこっち側にいるっていうのが僕は理想だとは思うんで、それをすごい慎重にやってるっていうのはあります。
So I myself am a heavy online gamer. I made my debut in online gaming with Diablo 1, and I also played the Ultima Online beta. So I've played many online games from around the world, and I understand that if there is a heavy swing at a certain point, it will cause player confusion, and if they don't know why that was incorporated, it will lead to anger. So I think if there is not enough communication from the developers, then it wouldn't be good because there's a lack of knowledge. So as a game, there needs to be some sort of change, but I felt that that change should come incorporated gradually, and then once people get used to it, it would make sense to them. So that is what I took care about in this policy.
That's good. If I can expand on that to dungeon design. We did the new dungeon today. It's great, but it follows the exact same structure that we've seen in every dungeon since Stormblood, which is 3 bosses, 3 distinct areas per boss. Is that something internally you feel is the perfect dungeon experience? Because it hasn't changed in years, or is that something else where you think we could maybe you want to loosen?
Great question. Great question.
今の話をちょっと展開したいんですけど、ダンジョンデザインに関してです。で、今日ハンズオンして新しいダンジョンになりました。すごい楽しかったです。ただ、ストームブラッド以降と同じダンジョン構造になっていて、ボス3体で、進んでいくっていう形になっています。で、これっていうのはもう吉田さんの中でこれが究極系なのか。
This sounds like a dumb question, but do all the expansions have, like, they'll have Japanese translations of, but like they start as a Japanese name and then they create an English translation, right? So I know sometimes companies are weird, and even though like technically they're not made in English, they'll like prioritize English as the primary because it's a global game and it gets, you know, maybe they've got really big like NA and EU like fan base. Right, they do them all at the same time. Okay. And they do like Portuguese, German, French, English, like they do like 6 languages, I think, right? Is that right? Does the dungeon name sound like English? Well, no, but it's supposed to be a it's not necessarily Japanese either. It's supposed to be like some kind of tropical, like, you know, tribal thing, you know. French, English, German, right. French, English, Japanese, and German. Okay. No Portuguese. Okay. Right.
のか、あるいはこれ今後何か手こ入れをしてちょっと変更を加えていく。
Yeah, special.
まず僕らこういうなんていうんですか、分かりやすいそのブループリント状態になってるのを、まあ、少なくとも僕はパッケージっていう呼び方をしてます。
First and foremost, we have something that's easily understood. It's a blueprint of sorts, and I call it a package.
で、このパッケージをいろんなコンテンツごとにこうデザインするんですけど、今のインスタンスダンジョンのパッケージっていうのは1回のプレイで1回のダンジョンに行くプレイで何分かかるかっていう計算から作ってます。
So this package design is applied for each type of content, and when it comes to packages, the package for instance dungeons, it's designed based on a calculation that depending on how long it would take to do one playthrough the dungeon.
特に昔に比べて今の時代の皆さんは本当に仕事も忙しいし SNS もやらなきゃいけないし友達との家族とのコミュニケーションも必要、どんどんやっぱりゲームに避ける時間っていうのは減ってきていると思ってて、その中でも今よりも例えばインスタンスダンジョンがあと1ボス多いってなると30分以上かかるか、今日はやめとこうかな。でも逆に2ボスしかいないってなるとすごい物足りない。なので僕は今の状況だとこの3つのボスがいて、だいたいおおよそ早ければ12分、長くても20分で終わるっていうデザインはまだしばらく続けてもいいだろうっていうふうに考えてます。
So compared to the past, people are very busy, whether it be work, engaging on social media, or maybe their commitments with their friends.
Yoshi just called everyone terminally online. Oh man, he knows us.
And family and so on, so they do have less time for gaming. So when we look at an instance dungeon and maybe consider adding one more boss, from the player's perspective, they might be thinking, it's going to take me another 30 minutes. I think I'll just stop here. Then on the other end, we might consider cutting down the number of bosses so that there are just 2 bosses. And then from the player's perspective, they might be feeling that that's not enough. So when we considered that, we thought
Yeah, they
that
think they've got the
3
Goldilocks
bosses was
period.
just a good amount. So if players are fast on a run through, they might be able to finish the dungeon in 12 minutes. And if they take more time, they might get through the dungeon in about 20 minutes. But we think that this is a good balance, and we would like to continue based on this format.
I do think a dungeon length, for a normal dungeon, I do think a length of somewhere between, that like, I'd say somewhere between 10 to, 20 is maybe pushing it, but somewhere between that region, 10 to 20-ish, I think in modern day, I think is good for normal dungeons. 20 is probably on the higher end, really, but somewhere between that, like 10 to 15, I think is the sweet spot, and then some dungeons, maybe being a little bit longer is fine. But it depends on the type of dungeon content that you have in your video game. If this is the highest level of dungeon content in terms of difficulty, then I think they can afford to be a bit longer, potentially. So that 20-minute mark, I think, is fine. But if you have a higher level of dungeon difficulty, then I think that's when those can those can take more time. Normally due to progression rather than anything, you're progging through it. But yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. They're looking more through, like, so I think Preach posed the question not necessarily in terms of like length of time spent in dungeon, but dungeon style, right? Like the fact that he's like, you do some trash, you do a boss, you do some trash, you do a boss. It's like very cookie cutter. I think he more so is looking at like the design philosophy of the dungeon, and could that be changed in some way, maybe. But they'll get to that exactly. But this is answering like part of that.
でもう一個ポイントがあって、開発チームにとってこのパッケージっていうのはすごくある意味コストとスケジュールが読みやすい。
Little Praetorium 2.0.
例えば3体のボスがいて、
Long dungeons are cool. You can look at something like BRD back in the day in World of Warcraft. You can look at something like Praetorium. Thing is, though, a lot of modern gamers, like, bro, you just want to get in, you want to get your, couple dungeons done or something, you want to move on, you want to get your roulettes done or whatever, and then, like, maybe that's all you can do that night. I very much feel that. Like, yes, I play the game all day as a job, but, like, then I go to the gym, I go do whatever, come home, cook stuff, like, whatnot. Do chores, and then it's like, oh, okay, I've got like an hour, maybe an hour and a half to play, and then I'm going to bed, and it's like, in that hour and a half, it's like, do I want to spend 50 minutes in one dungeon? Not really. I'd rather do like 3 dungeons that amounts to like 60 minutes, but I feel like I've got a bit more variety. I feel like I've achieved a bit more progression through the game. So yeah, I think it depends.
道中がある。で、大体フェーズ1、フェーズ2、フェーズ3に分かれてるっていう時に。何人のアーティストが必要で
Plus, I like to take a lot of regular breaks, as you know.
何週間かかって何個作れるっていうのがすごくもう明確になるので、マネージメントしやすく、たくさんの量を作りやすいっていうメリットがあります。
And so from the development team's perspective, the package has a benefit in that it's easy for them to factor in the resources and scheduling required to develop the dungeon. So for example, there would be 3 bosses, and then there would be trash throughout the course of the dungeon, and you would have a phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, and then you would be able to know which artists and which game designers would be need to assigned to develop that, and they would know how long it would take to develop. So from a management perspective, it's really easy to manage and develop the content.
で、最終的にもっとエキサイトしたいっていうリクエストが多いようなら、もう一個別のそのブループリントを作ればいいと思っていて、じゃあもう道中はなくして、トラッシュもなくして、もう連続してボスと4体連続で戦うような別のコンテンツ、別のパッケージを作った方がどっちも納得できる。いや ID はこれぐらいの気楽さでいいよ。でももっとエキサイトしたいって人のためにもうボスラッシュみたいなコンテンツを作れば。またコンテンツのタイプも増えてコンテンツのバリエーションも増えるし、さらにそれをこう数増やしていくと豊かになっていくので、そういう考え方でこう作ってたりします。
So if we do find that maybe there are requests from players and they want to have a more exciting experience, I think the solution for that is to simply create a different blueprint. We could just remove all of the trash from the dungeon so that it would be just 4 consecutive bosses, and we could incorporate that into a different package. So for some people, instance dungeons would be fine, but for other players, maybe they could try out this content, which would be sort of like a boss rush content. So I think it's our policy that we try to develop different types of content and incorporate variation, and then that creates a more rich playing experience for the players.
Yeah, and did you see an influx of players from the West have a impact internally over this kind of design because they were used to different experiences elsewhere?
西側からの、プレイヤーの、急激な増加がに伴って、他のプレイヤーの人たちは他のゲームで違うデザインをたくさん体験しているので、そういう人たちがたくさん流れ込んできたと。で、それによるその多分開発への影響っていうのは何かあったでしょうか。
いや、むしろやっぱりこう今まで14をプレイしなかった人たちってなんかちょっとアニメライクだし、あんまりこうちょっと幼稚な感じもするし、
Say something about anime?
あんまり自分たちに合わないんじゃないかって思ってた人たちが多いやっぱり印象で、でも遊んでもらった結果、そのやっぱり本当に多くの人たちがやっぱワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトを経験してきて14に来てるので、ワールド・オブ・ウォークラフトがベースというかゲームデザインの僕ら参考にものすごい
He loves World of Warcraft.
そこにニュアンスはありながらこんなに違ったゲーム作るんだみたいな感じで、むしろすごく新鮮にこう感じてもらってるので、あんまりなんかこうだからこうしてほしいみたいなのはあんまり今のところはなかったりします。みんな純粋に楽しんでくれてるみたいな印象ですね。
No, rather, I think if anything, a lot of the people who haven't played Final Fantasy XIV before, they typically associate Final Fantasy XIV with having an anime style, and for them it comes across as childish, so they feel that they won't like it. But I think a lot of those people, it's just my impression, but when they do play Final Fantasy XIV, because they've experienced World of Warcraft themselves, and actually we've used World of Warcraft a lot at the basis of as reference material for our development, they will come to appreciate that even though World of Warcraft is used, you can still create such a different game experience, and I think for them it comes across as being really novel. So I think from that perspective, they really do just purely enjoy the game.
I have to tell you, the reason I didn't play Final Fantasy XIV was every time someone tried to get me to play, they would send me a screenshot of people dressed as Power Rangers or Lalafells running around and telling me it was the best story ever, or cat ladies doing things in Limsa, and I immediately went, no.
これは絶対伝えないといけないんですけど、毎回誰かが14を始めて見てくれと勧めてきたときに必ずそれについてきたのがスクリーンショットでいろんな人がその戦隊ものの
パワーレンジャーに見
えたりとか、ララフェルが走り回ってるとか、キャットレイディが
Have you seen Mike's glamour, by the way? Have you seen what Flopov looks like? He has no right to talk.
僕本当に世界中の皆さんがどういう話をしているのか、レディットも含めてすごい見てるので、そういう意味だと正直にみんなが何て言ってるかちゃんと理解してるので。
Yeah, I myself, I look at what the players from around the world are talking about. I also I check Reddit as well, so I really do understand what everyone's talking about.
でも逆にそういう人こそ本当に何かのきっかけで、それこそプリーズさんだったりコンテンツクリエイターの皆さんが始めたのをきっかけに、そこまで言うならやってみるかって言ってやった人ほど ごめん全然違ったイメージは違った本当にそうじゃなかったって言ってくださるので僕は本当それが嬉しいですよ。
But really, whenever those kinds of people start playing the game, and also you preach, and other content creators, when people really do insist, and then they finally take the plunge and try out the game, and then they realize that it was so different to their expectations, to hear this kind of feedback from you, it honestly makes me glad.
It makes me glad too, because I have never cried at a video game in my life. But I've cried 5 times in Final Fantasy XIV, and I've ranked it, because people ask me all the time, as certainly Shadowbringers and Heavensward as the 2 in my top 5 best RPG games of all time. Not just MMO, RPG games. So like Chrono Trigger number 1. But then we get to Shadowbringers and Heavensward, and I would never have found it due to how people tried to get me to play the game.
This is awkward. This is awkward. Does anyone have the clip? I think we have the clip somewhere. Do you see why we call you emotionless? The funny thing is, I'm an emotional guy. I'm a sensitive guy. Nothing in this game has made me feel even close to wanting to cry. And I think it's because it's the type of media that I'm consuming. You know? You're sensitive when your ego gets hurt. No, I don't think that's why I get sensitive. It's when somebody words something poorly. I don't mind someone saying, things about like, Sai, you're not that tall, Sai, you're not that jacked, Sai, you're not that good at this game, Sai, you're not that this, you're not that. Like, that's fine. It's how people say things that I care about. Yeah, I don't really have like, I don't know if you guys will believe me, but I don't really have like an ego. I don't really like, or I always try to not really play into having an ego. I try and have pride in myself, but I think that's different. But yeah, I'm not really like an ego guy, or I try not to really be, because I don't, people that let egos rule their lives, it's not good. Yeah, I think it's the type of media that I consume. If I watch a movie or a TV show or something, I can like get like, my eyes might tear up or something, but it's because I kind of get locked in. When I'm streaming, my brain is not fully, like, my brain is just, it's, oh no, we need the context of the clip. We need the other one. Hold on. We need the clip with context. There is one. Oh no, where is it? Wait, do we have the full VOD? Basically, chat, this was the point in the story I got to literally like 2 days ago, and chat was like, oh, sorry, this is where Mike cried, like, oh, why don't you cry? And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna cry for you guys, and then I went and got some water and I poured it down my face, and I was like, see, I'm crying, and now Preach is showing this on stream. Whoops. Yeah, personally, I don't think you are. I think it's just the story stuff relies on a personal investment, and I think stream takes you out of that. Yeah, like, I'm aware that I'm on stream, and like, it's like, if I'm gonna cry about something, I have to be like locked in on that thing, and I can't lock in when I'm streaming, because it's like, it's 1 minute I'm talking to chat, then I'm focusing, then it's chat, then it's focusing. It's like, yeah. Chat doesn't let you be emotional even if you want to, because they're always joking and picking on you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you posted the... Okay, I might check that out after this. Actually, maybe check it now. How long is it? Oh, it's like 8 minutes? Oh, shit, okay. Nah, guys do know how to cry. Like I said, like it's the situation I'm in. It's not the lack of emotion. Like I am an emotional guy, but yeah. I think this idea that guys don't cry is like I don't think it's fully true. It's just you know, of course guys, you know, get upset and stuff. It's just we might deal with it a bit differently. Yeah.
私もすごいやってよかったなというふうに思います。で、まあ自分の人生体験の中でビデオゲームで泣くなんつうのはこれが初めての体験でした。で、実は5回ほど泣かされておりまして、まあシャドーブリンガーズとあとヘブンズ・ウォード、がもうとにかく自分の中のゲーム体験とかRPG の、MMO とかじゃなくて RPG ゲームの中のもうトップ5の中の2つを占めるものとなりました。クロノトリガーが一番で、もうシャドーブリンガーセブンズボードっていうのがその次に続くっていう感じだと思います。こういう体験は他の人がこれだけ強く進めてくれなかったら絶対できなかったものだと思います。いやもうそう言ってくれると嬉しいです。まあ僕 MMORPG の大ファンでもありますけど、やっぱり RPG のファンなので MMORPG だとしてもそのストーリーの体験っていうのを別になくしていいわけじゃないとやっぱり思ってるので、やっぱりストーリー作ってる時っていうのはこれはもう RPG なんだと思って作ってるから、もうそう言ってもらえると僕だけじゃなくて多分日本のスタッフも全員喜んでると思うので、今みんなガッツポーズしてると思うから。
Oh, but yeah, thank you so much. It makes me so happy to hear that. I myself, of course, I'm a big MMORPG fan, but at the same time, I am an RPG fan. So even though this is an MMORPG, I don't have any intention of removing the story aspect because I do place a lot of importance on the story aspect of this as an RPG in the development. And I think when we hear that kind of feedback, it's not only me, but the staff in Japan right now must be so proud, and I'm sure they're raising their fists in the air.
Are they watching?
見てますよ。本当に見てます。
Of course they do watch, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I meant now. Hello. On that aspect, one of the biggest things that surprised me about your game is you have made the #1 social game in all MMOs, and I've tried many from Ultima, PlanetSide, everything onwards.
What is this?
It surprised me how much my audience, fortunately I had this experience, were able to take part in my story and bring me along. If they were in the background playing janitors or things like that, and stage plays that they made an entire story on a stage telling my leveling story. And they used reshaping.
Dude, you know what threw me? He's got chat bubbles, so I thought they were NPCs. So I was so confused. But he's using illegal tools.
The house in the play to change the scenery.
Wow, that's
all
cool
these tools.
though.
And I have to wonder, did you start with that intention? And now,
who's that? Oh, seeing Lalafell's like that, fast, high speed. Look at this.
Start with that intention. And now, how do you?
Reminds me of that video. You know, the kid, and he's like running, and then his mom's like, "What you got there?" And he's like, "A knife." And then she's like, "What?" You know.
Look at this environment where players are playing a game within a game, separate from what you're creating internally.
今回とにかく一番自分が驚いたものっていうのは、まあこのゲームが#1ソーシャルゲームでもあるということで、あなたはそれを作りました。で、とにかく私のオーディエンスが、私のこれまでのゲームプレイ体験を、ハウジングの中で
Wow, this is really cool.
演者を立てて
What the hell? The trans. Wait, what?
演劇にして再現してくれるっていうすごく心温まるエピソードがありま
Dude,
す。
this is insane.
で、まあこういったツールの提供もありますし、こういったゲーム いわゆるその設計してきたも
Wow.
の以外のゲーム体験っていうのを、もう初めからその想定したというか、
Yeah, I'll have to at some point. I won't watch it today because we watched like 7 preach
実
videos,
際に
but
こういうものが行われる
I
こと
will
を
watch it at some point. That's
あらかじめ
cool.
読んでこういった設計とかをしてくれる。
That's amazing.
僕のやっぱり MMORPG の一番最初のそのショックインパクトはウルティマオンラインなので、僕は今でもやっぱウルティマオンラインは本当に極限究極の MMORPG だなって思ってるところがあります。
For me, in terms of MMORPG, the first shock and the first sense of impact that I had was when I played Ultima Online. And so for me, I think Ultima Online represents the ultimate MMORPG.
自分たちで、そう、でも分かる。でも自分たちで何でも作っていかなきゃいけない、ルールも作らなきゃいけない、その身も守らなきゃいけない。
This is a noteworthy person who's known in the community.
Citrial, thank you very much for the 2-month prime. Poggies.
14ってかなりシステマチックにルールも含めて作って
Thank
る。
you.
当然僕は MMORPG を作るっていうか担当になった時に
Thank you.
今まさに言ってくれたような演劇をしてくれてたり、街の中で誰かが演奏していたり、まあハイク&シークって鬼ごっこというかかくれんぼをしていたり、やっぱりこのゲームは遊ぶものじゃなくて MMO は住むものであるっていうのが僕は究極だとやっぱり思っていて、もちろんそれを目指して作ってはきたけど、本当にそれを皆さんがやってくれ
I
る
like
かど
doing
う
these
かはやっぱ
the
分からないので
Yoshi P reacts because you speak in Japanese, but I can talk over it and still progress the video. It's kind of
みんながやっぱり日本だったり
It's
でも演劇をやってる
I don't feel like I'm cutting people
いら
off.
っしゃるんで、ものすごい感動しましたよ。今でもそうですし、多分一番幸せな瞬間だと思います、我々が。
Yeah, I do understand, but you know, back then we had to create various things. We had to defend ourselves and so on. But on the other hand, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have various systems and various rules to carry out our development. And of course, with Final Fantasy XIV as an MMORPG, there are aspects which would happen, like as you mentioned, maybe some people would do a performance in the town, like acting in the town. Other people would maybe play games of hide and seek, and so I really aimed to create this world where people could actually live out their lives, but I didn't know if we would be able to achieve it unless people actually started talking about it and mentioning it. And in Japan as well, we've seen that there are people who put on these productions in terms of theatrical performances, and then when I hear about those things, it makes me extremely glad. And I think at this moment, when we hear that, it makes us the happiest.
That's really
It was
nice.
one of the most astonishing things I've seen done in an MMO, because I don't think any other MMO can even practically do it in any.
Yeah, I think there are some, you know, you can criticize FF in some ways, and you could say, oh, well, why can't we do this with the glam dresser, and why can't we do that, you know, and you can look at it, and in some ways, I would say Final Fantasy is kind of behind in some ways, but in other ways, it's so far beyond what other MMOs can offer that it's you know, I think it's great that it's kind of got things that it excels at that you can't get anywhere else. So I do like that.
Any way, shape, or form.
今までの MMO 体験の中でも
You know, play to your strengths.
ものすごい衝撃的な出来事でした。でおそらく他の MMO ではこういったことが多分できないのではないか、どんな形であれできないのではないかというふうに思ってます。
そうか、でもそれは嬉しいな。なんか多分もし自分で MMO を作るっていうチャンスが来たら、きっとそういうものをみんながやってくれるようなものを作りたいと多分思うはずなんですよ。なので、
They do escape
いやで
rooms?
もあなたのゲームではそれが実現されてますよって言われると、やっぱりめちゃくちゃ嬉しい。もともとね、
And it's me trying to escape
MMO の
my
ヘビーゲー
room
マーなので。
with my vampire skin. You sons
wow,
of bitches.
that makes me so happy to hear. I think, you know, if you thought that you would want to create your own MMO, I think you would probably want to be aiming for the same thing. And to hear that our game has achieved that, especially as a hardcore MMO gamer, it makes me so happy.
A living, breathing world that we're supposed to be in, and things should matter. Although I don't agree with their use of Lalafells as raid markers.
もう本当に生きる世界にいうところに住むっていうのが非常に体験
I think Yoshi just laughs whenever Preach says Lalafell because he knows that it's an insult.
It took me a while to figure out what they were supposed to be.
それが何なのかってしばらく時間がかかりました理解する。
Oh, was that for the play? For the play they used Lalafells as raid markers? As good a use as any.
See.
Let's move on to jobs. I played a lot of Viper today, a lot of Pictomancer. When you're introducing new jobs into FF14 every couple of years and an ever-expanding roster of jobs, how difficult is it internally with the whole new glamour, whole new relic weapon system, and overburdening the players with what may be a problem in 6 years' time?
はい、今日序文の話に移ります。で今日たくさんバイパーだったり、ピクトマンサーっていうのを遊ばせていただきました。で、まあもう結構な序文の数になりますし、あと何年に一度またそれをさらに増やしていくっていうことを続けていますけど、内部的につまり開発においてこれがどれだけ大変なことなのか、つまり新しいグラマーも作らないといけないですし、新しいレディックウェポン武器強化コンテンツのための武器も作らないといけないし、でこういったシステムがそのプレイヤーに対して非常に負荷になっている可能性もある。6年後にこの実装をし続けることによって負荷になることはないのでしょうか。
まあやっぱりいろんな MMO を自分でもプレイしてきて、やっぱりエクスパンションパックがリリースされるっていう時にワクワクする要素って、まあ当然新しいエリア、新しいフィールドに新しい冒険に出ていけるっていうところはまあもちろんなんですけど、コンバットにどれだけ大きなその変化や追加があるか、それから種族が追加されるかどうかみたいなところは本当にエクスパンションパックの絶対花形だとまず思ってます。
This is a good question.
So of course, I've played many MMOs, and whenever I think about MMOs and I think about a new expansion that releases, of course, there's excitement about the new areas, the new fields, the new adventure that you will go on. But I think more than anything, players would be thinking about how many big changes are there in terms of the combat, what sorts of races will be added, and so on. And I think though the jobs really are the poster boys of the expansion.
で、今のところそれが一番わかりやすいのはやっぱ
Yeah, it's
新
what
しいジョ
sells
ブが追
copies,
加さ
you
れ
know,
ます
I
っ
guess.
ていうことによって、あ、どんなジョブが来るんだろう、どんなメカニクスを持ってるんだろう、自分に合うのかな、楽しいのかなっていうやっぱりワクワクするポイントが一番わかりやすい。
And I think when you hear that a new job is going to be added, the easiest thing to understand is that sense of excitement when you imagine what sort of mechanics will they have, what sort of job will it be.
ただ確かにこの先40ジョブになるってもし将来を考えると、ちょっと待ってくれ、ギアはもうボックスも足りないしどれをあと例えば新しく始めようとした人がもうどれやったらいいのこれ40個もあるんだけど、まあ、多分どっかで限界は来るとは思ってます。
But let's say hypothetically somewhere down the line we have 40 jobs. You would have some problems in terms of maybe you don't have enough slots for your gear, and then for new players starting out, they will be completely at a loss at which job should they start playing. So there is a limit to how far we can take it.
だからどっかで
Yeah, I'm surprised they had 2 jobs per expansion.
るの
I
は
think 1 is more than
今
enough.
あるジョブたちをよりさらに面白くするための多分システムアップデート、大きなコンバットのアップデートっていうのが多分必要になるだろうと思っていて、今まさにコンバット バトルシステムを中心とした主力メンバーでどういうビジョンを描いて次のステージへ行くか。
Besides, there's only so many ideas they can steal from previous Final Fantasies, you know what I mean?
まあさすがに40
Before they have to come up with a new idea.
それの答えが出るんじゃないかなと思います。
So of course we need to think about what we should do at some point, and so we could consider making the combat or the jobs more interesting and incorporating combat updates. And this is something that we are currently discussing with our combat battle system teams, because we need to consider what sort of vision will we have moving forward, and how will we approach the next stage moving forward. So these discussions are taking place, and I think probably before we get to 40 jobs, we should have decided on that.
So it's not just an excuse to wear a cool outfit on stage.
ステージでクールなコスプレをする理由にはならない。
もうね、コスプレも辛いんですよ、本当に。
But you know what? The cosplay is getting tough, really.
It was beautiful.
Thanks.
On the combat note then, with adding complexity, one thing I noticed with both the Pictomancer and the Viper, especially you're reducing button bloat this time with a lot of the classes. Do you find, to cater to a new player, that glowing and sound effects allow you to make very complex classes, but if you follow the guide, you'll get 90% of its effectiveness, and then it's just the 10% who want to min-max their performance?
Wait, hold on. I missed that question. Sorry.
To make very clear to a new this time with Mancer then, with adding complexity. It was beautiful. On the combat note then, with adding complexity, one thing I noticed with both the Pictomancer and the Viper, especially you're reducing button bloat this time with a lot of the classes. Do you find, to cater to a new player, that glowing and sound effects allow you to make very complex classes, but if you follow the guide, you'll get 90% of its effectiveness, and then it's just the 10% who want to min-max their performance.
ピックマンサー、バイパーについて、プレイしてみて、確かに。
Yeah, this is. I mean, even I'm kind of not really understanding his question. With the do you find with the complexity of classes that you're trying to reduce button bloat? You're trying to use indicators to make rotations more understandable. What is he even asking? Is he saying, like, do you find that players Yeah, but what is he I understand what he's saying, but I don't know what he's asking. Like, what's the question? Are you using flashy buttons and sound effects to make what would otherwise be complex jobs easier to understand? Right, okay, that's what he's trying to say. Because he mentions about, like, oh, you know, 90% of players do this, and then 10% will read the guides and try and min-max. Yeah. Right. Okay.
プロセスは割と減ってで、複雑さが増していくのエフェクトが出て向上していくと成長中のプレイヤーに対してはそういったガイドでハードコアのプレイヤーに対してはその
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Gummy Grim. That's normally how that kind of stuff works.
インゲームの仕組みを
It'd be weird if they didn't do that.
正直すごい悩んでます。
Honestly speaking, I'm extremely torn.
少なくとも、今やっぱり優先的に考えるべきはレベルキャップに到達するまでは僕もう気軽に自由に遊んでもらった方がいいとは思っているので途中でなんかこれ以上ごちゃごちゃ言うのはまだいいかなとは思ってます。
I think at the very least what we would want to prioritize is that players can just feel at ease while they're playing their job, at least until they reach the level cap. So I wouldn't want a situation where things get messy halfway through.
ただレベルキャップに到達した時にそもそもアクションスキルのローテーションとは何か、そしてどうローテーションすると効率よくなるのか、それをやっぱりちゃんと DPS のジョブにはどっかで習うタイミングが必要なんじゃないかっていうのは今思ってます。
But I think once players have reached the level cap, they would be thinking what sort of actions would they need to be carrying out, and what sort of how would their skill rotations look? What would be an efficient skill rotation? I think there should be some sort of something to teach DPS players these aspects about their job.
逆にタンクロールをプレイしているプレイヤーにはせめてメインタンクとオフタンクがいるのでタンクを
I personally don't think that's necessarily the job of the developers. I think it's the job of the developers to put in like they just need to make the classes well designed. I don't think it's fully their job to teach the player per se, because I think anyone that's interested in actually bettering themselves can easily tab onto YouTube and type in monk guide, black mage guide, red mage guide. Like, there's so much information so readily available. I don't think this is really the job of the developer to like be the ones to teach people how to play.
スイッチするプレイってどういう時に必要になるのかとか、スイッチするにはどうしたらいいのかぐらいは知識として持っといてもらってもいいだろうな。
Yeah, I agreed, Saku.
And I think in the example of tank players, we could kind of inform tank players about, since we have the main tank and the sub-tank, when would they be tank switching, and in what sort of situation would the tank switch happen? This sort of information should be provided.
そしてさらにそれをシステマチックにやろうとした場合、今まさに例に挙げてくれたように、このアクション実行したなら次これを押すといいよ、これをやったなら次これがいいよってシステムで全部解説していくっていうのが確かに分かりやすいとは思う。
And so if we thought about incorporating that in a systematic way, it could be the way that you explained, so that when you press this action, something happens and it leads you on to press the other action, and this would be easy to understand.
ただ本当にゲームとしてそれでいいのかっていう思いと、またカジュアルにするのかっていう人たちもいるので、すごい悩ましい。
So, on the other hand, I think, would it really be okay to do this as a game? And also, there's the chance that people would say, hey, you're making it casual again.
すごい悩ましい。
So, I'm really torn.
どう思います？あった方がいいと思いますか？そろそろ。
But how do you feel? Do you think it should be there?
I think a good MMO class, a job, should always be accessible up to a very high level. And then there's some room for the really dedicated players to push forward, but not 100% better.
個人的にはある程度のところまではそういったガイドみたいなのがあればいいかなと。
I love the birds in the background, dude. That's so nice. It reminds me of when I went to Australia as a kid. And there's this place where we had breakfast with the birds. And it's a massive dome where all these birds are flying around and stuff. It's beautiful.
ある意味ディスカッションの機会をもらったので、今まさにちょうど。
Oh, guys, I never told you guys the story of how I got chased by monkeys one time.
今後どうしていくかの
I was supposed to tell you that story,
固
wasn't
め
I?
ようとしているタイミングなので、
They
もしか
would,
してさらに
Denki.
ディスカッションを進めようと思います。
But thanks to this discussion, I've gained some hints about what we could do, and this is a good opportunity for discussion. So, as I mentioned, we are currently discussing the possibilities with the combat team, and we're currently working on solidifying our plan. So, I'll definitely take this information back with me, and we can consider it together.
Superb. Well, we're out of time, unfortunately, but I want to thank you very much for this. If I can have one little personal question. I asked you at FanFest if we would see chat bubbles in the future. And you said yes.
時間なのでどうもありがとうございます。最後にファンフェスで伺ったチャットバブルの件、確かあの時はイエスって言ってたと思う。
For the stage plays.
テストのサンプルの作成はやってます。もう実はすでに。
Actually, we've already prepared samples for testing.
この一言だけで多分世界中に衝撃が走るので、ここまでにしといてもらっていい？
I think just this utterance alone has sent shockwaves throughout the world, so let's leave it here.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Nuki.
今度はぜひ食事をしながらワインを飲みつつもっと長い時間ぜひディスカッションさせてください。
I think next time definitely let's go out for a meal, drink some wine, and have a discussion then.
I would love that.
はい、もちろんです。ありがとうございます。
Of course I will do. Thank you.
皆さんもありがとうございました。
Thank you everyone else here.
Yo, Samsulek chest day? Shit, we could, couldn't we? We could react to the 52-minute long chest day of Sammy Boy. Yo, getting a little wine time. Good lord, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? A little bit of wine time with the man. That's cute, dude. And I'll be there on the next one as well. I'll be able to have some wine with Yoshi P. That'll be nice. the Yoshi Smirk wine time. Oh man. Right, let me go tinkle because I'm bursting, and then we'll come talk about what we just saw. Give me 1 sec. Hold on, I'm about to roast Mike. I say roast, it's not really a roast. I'm about to air fry him. Chat bubbles confirmed. I've loved chatting to Yoshi P. Absolute pleasure. Okay, hold on. Hey, Mike. Loved the interview. I did notice some clips of you already having chat bubbles in game. Can you please tell me how I might also get this feature? Thank you. Hey Mike, love the interview. I did notice some clips of you already having chat bubbles in game. Can you please tell me how I might also get this feature? Thank you. Okay, nice. Nice. And there it is. Yeah, FF14 responded. Wait, actually, what did they say? They said, still recovering from the shock waves. It was a pleasure having you attend. Dude, all I want... Wait, they're only following 7 people? Who are they following? Oh, okay, they actually don't follow. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I don't need them to follow me. That's fine. Dude. Dude. The official account, man. Yoshi P plays with that. You don't have proof of that. You don't know that he does. You're assuming based on poor evidence, okay? Don't you dare criticize this man. That was cool. That was good. Yeah, Mike's interview. Yeah, that was good. He has some good questions. I liked his questions about like dungeon design and combat design and stuff in general. The dungeon thing was interesting. I do agree with them. Like that's kind of basically that is what they want a dungeon to look like. But if they want to try and do different types of content, like they're just gonna do it separately. Why try and change a dungeon to be something different? Why not just keep it like that? And instead of like innovating on a dungeon, innovate on different types of combat. And that's what I kind of took from that answer. Whether or not he kind of means it like that, I don't know. But yeah, that's you know, it was good. It's good. Sure, the devs could actually be watching you right now. Oh my goodness! Yeah, I know. That's really cool. It's like really exciting. Obviously, you know. It's, as a content creator, as like a streamer and stuff, that's like your goal, right? Is to like be noticed by the, in this day and age, it's like you want to be noticed by the devs, you want to be liked by the devs, you want to be sort of like included and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely like a goal is like, man, that'd be cool if they watch me. But I don't know, I do stream primetime Japan, but that's not like, I'm not like doing anything to try and get that, but yeah, who knows, man. Be cool one day. Right, so what else do I want to react to here? There's Arthur's Q&A. Did you guys say that was any good? Maybe he might have a couple questions that are good there. Alternatively, you stream Workday Japan. Yeah, but like, you know, you could have people up in the office and stuff. Skip 4 and 5, are they spoilers? Hold on. Question 2. Okay, yeah, cool. He just says question 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's good. Did I watch Jesse Cox's? No, I didn't. I am cool to watch anything. I've never watched anything from Jesse Cox, so I have no idea what kind of stuff he'd be asking, what kind of his angle is. I imagine it's a lot of story stuff. I think he's a big story guy, right? Yeah. Dude, I can't wait to do my first Criterion. That'll be very cool. That'll be very cool to do my first Criterion. Like, I've reacted to one, but that was when I played the game for 2 weeks. I've now played the game for 10 months, and I'm a lot more informed on this game, so... Yeah, just pretty good. Story heavy at times, very silly sometimes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know what kind of... Because, like, you know, not, like, depending on who it is, like, I know what kind of questions Preach is going to ask. I know what kind of questions Arthurs is probably going to ask. Don't know too much about what kind of info Jesse would bring to the table. So, yeah, okay, cool. Bob has a quick summary of job stuff. Yeah, I know people said about checking out Renon or Mr. Happy as well for, like... I mean, realistically, I'd rather have an in-depth Monk review and an in-depth Samurai review and then ignore all the other ones. Pictomancer, I kind of already feel like I know what's going on with it. You summon the... You know, you make the canvas... You summon the thing, it does the damage. Bosh. Okay. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's watch some of this and see how we go. Miss Abby's a monk main. Okay, cool. Might be worth checking out his then if he's actually maining the class. He'll have probably the best insights. Yeah, and Whoops is good as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll see. I'll watch one of them. I'm sure they're all going to cover the same stuff, you know. Oh, is this a bit quiet?
To finally attend a media tour, and I thank Square Enix and the Final Fantasy XIV team for that. Yay, we did it! Woo!
Yay, we did it!
Had a
Hold on. Okay, it's a bit quiet. Nothing I can do. This is as loud as it goes. I can turn it up for you guys, but
to get an exclusive interview with Yoshida-san himself, so they had a Q&A session at the end of the day for everyone else. Yoshida-san and the Final Fantasy XIV team seemed to pick out the question from the streamers camp this time, and I'm so happy they did. Because as far as I know, none of the content creators in day one got an exclusive interview with him. So at least we got something nice. I knew who asked some of these questions because we pre-planned our questions so we don't end up asking the same questions. Now, without further ado, let's get into the few questions he picked and answered. Question number 1.
Can you not hear it at all? Okay, I'll just read out question 1 at least. Are there any... Okay, hold on. Let him read it and then...
Are there any examples of improved reward as shown in previous PLL and also today's presentation? Is it more tombstone cap over 7.x patches? Is it more gear drops from 8-man or 24-man raids or existing contents? Or is it simply just more...
It's a bit low. Arthur's video is low. Maybe I don't watch it if it's too low for you guys, because maybe it's just not worth. But I've literally got YouTube at max volume. My like thing is maxed out. It's as loud as it can be. I think it's just a quiet video. I don't know if people are commenting. Great video, my lord. Oh, we have to watch it. Can you find, but it's low. I mean, what kind of questions is he asking? He's asking about improved gear. Okay, that doesn't really affect me too much right now. What about this? So, I would like to know if there are any plans to create a central party finder, since many raiders DC travel to Aether for NA if they want to find groups. We could even tie in the Oceanic region as well. This leaves players without access to FC buffs, mail retainers while they are trying to fill groups. Since we're getting many graphical and system updates in Dawntrail, are there any plans for a modernized friends list similar to Blizzard's Battle.net or Steam Friends?
For NA,
okay.
These leaves, they are still trying to fill groups. Also, since we are get friendly similar to Blizzard's Battle.net or Steam Friends. Yoshida-san said that they already received massive requests about this and knew about this feedback for cross-DC, which I think also includes cross-region. They had discussion among themselves about this for a while. However, traveling between data center is physical, which I also assume that when he say this, he also mean that even for the same region data center, it is also physical. So there is a special separate system that has to be implemented before they can allow PFing or DFing across the different data centers. If they have a system to allow this, it would actually solve a lot of problems that the players are currently facing. It would also be nice to have a separate central data center to allow for all of these activities like PFing, DFing, etc.
Like ping ding.
This system, it would take them about 2 to 3 years. He thinks that it is a lot of work at the moment and also will result in a lot of wait time. Therefore, right now, they are considering if there is any other innovative ways to allow for this system. Therefore, a lot of work at the moment and also will result in a lot of wait time. Therefore, right now, they are considering if there is any other innovative ways to allow for this system. Yoshi P also said that they can do it right now, but the team is more focused on spending those resources for developing 7.0 onward stuff. Once the 7.x series settles down, they will look more into this and solve this problem. They are not trying to deflect this, but they are taking their time on this.
Yeah, I think that's important. I think a lot of the time people expect like just instant fixes. So if you can't hear, you can't read, then you're fucked. Any Helen Keller motherfuckers out there, I'm sorry. But basically, he's saying that, you know, any plans to allow us to still collect our like cross DC PF so that you don't have to like server hop a bunch, so you can still get your mail and all that kind of stuff whilst you're waiting for your group to form. And they've said they do want to work on it. It would take them a long time, but they need basically they'd have to make sacrifices. Is what they're saying. Like, they can't do everything all at once, but they do want to work on it. They are going to do it. They're not deflecting. When they get some time, they're going to work on it, which I think is a totally reasonable answer. Like, they're acknowledging it. They're saying it's a problem. They say they want to fix it. They say they're going to work on it, but they've given a very reasonable response, I think. So.
Friend list. They know about the problems about the friend list, but blacklist was actually way more feedback to change from the community. Therefore, at the moment, they didn't do much for friendlies first, but they are more focused on the blacklist first. Once the blacklist functionality and the improvements are all done, they will then address the friendlies problems in the future. Yoshi P also said that systems like Battle.net and Steam Friends are very, very good. However, it is a system that an entire company made for all of their games. Final Fantasy XIV is just a team and a single game compared to them, but this also shows how much Final Fantasy XIV can improve on and can learn from these bigger companies with bigger systems. Question number 3, which is asked by Zepla. In terms of new player experience, can we see more skills becoming available to players at low levels, as has been done in the past, to refresh that starting experience? Yoshida-san said that in Dawntrail,
this is a very important question. I think you could take this question a step further and say about it improving the new player experience, especially from those players coming from other combat-focused MMOs. But this is a good question.
The level cap is raised to 100, so they already had all the job skills and traits all set, and how to distribute them across all 100 levels. Therefore, they try to maintain the balance of the levels by making sure that these skills and traits are spread out properly. They do, however, not sure if they did enough for lower levels, if they are being very honest. If there's enough feedback about lower levels having the need to have more skills allocated in the official forums, for example, they will definitely look into it. Yoshida-san also thinks that it is always good to strike the balance because this is an RPG game. You will gain level and you will want to learn new skills, even though if it's a passive skill. That said, of course, they can add more actions in lower level, but if there's too much actions at lower level, then there will be too much to do and new players might not be able to cope. Also, if you learn everything at low level, then what will happen at higher level? Then what becomes the purpose of level up? They can't always just add in new skills and more skills. At the moment in Dawntrail, we will be going to level 100, and they don't want to start to make players feel that they need to do a level squish already right now to, for example, level 50. Yoshida-san hope that we understand how things has to be moved behind the scene to be the way it is at the moment, where they add actions to certain level. However, if anybody got a good idea, Square Enix and the Final Fantasy XIV team would love to hear from you. It is, however, their job at the end of the day, so they will be trying their best, but they would still love to hear from us.
A very reasonable response. It is an RPG. You do need player progression. But I feel like the point of leveling up in an MMORPG, yes, part of it is getting new abilities, and you are getting new abilities. Like, I don't think you should have 100% of all of your abilities by like level 50, and then the last 50 levels are just like you don't gain anything. But you can front load a lot more of the core rotation stuff. Like Dragoon, not getting an AoE ability to level 40. Dragoon doesn't even get their gauge until level like 70. I don't have it yet. I'm level 69. You know, I'm level 69, no gauge. There's a joke in there somewhere, probably. And God damn it, that derailed me. Hold on, that derailed me. Hold on. God damn it. But yeah, like Samurai, for example, like they could make it more even across the classes as well, because like Samurai, for example, is quite complete very early on. I remember doing Bahamut, and I felt like I actually had quite a lot of stuff. And yeah, okay, I don't know what's to come, so I didn't feel like I was necessarily missing anything. Obviously, as I've got to like level 80, I'm going, oh, actually, yeah, this feels a lot more complete. But like, I felt like I had like a rotation. You know, I had my gain my damage buff, gain my haste buff. I had my like 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2 combos. I had my dude, I can't remember any of my samurai abilities. God damn it. I have my Meikyo at 50. Yeah, I got my Meikyo. I got my Kasha. I got my Gecko. I've got my Yukikaze. I've got Mangetsu. I've got Oka. I've got okay, I don't have Q10, but that's fine. Again, like that's like a bonus, but that's not like mandatory for my core. But yeah, that's like the samurai core right there. I've got all of my AoE. I've got all of my single target combos. I've got my Meikyo. and I've got Ieijutsu. Like, that feels pretty good as samurai, right? So, I get what they're saying, but I just think that, like, classes can still be online quicker, and you know, he poses the question of, like, well, then what do you have to look forward to? Well, more content. Getting caught up with the player base, like, that's what drives you forward, is that goal of, like, oh, dude, I can't wait to do current content. Like, me right now, I'm playing through, I'm not at current content, and I'm going, oh, when I am, that's going to be amazing, but I'm enjoying where I'm at now, and my level, I think that's, like, a thing of the past in a way, of, like, needing this, like, the idea that, like, getting a new ability is the driving force. I don't think getting a new... I don't think, unless I'm totally off base, I don't think getting a new ability is the driving force. I think, if anything, getting a new ability can sometimes be a bit like, oh god, now what do I do with this? And I know that's kind of counter to my argument, but, like, I think ultimately they can improve the lower level experience, and I think the rest of what they've said isn't really that big of a deal. Yeah, like, they said, like, oh, we don't want to add more skills. You don't need to add more skills. You just need to condense them down so that you get more of your, like, overall rotation earlier, so your job feels pretty complete. When I play Dragoon at level 69, which is the majority of the game through, by the way, it just sucks. It just feels very, like, blah. Personally, don't care. Sure, but, like, imagine you're a World of Warcraft player, and you're coming from World of Warcraft into Final Fantasy. You're already in this position where you might be like, I'm not too bothered by the story. I've heard really good things about the raids and the combat. I want to check that out. And then you don't get, like, a good rotation for a really long time. That will be very off-putting, and you might just quit the game. So this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is my feedback as somebody who's come from a different MMO. Like, this is important. If you want to maintain new players that may not be... They may or may not be story-focused. I'm story-focused. You know, I love the story, but, like, I also really want an engaging combat and stuff like that. That's, like... You know, I'm split. These are these two things that I really love. But let's imagine you're not story-focused. Because if you are story-focused, then you're fine. The story's good. Amazing. But, like, if you're combat-focused, you're not having a good experience in Final Fantasy, in ARR. You're not. Anyone that says they are, I think they aren't truly combat-focused. Or they're pretending or something. I don't know. Not to be dismissive of opinions, but, like, there's no way you've gone and played, like, World of Warcraft and then you've come to play Final Fantasy and you're having a good time with a 3-second GCD with no OGCD cycling and no complete rotation and no AoE at level 50 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way you made it 50 levels and you're having a good time. Now, the speed at which you gain those levels is a lot quicker than I did, but still, you know, yeah. Should never have a situation where a class doesn't have AoE till 40. Yeah, fully agree. Like, this is what I'm saying. Is, like, just sure, like, you don't have to... they don't have to reinvent the wheel. I'm not saying go and, like, completely change every single class in ARR and, like, you have a level 100 rotation at level 20. What I'm saying is just, like, get the same stuff, just online a little bit quicker. And I think you'll be good, you know? I think you'll be good. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I think. I'm glad that they think that this is this is my most important issue, because this is my biggest piece of feedback playing this game thus far, is if you want to retain new players that are combat focused, this is the thing that you need to pay attention to. Yeah. Leave the middle kind of potential, like, empty-ish, you know, empty-ish, because if you're, like, level 50, the level 50 to 60 range, you don't necessarily need a bunch of new abilities, because at level 50, you're like, ooh, I get coils, I get extremes, I get alliance raid, like, that's your motivation there, and then you level through 50 to 60, maybe get 1, maybe 2 abilities. I don't think it's that big a deal, because you go through it quite quick in terms of, like, levels. You're more so getting through the story, right? But then when you get to 60, your payoff, it may not be new abilities, but it's like, now I get Alexander, and I get more extremes, and another alliance raid, and more dungeons, you know? So, yeah. coils is almost abandoned content. Okay, well then that's a separate issue to be tackled. You know, that's something that probably needs to get looked at then, is how can they encourage people on their leveling journey to get into this content. Something like the Wondrous Tales helps, but for sure I think they should make it incentives for experienced players to go back and do older raids with newer players to give them an experience should they want it. Yeah, I don't know, I think that would maybe be good. Yeah. 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 Yeah, changing the job out of the dungeon will make the dungeon actively worse. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's not like one easy, you know, it's not like they just snap their fingers and it's like, oh, okay, everything's solved. But, like, it's something that should be looked into. And, yeah, they probably would have to readdress some of the dungeons. But realistically, probably not too much. You can get more abilities but scale down their damage and stuff like that. But realistically, you go and do, you know, think of that one dungeon, Cutter's Cry. Think of Cutter's Cry. What does everyone do? You clear the first bit of trash, and then you just skip, boss, dead. So, you know, I don't think dungeons are like people just blitz through dungeons anyway, you know. People skip as much as they can and stuff. So when you say about, like, balancing around it, so... Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, that's another conversation, is should they push people towards content like coils and say, hey, you're at level 50 now. Yes, you want to continue the story, but hey, maybe you want to go check this out. Like, I think they should maybe present it to people a little bit better, maybe, is like, hey, I know you want to get on with this story. Maybe you want to check this out and have a quick little detour. But then what they need to do is they need to encourage high-level players to have an incentive to want to go back and help, whether that be tombstones or, I don't know. Yeah, constantly plays it for coil. Well, then that's cool. Then I don't see what the problem is. Yeah, then that's fine. Yeah. Wouldn't we go straight into WoW problem, where at early levels you feel strong, but you feel like you're hitting like a wet noodle further down the line? Depends how they do the scaling on things. You know, just because you have an ability doesn't need to mean it needs to hit really hard, and it's all relative, right? Like, if you have an ability that, you know, hits for like 100 potency, and then you have like a second ability that hits for 100 potency, then, and you're like using these two abilities, or you'd be like, oh, what if we just give them one ability that does like 200 potency or something? You know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe that doesn't quite work out, because per global you're getting double the damage still. But like, I don't know. I don't think that like you could make it so that then when you hit these certain, like, as you're leveling, you're gaining more damage from gear and from like scaling tech that they can do. Like, when you hit 50, you get a bit of a boost, you know, stat, like some kind of stat boost or something that's buffing all the potency of things. Same at 60, at 70 stuff. So you kind of hitting, so like then by the time you get to 60, you're as strong as you should be, or, you know, as you would be. I don't know. They, like, I mean, I think Final Fantasy is really good with a lot of the scaling tech. Like, they managed to scale the dungeons down really well. They scaled the raids down. They've got mine. Like, they seem to be totally fine with scaling tech based on how the game is designed, with cooldowns and timings and everything like that. So I don't actually think that's actually that much of an issue. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Question number 4. I'm not sure.
Like, the issue with WoW, sorry, is that at low level, the way the scaling tech in WoW works is that you have your rotation at a low level, and your abilities hit really hard because your abilities do percent health. Right? I don't think that's how it works in Final Fantasy. I think you do, like, an amount of damage. In World of Warcraft, your abilities do percent health because of the scaling tech. So when you're low, but like when you're low level, for whatever reason, you're hitting mobs for like 30% of their health, whereas at a higher level, you're hitting them for like 5% or something, you know? So it's, however they do the scaling tech in WoW, it just means that, like, that's why you're low level doing a lot of damage. You probably don't want, if you could recommend any quest, job, side content to complete before Dawn Trail, which would you recommend? For players really into FF lore. Okay, probably I don't want to read that. Yeah, probably I don't want that one. Go to 6. Oh, okay. Go to 6.
Question number 6. This is asked by Whoops. This is a very long one.
It's a long question.
And the answer that Yoshi P gives is also very long. So just try to keep up with this as I go into it. With the introduction of Viper, there are now 6 melee DPS. Within these 6 jobs, there are striking, scouting, and maiming, left side gear, as well as slaying and aiming, right side accessories. As you can imagine, this makes managing gear sets and material melts, specifically for skill speed, very headache. Are there any plans moving forward for either consolidation of this gear set and or material loadouts? Whoop's suggestion to fix this easily would be to have players melt material onto their job stones or a skill tree instead of directly onto gear which is being shared across multiple jobs. So Yoshida-san gave a very long, otherwise maybe seemingly confusing answer at the beginning for sure. He said that this is a very difficult and complicated question to just give a yes or no answer. He says that this can be done, but he's not sure that whether this is the right approach to do this.
Okay.
He feels that what is the most annoying problem at the moment is that as a director, what is the direction he wants to take this question into? How much simplicity should he allow in this game, and can the game systems he planned to implement support this concept of simplicity? He mentioned during his opening presentation on how he wanted to bring a more fulfilling gameplay throughout the 7.X series. So as part of a fulfilling game experience, he's looking for more robust content that players will feel challenged instead. Looking at more recent content that the Final Fantasy XIV team has made, especially battle contents, they all seem too similar to one another. In the past, there are a lot of new unique mechanics where players actually feel challenged. However, the team felt like they have been more conservative lately in battle design. The initial player feedbacks were that the game was too hard, so they went the conservative route.
What does this have to do with gear sharing?
The devs felt that they have reached a limit and couldn't do more unique mechanics because of that. Yoshida-san wants to stress a key point where players made lately, about how Target's hitbox was too big. This is where he felt that simplicity went too far and they overdone it. Moving forward, they are trying to shift focus on more robust gameplay. For example, in 8-man content, they want specifically the main tank and off tank to do way different mechanics from everybody else. They also want, for example, one or maybe a few DPS players to come.
I think what he's trying to get at is like maybe what he thought the question, because obviously it gets translated, right? Maybe what he thought more so the question was about originally was like the idea of people feeling like they need to play multiple jobs to progress content or something. So that they need all these gear sets because they're like, oh, well, you know, I might need to play this or I might need to play that, whatever. And maybe he's trying to say like, yeah, we can review how we design fights so that as a player, you don't feel the need to job swap or feel like your job isn't like good enough or something like that. Maybe that's kind of what he's trying to get at. And that's what he means by this.
Completely do a brand new unique mechanics on their own compared to others. Stuff like that are what they are trying to do, and new ways to make mechanics different from past expansions. Yoshida-san also said that he heard comments from Xeno and Arthur's about how a lot of the content and jobs lately currently feel kind of similar. Players wonder, why does this job have this and why my job doesn't have that, etc. They were mindful on what players want, and as a dev,
you need to be very careful as a player base, I think. Not to be patronizing, but you guys need to be very careful on this one, where you say like, oh man, it's so unfair that like that job has battle res and I don't, or like, you know, whatever the subject matter might be. You have to be very careful because homogenization is like so bad if just every class has everything. And you like, I think class envy in an MMORPG is incredibly important. especially in Final Fantasy where you can so easily play different jobs on one character. I think job envy is really important. You should look at somebody else and go, oh my god, dude, they have that. Oh, I really want that. I'm so jealous. Because they should then look at you and go, oh man, like they have that. Oh, I want that. So I know it's hard to balance around because ultimately when you're doing content like a battle res on a caster is so much better than a caster that doesn't have a battle res when you're trying to prog. You know, I get these things, but it's just like you got to be very careful because when you end up where everything is everything and it just comes down to which one does the more damage, like does more damage, then there's no like, what basically happens is you just get, okay, bring the max damage, and that's it, and that's boring because then you get locked into playing one job and there's never any kind of like, you know what, actually with this group composition, well, we're getting this thing from this guy and this from this guy, so I'm gonna do this. And then when you go to a different group, you might have a different setup of, you know, you got a different tank. Maybe instead of a Dark Knight and a Paladin, you've got a Warrior and a Gunbreaker, and maybe that affects the dynamic. And now suddenly your kind of group's optimal is different DPS or different healers or something. You know, like I don't know the deal with healers and tanks in this game right now, but maybe a certain tank or a certain group comp really wants like a shield healer compared to like a throughput healer or something. And that I think is really cool when you can balance the game around that stuff. I think is really, really cool. I don't know how much Final Fantasy works like this. I don't know if it does. I don't know if it doesn't. I hope that it does because that shit is really cool when you get to that point. And the problem is when everyone has everything is it literally just comes down to pure throughput. It just comes down to which does the most damage. Okay, we're taking that and that's it. And every single group is going to have the same DPS composition. Every single group is going to have the same tanks and healers because it's just the best one. And then you're like, ugh. So, yeah, this is one you got to be really careful with. They're homogenized a bunch in Shadowbringers. Well, then that's bad. They should move away from that, in my opinion. Yeah, healers homogenized hell and this feels bad. Yeah, it's just something you got to be really careful about. Whenever you're saying, I want more, because, you know, everyone plays a class and they're a main of a certain class and they're greedy. You know, they want to be the best thing. Everyone wants to be the best thing, of course. The problem with wanting to be the best thing is if you want to be the best Astro... if you're an Astro main and you want Astro to be the best, okay, well, there's people playing Sage that want Sage to be the best, and there's people playing Scholar that want Scholar to be the best, and you can't all be the best in terms of pure throughput, so you need these, like, niche advantages and disadvantages that each thing has, so that there's always this envy of always, like, oh, wait, this group has this class? Oh, okay, we can work around that because XYZ, it's going to bring this to the table. Oh, wait, we have this class now? Okay, yeah, let's try and form our comp around that. I love that shit. I think that's really cool. Maybe that's like, I don't know if that's like a, I'm not even going to say a hot take, but maybe that's, maybe there's like holes in that opinion, but it's just my opinion, and I really like that. I like when a game is designed like that. That's my problem with World of Warcraft right now, is like everybody has everything, and everyone's super tanky. Everyone's got really good defensives and self-healing, and like it used to be if you're a mage, okay, yeah, you do a lot of damage, but you're a glass cannon. You just couldn't live. Whereas now, mages are so fucking tanky. It's like their damage is insane. Their tankiness is insane. Their utility is insane. I know utility in general in this game is less apparent and less required, or it's not really an aspect. In fact, I think it's a pillar that Final Fantasy could probably lean more into is utility. I think I would like that. But yeah, it's like, it just... It's like, ugh, I want things to feel like, okay, this thing's... Like, as a druid, we used to get the druid debuff, which was like, yes, we can play tank and healer and DPS and, you know, melee and range. Like, we had everything, but we were never the best at anything. We weren't the best tank, we weren't the best healer, we weren't the best DPS, but we could do it all, and we were malleable, and it was nice. We could fill in a niche, like, oh, your tank has to go. Oh, okay, hey, you know what? I can cover for us, and we, you know, we can work through this. We can figure this out. You know, Billy can't make it to raid tonight. Can you sub in as like an off tank? Yeah, I can because my job allows me to do that, or my class allows me to do that. Whereas nowadays, it's like, well, we could just take anything and it's fine, you know. It's like, I like having niches. I like having niches. Yeah. But yeah, that's my long spiel about this. Sorry, I got a little bit tangenty, but yeah, everyone has good defenses. Even Simon forgets about Ellie. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ellie has nothing actually. Ellie's still stuck in 2008, dude. Yeah. It's rough because balancing around X job doesn't have Y becomes an issue and excludes jobs. How so? How so? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to understand more of your point. I think that by and large, everyone just wants to be able to do all content and not be locked out of groups for their preferred job fantasy. 100%, 100%. One thing I think is still good is that every group, say 8-man party, I'm looking in particular at 8-man parties because that's the most organized content that you have in this game. I think you should never want a class stack. You should never want 2 of something. So I think that's really good that there's always a desire to bring something new. Becomes a bit of a problem when they keep adding classes, but we're still locked into 8 players because it's like, oh man, there's so many things. It's so hard for your class to be like desirable if there's so many things. If you have so many options, you know what I mean? It's kind of like if I had like 10 super hot, super intelligent women that wanted to date me, I could just like lucky dip. I could just be like, yeah, just give me just give me any of them. It'll be fine. You know what I mean? Because it's like every option is such a good option. I can't be upset. Whatever I get, I'm not gonna be upset about. So yeah, it's hard to kind of shine. You know, it's hard to be like, oh no, I want to be, you know, I want to be the one that's like, I want to be the #1 pick. Yeah. Your takes are more important than the react, to be honest, since we can just watch the source video ourselves otherwise. Yeah, true. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to. Yeah, very true. This was just a key point that I thought was really interesting to really pick on is like, yeah, this is important. Class MV is good, you know. This is the thing. I'm outside of the loop when it comes to the wider Final Fantasy conversation. You know, I know that we had this conversation the other day during an Uwu stream that was like got very heated in chat, and it was something that I was like, whoa, like, wow, these are the kind of conversations that the community is having. Like this, like, I'm kind of on the outskirts of this community right now. I'm trying to get into it, but I'm not caught up to current content, so I don't, you know, a lot of these questions about like tombstone gearing and shit, and like materia, like I don't know, materia meld, alt job, gear swapping optimization. Like I'm like, okay, I guess this must be important. I can see how this is important, but I don't care. Right now, I will at max level when I want to play Samurai and then Monk, but they want different, you know, one wants Dex, one wants Strength, or you know, whatever, like one wants Skill Speed, one wants Crit or something, then I will care. But right now, I don't care about that kind of stuff. So, I'm interested to know, like, how much... Like, that's why I'm trying to give my opinions when I have really passionate opinions, because I don't know if this is, like, a conversation that people are going to go, wow, this guy's bringing something new to the table that we haven't spoken about before, and we've been so fixated on XYZ. Wow, this is actually something that we should talk about. Or whether it's just like, nah, Sai, actually, it's not too important, but it's cool that you have that, you know, that idea or whatever, you know. Yeah. You're a streamer, you don't have to know what a tombstone is. Hey, look. All you need to know is I got 2,000 of these bad boys, okay? I got 2,000 of these bad boys. They're not going anywhere. I think his answer is trying to say he doesn't know how simplifying materia will affect his future plans. Yeah. But he just mentioned something, just a key sentence that I just wanted to pick on particularly. He hasn't got to his full answer yet, yeah. But yeah, you're saying sometimes it's whack. Sometimes it's whack because often it's both jobs are perfectly capable of clearing, but players will prefer the safe option. Yeah, and that's a social issue, and you can't... I don't think you can always out-design a social problem. At the end of the day, it's an MMORPG. Social stuff is going to win out. If wasn't there a thing... wasn't there a thing where, like, Gunbreaker was, like, the best tank, but people didn't realize it was BIS, so they were prioing a different tank, and then on Reclear, people realized Gunbreaker was, like, BIS, and then everyone was like, oh, shit, we gotta play Gunbreaker now. Am I crazy? Was this, like, a thing? Because that's exactly the case, where social... sort of like ranking is a thing where not really. Wait, what? There was I swear there was a thing in Final Fantasy like when I first started playing where there was like maybe it wasn't Gunbreaker, maybe it was like a ranged or something like that. There was Machinist. Didn't people not realize it was that people didn't realize Machinist was as good as it was or something? because like their numbers were getting skewed for something. Like maybe the sim was off for some reason. Something like that. Yeah, machinist. Some of you are saying yes. Yeah, machinist. Some of you are saying yes, right? Am I? Oh, sorry, Snaku. But yeah, there was something like sometimes the social element will win out. Cyber doesn't understand chat's convo. Dude, that's such a toxic thing to type. Sometimes y'all will just say shit like that, and it's like so fucking toxic, man. It's like, this streamer's a fucking idiot, but you'll just type it as if I'm not looking at you. Like, sometimes you guys will just type shit, and it's like I'm not in the fucking room. And it's like, bro, you know I can read that message, right? And it's so patronizing. It's always patronizing as well. It's like, this streamer is not smart enough to understand what we intellectuals are talking about. So toxic. Y'all need to check yourselves. Y'all need to check yourselves, huh? Go, yeah, this streamer needs to go sit at the Sprout table with the Lalafells, man. Like, this guy needs to... This guy's not intelligent enough to understand what we're doing, what we're saying. Hello, Annie. When's Mungrax? Soon. Probably after... I think after this. Yeah. Dude, that's so funny. That's such an outrageous thing to type. During EAS, Gunbreaker was the only good option, and week 1 groups were pushing out comps that did not have Gunbreaker. Okay, maybe I'm misremembering. I swear there was something about a DPS being good, and people didn't realize it was good, and then afterwards they were like, "Oh shit, no, it is good." Maybe I'm making that up, but I swear I that's in my brain somewhere. The reason people don't bring double shields is because it requires more planning. So instead you just bring a white mage with more throughput and less effort. Yeah, like different compositions complement each other. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's like I know it's difficult because I am trying to weigh in on things, and I know I am ignorant to a lot of the end game stuff. I've not had the history of this game. I've not been playing that long in the grand scheme, so I know like some of my like takes are going to be just ignorant, but it comes from a good place. So yeah, and I can't really apologize for not knowing everything. You know what I mean? So yeah. That Cyber dude just isn't smart enough to get it. Shake my head. Yeah. I know, right? Guys, if you really want to go smack talk me, you should go into the spoiler channel of my Discord, because I can't even read that. And then that way you can talk behind my back and it's perfect. Yeah, at the same time you're not jaded. Yeah, this is true. This is true. So, you know, pros and cons. Yeah. Pros and cons. Yeah. You mentioned machinist, and I just remember the reverse of it. There was a period during 6.2. Right, okay. Maybe I was getting the wrong end of the stick then. During 6.2 with PAS, where machinist damage is so low, PF people were banning machinists from participating. That's just... I don't like that in gaming. I don't like when people do that. I think it's, You know what? I'm not going to hold back. I think it's pathetic. The game is designed to be able to be cleared by everything. Yeah, but we'd have an easier time if we bring the max DPS. Ugh. Get some friends, bro. Get some friends and just play with friends, man. Okay, you know what? Cyber's hot take of the day. If you care more about clearing the content than having fun with friends, you are a beta cuck. Is that what people say these days? You are a beta cuck phantom tax. Skibbity. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
They listened, but also needed to be careful to the feedback they received. Feedbacks are very important to them, but they felt that recently they overdid and listened too much to this feedback and made the game boring and kind of predictable. The devs would also love to go into job changes and make sure that they bring in uniqueness to every different job, but they feel that they don't have to do everything now at the same time because they're already planning to make gameplay changes as mentioned earlier.
I love this.
I love everything at once.
Every single answer that the devs have given so far, I fully see their position. I fully agree with it. I'm super in. Cool.
Overwhelming to some players, and they might feel that the game has become way harder than it should be. Their current goal is to make 7.0 series more satisfying, example, better content, and bringing in new and fresh perspective to players tackling this content. With all being said, how does everything he said apply to this question? The main point he's trying to make is that he's trying to go a different route in 7.0, so making everything streamlined and simple is actually what he doesn't want to do right now. So with this proposed system, it will make it more simplified to tune your gear to your job, but will this contribute to the more satisfying gameplay experience? They are very serious to bring adjustment for different jobs, but also very careful with the current decision they are making, which is to make content more robust and unique, rather than doing everything at once.
Okay.
That being said, the development teams feel that they implemented way too many different materials, and it's about time to look into this and how they can improve the material
Cool.
system.
Yeah, this is a good, I like this. This is a good answer.
And he will bring back to the team to see what they
To me.
can do. Question number 7. I also
That seems pretty reasonable overall. Like saying, look, we can't do everything right now. We are going to make some changes to various areas of the game. It will affect this, so we're not going to, you know, like, you know, you fix the major problems first, and then you worry about the minutia. You don't kind of focus on the little bits. But yeah. By the way, Dr. Benny, thank you for that follow that came through. Thank you, appreciate that. Hard for me to be jaded about FF after playing WoW for so long and dealing with all the shit they pull on patch to patch basis. Yeah, no, like you know, some of that fair, some of that, you know, some of it I get, some of it I think, you know, WoW's pretty, you know, they do a decent job in some areas, but yeah, I definitely get, like, they're definitely open to, or, you know, I think there are areas that you could criticize Blizz devs, for sure. And I honestly think that these kind of events, like, these are some of the best, like, answers I've seen from devs, just in general, like Yoshi P's answers from the Preach interview. These, like, they're so reasonable, that they're very logical, that they're not trying to overpromise and underdeliver, like, they're being very, like, cautious on how much they give away and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna check out Monk after this, by the way. People asking about job stuff, we're gonna check out after this. Yeah,
no idea who asked this. How is Dawn Trail shifting away from the single player orientation brought about during Shadowbringers to encourage collaborative play among the Warriors of Light? Yoshida-san started by saying that Zebla said that in her video and in her stream that 6.0 was the worst expansion. Yoshi P said that he watched the stream and was in pain hearing that. He said that not to point out and shame Zebla, but just want to use this opportunity to tell us streamers that they are watching and listening, and they do take our feedback very seriously. Also, it's not just Yoshi P watching the streams. Many Final Fantasy XIV dev also love to watch streams regardless of language, so perhaps we can try to show some mercy on what we say. A lot of them actually can comprehend what we say properly. He then clarified that they are not.
Dude, I don't think I can ever. You know how you guys are saying about, like, being jaded. I don't think there will ever be a point in this game where I actually get like where I actually properly criticize. No, you can clip this. I don't think I'll ever properly criticize, apart from Fall Guys. The Fall Guys event was fucking atrocious. They should never bring it back. I hate it. I got told that there is an add-on that you can get for the Fall Guys event that literally tells you what path to run, and you don't even have to pay attention to anything. You literally just follow the path, and that the only way I'm going to win is if I fucking take that add-on. And it's true, dude. I won't name the name of the player, but let's just say it's a refreshing beverage full of lemons. And this beverage that I'm talking about in question, this person told me that they downloaded the add-on and won 4 games in a row. I hate the Fall Guys event. But no, I don't think I'm ever gonna, like, criticize this game, because I just think the devs are too, like, I can see, like, I'm not gonna criticize a game when I can see the active passion, understanding, openness to feedback, etc., like, of the devs. Because how am I gonna dog on somebody for saying, hey man, I'm trying, like, I'm listening to you and I'm gonna try and do my best? Like, how am I gonna be like, well, you're fucking not doing it quick enough, you're not doing it the way I like? I'm just gonna be like, that's amazing, that's so great that you're working on that, thank you so much, appreciate it. Like, I'm not gonna have problems. Criticize but not hate. I'm never gonna hate this game. I don't think. But yeah, like criticism is a scale, right? Like I'm never gonna be like aggressive, is what I'll say. Like, you know, I have criticism in terms of the early leveling experience. But what I mean is, I'm never gonna like go off on one and be like, oh my god, man, like what the hell are these devs doing, yada yada. Like I'm never gonna kind of be like that, you know. Yeah. I will always be constructive for sure, but I can't ever see myself like having like resentment towards this game. Like, whereas when I play World of Warcraft, there are times when I legitimately have resentment towards the game, and I'm like, this is so fucking dog shit. How on earth have they left this in this state for years and years and years, and they're not doing anything? Like, you know, that's how I can talk about some aspects of World of Warcraft. I can't see myself getting to that point with Final Fantasy, just because of the way that the devs interact with the player base, and I just think like, yeah, it's really
going to
good.
shift away from solo gameplay, and they planned on what they wanted to accomplish, and this was part of the plan. He asked us if we know why gamers in general hesitate to play MMORPG. The answer
Too much
is
time.
because players do not want to play with one another.
Oh.
A lot of them feel pressure to even cooperate with others. All of us content creators and the media present knows how much fun it is to play MMORPG with others. It is a lot of fun even when we play with others casually.
Do you guys have fun playing with
not
others?
Everyone feels that way, and he wants to change that hesitation of players not wanting to play with others. With Shadowbringer, they have the advantage of story being very good. So they wanted to use that to bring people into the game. They want to make them enjoy the story without being pressured of working and playing with the others. That's why they implemented more solo experiences to bring people into Final Fantasy XIV. With more people coming into the game, even if they are playing solo and casually initially, they now create a bigger pool of players in Eorzea. That's why they intentionally made Shadowbringer and Endwalker more solo focused to bring and create that pool of players. Now that they have the players coming in from Endwalker to build on their player base, they are finally ready in Dawntrail to introduce the more massive multiplayer gameplay aspect, so players are now ready to try group content and make Final Fantasy XIV a better and more fulfilling MMORPG. Like Zepla said in her broadcast and content, the game is going too much into solo in Shadowbringer and Endwalker. Yoshi P also heard that from every other content creators, and he felt the same. And it is a good indication for them to finally conclude the solo player experience system in Endwalker and can finally move into Dawntrail with more multiplayer aspect gameplay. Lamatau then also asked about improving stuffs like Hall of Novice so these players can step out of solo and transit better into their multiplayer experience. Yoshida-san says not necessary because people will find out that Final Fantasy XIV community is so kind to everyone else, right? If we see Sprouts, and if those Sprouts don't know mechanics, surely we content creators will help them, right? Getting people to start playing the game even if it's solo is more important because now they can transit into that. So Yoshi P asked us content creators to be nicer to the new players. For example, Zeno and me, as he looked right at us. Duty support does make you feel like playing solo, but it's also for practice run so that they can go out and play with others when they have knowledge of the dungeon. That is what he expected players to use those systems for, and that's why he didn't think he needed to implement more systems for these new players. Question number 8. This is asked by Zeno's.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't really have anything to kind of like yeah, that seems pretty fine. Yeah. I'm always surprised how many people don't like socializing in any capacity. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't like organized content always, but like it's nice to, you know, I'll go into a dungeon and like, you know, I'm never like, oh man, I don't want to do a dungeon because like there's people there, you know. Yeah.
Is the Baldo. In the future, are there plans to rehaul the item level sync system? Currently, the calculations are very convoluted and confusing for new players when syncing for various content, including high level rates, where the higher eye level gear may not actually be best in slot. For example, this is in part due to material stats not being included in syncing. Zeno's suggestion would be to include material stats in addition to the base stats, but also put a cap on them.
It could be interesting. I do feel like I'm going to get overwhelmed when I get to max level and suddenly I've just got to start... Well, I'm not going to get overwhelmed. It's just gemming. But I could see why a player maybe not coming from WoW, someone not used to that, would get to max level and they'll be like, oh shit, there's this new gear system that I've like never had to deal with because I've not had to like pay any attention to it. I know part of the MSQ you actually did have to do like a quest that teaches you about it. But yeah. I don't know, maybe that might be a thing for people that they're like, oh shit.
Sun replied that this calculation is very, very hard and complex. They are aware that with item level getting higher and with materia having more impact, it causes a lot of misalignment to their calculation. The eye level and level sync system is originally designed alone by one dev that also made the item level or level sync system in Final Fantasy XI, Mr. Gondai. Mr. Gondai made the system and formula all by himself. What a giga chat. So for FF14, they also got him to do this. He is also currently the battle director. Gondai is still in the Final Fantasy XIV team and is still a core dev member. When Gondai made the item level and level sync system in 14, it was during a Realm Reborn, just so to get it ready for a Realm Reborn launch. Now, knowing this is a potential problem, he will bring it back to Gondai to see if they can fine-tune and optimize the level and item level sync system. Thanks, Zeno.
Thanks, you. Yeah, cool. Okay, I won't comment too much on that. Like, yeah, that seems chill, seems fine. I do want to comment though on that really quick though. The paradox of MMO players who want to play a lone hero fantasy in a world filled with people. I kind of get that though, because like in real life, I like being I like knowing that people are going about their day. Like, you know, I don't need to be in, like, I like people watching, for example. Like, I could easily go to, like, a pub or something like that and just chill and be on my own and not need to, like, be talking to someone, but just, like, kind of people watch and just taking what other people do. And, like, I'm comfortable. I'm relaxed. I don't need to socialize. I don't feel anxious being like, oh, my God, I'm sitting alone. People are going to be looking at me wondering why he's on his own. Like, I can very easily go somewhere alone, and I just like to people watch. It's kind of like that in an MMO. It's like nice to have your own goals and things that you're like your own mission, but just know that there are other people also doing things as well. It's kind of nice. Yeah. Don't do this question. Okay, so don't do this question. That's the last question. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. So I have to skip a few of those. So yeah, I can't look at that now. So I can close that. Did I like it? Let's give that a like. Bosh. Nice. Whoa. Monk time? I think we'll look at Monk now, yeah. We'll look at the Monk changes. So wait, I unliked it? Oh shit. I think... Okay. Reliked. Damn, that was the make or break. If I hadn't reliked that, Arthur's career was over, man. We either watched the Mr. Happy one or the Renon one, I think. Tinkle time. How did you know? How did you know? Is it because more than 8 minutes had passed? It is, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna tinkle and get a green tea. Yeah, so we'll either watch Mr. Happy or we'll watch Renon on Monk. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Side tinkles on the 8-minute meta. Oh my goodness. You recover from the effects of tinkle time. I had a tinkle down. A tinkle down. Okay, can I move my cam back? Can I get back? Yeah. These have been some really good interviews so far. I'm glad we're getting some great discussion going on as well. It's always a complex one for me because I'm taking my experience from you know, being a long-time WoW player and the types of things that come to my mind when I play that game, and I'm trying to you know, I'm trying to use the same reason and logic in this game, but I don't know the end game of this game enough. So it's, yeah, it's like I'm doing my best. Doing my best. Right, so there's a Mr. Happy video, yeah? Got from there is that Yoshi P is serious about the feedback he's getting and respects his playbase and treats them as adults. Yes. Yeah. Very serious about the old feedback. I like that. I like that. I like that they actually seem to, you know, I want the devs to take feedback, but I also want them to know where they want the game to go, and I want them to be confident in that, because at the end of the day, they know this game better than anyone else, because they made it. So, and sometimes you can just get a vocal minority, and I think that's something that's really important to, really important to think about. Sometimes you just get a vocal minority. Right, so this is Monk Breakdown. Oh, cool. Okay. So, perfect. We will also do a Samurai Breakdown.
Hey, everyone.
That's a hot take? What's a hot take? Some devs believe they know the game better than... oh, some people believe they know the game better than the devs. Yeah. Yeah. Unironically, yeah, no, I've seen messages from people before where they think that the devs don't know what they're doing, and it's just like... The thing is, whenever I see people say that kind of stuff, like, well, to some degree, I don't know, because I play WoW, and I'm just, like, genuinely, like, sometimes when it comes to feral design, I'm just like, I don't think they know what they're doing with this. So sometimes I can feel that way, where I'm just like, I don't think they know what they want to do. But, it depends on what people say, because, like, sometimes with some things, it's like, you have to understand that the developer is not trying to design the game for you. They are trying to design the game for everyone. And just because you play the game in a certain way does not mean that that is the correct way and everyone else is wrong. It's just that's how you play the game. You might want to play in a very specific way, and that doesn't mean that they have to create the game around you, you know? It's like they've got a whole bunch of other people that are playing this game that are going to interact with it differently. So, yeah. Yeah. Is that monk still wearing its ARR artifact armor? Look at it, though. It looks sick, dude. I need to put this onto my here, actually, and see how that looks. There are some decisions that 14 does make you make you really question. Yeah, true, but I think and you know, and sometimes, you know, they're gonna do things wrong or whatever. Like, sure, but I think overall, I think ultimately they should be looking at the direction they want to go with the game, and it's up to them to decide where that is. Like I've said with the developer, I don't need to necessarily agree with why they're doing something. I just want them to tell me, so I can at least understand. Because otherwise I'm sitting there going, why are they doing, like, are they stupid or is they dumb? And then it's like, no, they want this for a very specific reason, and I might just not be privy to the information that they have. Well, obviously I'm not. So it's just good to get an understanding from them of why they're doing something. I don't need to agree with it, though. You know, it's like when someone has an opinion about something. It's like someone could have an opinion about the toppings they put on a pizza. At the end of the day, you know, it's up to them. I you know, they don't need to, like, you know, convince me. They just need to, you know, explain it so I can understand. Yeah. Mediator interviews are always sick. Yeah, they are sick. Yeah. Somebody said that authors didn't have many good questions, but I actually liked all the, you know, all the questions I looked at. There was something in all of them that I could take and go, ooh, this is good, you know. So yeah, I like that. Yeah. Yes, it is. My way is correct. Wedge. Yeah, change comes early for change that got coming later. Exactly. Makes no sense at the time. Later, more info. Again, it's because they have access to more information than we do, you know. They might be planning something now in this expansion that is going to pay off in the next expansion, and we just don't know about it yet because they're not going to tell us because it's in design mode. So, yeah. But anyway, let's look at these monk changes. I might even write some notes.
Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the monk updates coming to 14 in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour. That includes checking out all the job changes. So be sure to look at all of those other changes in the playlist in the description of the video when you're done with this one. I like that. Quick disclaimer.
I might steal that from him. I like that. That's actually really a nice pop-up. Guys, does anyone want to make me a Mr. Happy-esque pop-up like this? It can be anything, though.
Other changes in the playlist in the job changes. So try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour.
Hey, Mini Happy. I also stream on Twitch every day, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. PDT. I want to make one of these. Make sure it's a speech bubble. Yeah, I'm gonna steal this idea. Yeah. Do I get money? No. You get paid in love and acknowledgement. Can we just talk about how good these fucking mountains look? Are you guys kidding me right now? Look at these mountains. Holy shit. Can you get paid in caca? You have to do a lot of work, my friend. For stream or for YouTube. I don't want to put this up on YouTube. Yeah. Anyway.
All the job changes. So be sure to look at all of those other changes in the playlist in the description of the video when you're done with this one. Quick disclaimer, reminder that all of this is still in development, so all the potencies, effects, everything, still subject to change. So don't be surprised if anything's different come the release of Dawn Trail. Now,
yeah, there was a comment in my Discord about how Dragon Kick is not worth pressing. It's better to do double boot shine than it would be to press, like, Dragon Kick. And I assume that that's, like, they've not fully done all the potencies and stuff. Like, they've not fully, what's the word? Balanced yet. That's what I'm trying to say.
Reworked in Dawn Trail. Functionally, it will still feel quite similar to what you were doing before, but the effects of many abilities have changed, and the flow of your combos will be somewhat altered because of this. Twin Snakes no longer gives you a damage buff, and Demolish no longer applies a dot. Instead, you have a new Fury gauge. Upon using Dragon Kick, Twin Snakes, and Demolish, you generate 1 stack of Opos Fury, 2 stacks of Raptor's Fury, and 3 stacks of Coral's Fury, respectively. These buffs cause their stance-associated counterparts to become stronger, Boot Shine, True Strike, and Snap Punch, respectively. Each use of an empowered skill consumes 1 Fury from its respective stance, so Boot Shine would consume 1 Opos Fury, True Strike 1 Raptor's Fury, and Snap Punch 1 Coral's Fury. This means you only use Dragon Kick once every other rotation, Twin Snakes once every 3 rotations, and Demolish once every 4 rotations, just to refresh your Fury gauge. It's a fairly simple process to follow once you get used to it, and will still somewhat resemble the old buff maintenance rotation close enough, just without any timers. The Fury gauge also has no interaction with your AoE at all, so you'll just be AoE.
Like, you're still pressing the same buttons, they just don't have the same effect per se, but like, you're still pressing the same buttons, right? That's like the takeaway for me with the monk changes is like, ultimately, what you're doing is going to be similar. It's just going to have a different effect. Okay.
Any timers. The Fury gauge also has no interaction with your AoE at all, so you'll just be AoEing like normal during dungeons and whatnot. And with all the buff maintenance gone, it is finally time we bid farewell to Anatman. Can't say that you'll be missed, pal. Now, several others.
Wait, what? Oh, of course, you don't need it anymore. Yeah. Okay, I like that ability, but obviously you don't need it because you don't have your buff to maintain. Okay, that's fine. I was like, no! It's fine.
Skills have also been reworked. Six-sided star's potency now scales with the number of chakras you have, with 80 potency per chakra. While I'm sure some people might be thinking, oh, I should use that as a finisher during my buffs, the intent definitely seems to be to simply make it easier to dump gauge before a downtime phase or right before a monster dies. Speaking of chakra, Brotherhood now allows you to generate up to 10 chakras while it is active, helping with the major overcapping problem monks have during their burst. This is all good stuff. These bonus chakras do work on six-sided star as well, but again, I think that the math works out in such a way that you don't want to use six-sided star during burst. Remember, it does have that long recast time after the fact. If a fight ends in the middle of a 2-minute window, though, it can burn these extras. Now, Brotherhood also lasts 20 seconds now, up from 15 in Endwalker, giving you a couple of more buff GCDs, and that's going to be important when you hit level 100. Endwalker, giving you these extras. Now, Brotherhood also lasts 20 seconds now, up from 15 in Endwalker, giving you a couple of more buff GCDs, and that's going to be important when you hit level 100. On the chakra front again, meditation now changes to enlightened meditation after you unlock enlightenment. It's not a functional change in any way, but figured I'd mention it. Finally, for existing skill reworks, Riddle of Earth has been given a
what is that?
When you hit level 100 after
Enlightenment opens a chakra up to 5, can be opened at once, or 5 when used outside of combat. Wait, so what's different? You said it's not a functional change, but like, does it have any change? Good question. It's just a name change and an icon change or something, but the same thing? Okay.
You unlock enlightenment. It's not a functional change in any way, but figured I'd mention it. Finally, for existing skill reworks, Riddle of Earth has been given a bonus effect. It still grants damage reduction and still gives you Earth's Resolve upon being hit, granting you the regen you're used to. However, Riddle of Earth now also grants Earth's Rumination for 30 seconds after you've been hit. This changes the button into Earth's Reply, an AoE heal. It's 300 potency normally, but if you're under the effect of that regen in Earth's Resolve, the potency is bumped up to 500.
Who said melee don't have responsibility,
yes. Monk just got an AoE heal. I'm so sorry, Dragoons. Now, for post-level 90 stuff, it gets a lot.
I don't get it. Why is that bad for Dragoons? Oh, Dragoon gets nothing. They have no defensives. Well, then the Dragoons will want me in the party. That's fine. You still won't use it? Bro, I use my defensive. If you say I don't use my defensive, then you don't know me like you think you do. Parasocial viewer, number 1. Okay?
Simpler to talk about. First are some pretty standard changes that most of the melee got from 90 to 100. At level 94, you get Enhanced Second Wind, bumping the potency up to 800. You also get Melee Mastery 2 at that level, upping the potency of your Fury generating combo. Then at level 98, you get Enhanced Feint, increasing the debuff's duration to 15 seconds. The rest of the updates add new animations or follow-ups to existing skills. At level 92, they get Beast Chakra Mastery, updating your Fury-empowered skills, and Elixir Field to new versions. Boot Shine becomes Leaping Oppo, True Strike becomes Rising Raptor, Snap Punch becomes Pouncing Coewhirl, and Elixir Field becomes Elixir Burst. Same effects, just new animations and higher potencies. At level 96, you get Enhanced Riddle of Wind. This causes Riddle of Wind to grant the Wind's Rumination buff for 30 seconds after use. The ability then transforms into Wind's Reply, a 900 potency line AoE with no falloff. Wind's Reply is also
GCD
a GCD skill, so it's going to eat some of your buff window GCD real estate, which we'll talk about in a little bit. However, since the buff lasts 30 seconds, meaning you have 30 seconds before you shoot this...
Dude, I just realized how loud this video is. Oh god, whoops. Shit. Okay.
AoE, I'm guessing that if you use Riddle of Wind at the 90-second mark, which would be 30 seconds before buffs, then you could save it for the buff window. You know, you could delay Riddle of Wind just a little bit each time.
Sorry, hold on, sorry. Okay, it was actually okay. Sorry. I'll turn it back. So what's he saying?
Reply is also a GCD skill, so it's going to eat some of your buff window GCD real estate, which we'll talk about in a little bit. However, since the buff lasts 30 seconds, meaning you have 30 seconds before you shoot this AoE, I'm guessing that if you use Riddle of Wind at the 90-second mark, which would be 30 seconds before buffs, then you could save it for the buff window. You know, you could delay Riddle of Wind just a little bit each time, and then you would actually have it going into buffs. Actually, just from the activation of when you activate it in the opener, you might be able to swing that. So that might be the play, is that even when you access Riddle of Wind on off buffs, you still get the big nuke during buffs. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, because your Riddle of Wind is going to be desynced from your Riddle of Wind is desynced, so it's 90 seconds, 60 seconds. And by the time, if you hit Riddle of Fire a few seconds before Riddle of Wind, then on your next Riddle of Wind, it'll be within the Riddle of Fire window, right? You have a big go and a small go, and it'll be active on your small go, yeah? I think. The Riddle of Wind follow-up is technically 90 seconds. Yeah. Like, well, because is it actively on cooldown whilst you have the buff? Like, Riddle of Fire and Riddle of Wind they'll stop their cooldown even though the ability is technically flagged. Okay, yeah, so that's obviously, I was assuming it'd be really bad if it wasn't that way. But you have a 30-second window to be able to use them. But he's saying that you'll get them on, like, when you use your second Riddle of Wind, it will be within your Riddle of Fire window. If you use Riddle of Wind at, at 120, the 120, right? Yeah, it should work because 30 seconds from the bro. You know what I'm trying to say. Math on stream, not good, but you know what I'm trying to say. We know what he's trying to say. Yeah. You use it. Yeah, it would be the first thing you would press on your, like, you'd use Riddle of Fire, and then you'd immediately consume your wind. Yeah. That's what we're going for.
And off buff, swing that. So that might be the play, is that even when you access Riddle of Wind on off buffs, you still get the big nuke during buffs. So that's kind of cool. At level 100, you get a similar update with Enhanced Riddle of Fire. This grants Fire's Rumination for 30 seconds, which allows access to Fire's Reply. This is a 1300 potency line AoE with a 50% fall off after the first target. It also grants Formless Fist after the activation, so you can go into whatever stance you want to afterwards. This is also a GCD skill, so that's 2 new GCDs you need to fit into buffs. Now, for my thoughts, I'm a monk lover. I played the job on and off literally since its inception. Heck, my original artwork for the channel included me as a monk. I think the update to the buff management feels okay here. The general flow of the job is still similar, and the new animations are really good. The quality of life on things like Brotherhood, getting an AoE heal with Earth's Reply, and Anatman finally being gone, are all solid changes and additions, on top of some of the other stuff we talked about. However, I don't yet know how I feel about Wind.
Oh, Brotherhood isn't Brotherhood a group? Yeah, and that's going to last an extra 5 seconds. Ah, very good. Very good.
And Fire's Reply being GCDs in particular. On one hand, I do think it gives a bit more direction to the burst window. Since
Did he say he doesn't like it?
However, I don't yet know how I feel about Wind and Fire's Reply being GCDs in particular.
Same.
On one hand, I do think it gives a bit more direction to the burst window. Since the buff window is pretty much a universal 20 seconds across most jobs now, Monk has a little bit of time to throw these in at the end, after their usual blitz shenanigans. I mean, Fire's Reply granting Formless Fist pretty much informs you that it wants you to be doing just that. There's also kind of filling the void of that final Demolish reactivation from the old rotation, and I guess also the Twin Snakes reapplication as well. Them being GCDs also leaves room open to track your forbidden chakras more efficiently. You know, they don't want to give you 2 more OGCDs while you're worrying about chakras, even with the overcapping that's now available. it just kind of feels weird. You know, like when I was using it, like a common sense told me, oh yeah, those will be OGCDs because the skills that activated them were OGCDs. But across other jobs, they do something pretty similar here in Dawn Trail. So it wasn't really that surprising. I think it was really just, I didn't spend a lot of time. You know, I had a lot to do and I only had several hours to do it at the media tour. So I never really took the time to get engaged with it, really get a feel for it.
Yeah, I think also it's important to remember as well, I think sometimes when you're on a target dummy, a class can feel a certain way, and then when you actually take it into content, you might be like, oh, okay, this actually just kind of like flows nicely. You might get onto a boss where things just line up well, and everything just kind of seems to like work nicely. And it might not be the same experience as you get on a target dummy. At least that's you know, that's how I feel.
I was fighting with the latency that we had most of the time,
Yeah.
and Monk being the fast job it is, that was scaring me more than anything. But I'm mostly curious about how the Winds Reply bit, where you use it outside of buffs, but then you get to use the nuke inside of buffs, how that actually affects your 2-minute window whenever it's like, so at the 2-minute mark, you know, you would have used Riddle of Wind 30 seconds earlier, which means you'd have Winds Reply. How does that affect the 2-minute buff versus the 0-minute versus the 3-minute versus the 4? Like, I'm just trying to think about how all of that lines up now, because that's really the only thing that I would need to sit down and really think about. But I've got a ton of videos still to crank out, so I'm gonna let the Monk experts start doing that work while I get just all the information out to all of you. Anyway,
yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that. Looking at this from as a content creator, it's like I like that he's not just like, oh my god, I came up with the absolute, you know, most giga brain Monk play, and he's kind of just like, look, this is how it kind of looks. Let's figure it out. Boom. Let the smarty pants see how they feel, and then yeah, it's kind of cool.
It's going to be a wrap for my video on the Monk changes coming in Dawn Trail. Be sure to like and subscribe, and be sure to check out all those other videos in the playlist in the description. I will see all of you in the next one, and until then, take care.
Nice. Gave it a like. Bosh. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that. Damn, dude. You must be eating good as a media tour streamer today, man. 20k views, like you're doing all the jobs and shit, just getting bam, bam, bam. Like you kind of up good as a media tour gamer, man. You might pre-buff perfect balance, so you get 3 GCDs outside of burst, so you fit all high potency GCDs in buffs. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting for sure. Preach mentioned about the latency they were experiencing. They were playing. Yeah, it was going across. Yeah, I watched the Preach thing. Any other jobs? Definitely gonna check out Samurai. I kind of want to check out Viper as well to get more of an understanding of Viper. Maybe we can even watch that now. I mean, it's right there. We may as well.
Hey,
rich, get
everyone.
richer. Nah, the way you should look at it is those that have been dedicated to the game over the years are getting their reward, you know? You gotta look at it positively. Oh, no. Oh, no. It looks like I've just... It looks like I'm being tortured, and the terrorists have been like, send a video to your family and tell them you're fine and you're being treated well. And I'm like, I am being looked after. They're feeding me 3 meals a day, all nutritious. I have all of my fingers still left on my hand, I promise. That is fantastic. I love that. Yeah, I love that. I gotta put my times on it, but yeah, I'm gonna... Do you mind... Wait, I can't even see who sent that to me because I'm on streamer mode, so I can't actually see who it was. D. All I can see is it was D in my Discord, but... Oh, it was you? Oh. Do I have your permission to, to use this? Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I love that. Love that. I even get to flashbang people. No, I'll cut that. No, we can have a competition. The best one gets kissies. Nah, I'm for sure down to see whatever you guys will, Snaku. Maybe I can have both of them pop up on screen, you know. Yeah, Miss Abby's. Yeah, exactly. It's nice to, you know, it's nice as a creator to get that reward of like, hey, I've been a long time committed to this game, and I get invited to the media tour. Like, that's really nice. You know, that's what you want. Like, it would suck if the media tour was just a bunch of streamers that don't even play Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? Like, you know when some companies invite people and it's like literally no one there is like even plays that game, and you're just like, I guess, like, I see what they're trying to do, but like, you know, the people that are like the diehard fans don't really get like any love. Nah, I know you guys are gonna say something, and I know you guys are gonna say something. Scripe is a Destiny 2 streamer. I know. He has no place being at the media tour, but he was, so, you know.
Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on the Viper job that's coming to 14 in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early, and that includes checking out all the jobs, and that includes Viper and Pictomancer. So be sure to take a look at this video, my Picto video, as well as all of the other job videos in the playlist in the description. Quick disclaimer though, reminder that Dawn Trail is still in development. Everything you see here is still subject to change, so don't be surprised if something is different come early access. Now, I actually released it.
Look, you guys talking about Asmongold. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to give you the truth. Not a lot of people want to talk about it. You guys didn't treat Asmongold well. Final Fantasy, you know, GC, by the way. And if it wasn't for you guys, maybe it'd still be playing, but...
The video on Viper a few weeks back detailing the job after what we saw in the letter from the producer live, where they did a demo of it and we basically saw almost the entire kit. A lot of what I said in that video ended up being exactly as I said it, so if you've seen it, you are well prepared for this one. There are, however, a bunch of things that I didn't cover in that video that we now know for certain, so I'm going to be going over everything from scratch all the same. Now, Viper has 4 elements to its job gauges, and some are definitely not apparent at first. The twin blade looking one is called Viper Sight, and its primary focus is simply to add a visual aid to how you progress through your 3-part combo. After the first 2 GCDs of your basic combo, one or both sides of the Viper Sight gauge will light up, indicating a potency bonus for one of your finishers. This is no different than just following the dotted lines on your hotbar, so follow along whichever one is easier to understand. Under the blades are these red diamonds called rattling coils. These are earned from certain attacks and can be expended to use Uncoiled Fury, a powerful ranged AoE GCD with several off-global follow-ups. These are primarily a downtime and AoE tool, so use them at your own discretion. Uncoiled Fury also has...
Does anybody else have ranged AoE as a melee? That sounds pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's that applicable in a lot of content, but... You know, hey, this is my hot take. I think that they are going to... This is my... Not a hot take. This is my conspiracy theory. I think they're going to... In this new raid tier, there's going to be a lot more AoE fights. No, I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. ShB, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Hell yeah.
Tool, so use them at your own discretion. Uncoiled Fury also has a 3-second recast time at base before factoring in haste or skill speed, so bear that in mind when you're looking to optimize. The orb-looking gauge is called Serpent's Ire. This gauge fills up as you perform certain attacks such as combo finishers and twin blade actions. With 50 gauge, called Serpent Offering, you can activate Reawaken, a GCD buff that not only activates a rapid-fire attack mode, but also deals high AoE damage around the Viper. It has a 2.2 GCD before any haste buffs at that. The orbs on the bottom are called Anguine Tributes, and these function similarly to Reapers and Shroud, basically providing a visual track of how many reawakened global cooldowns you have left. Once in Reawakened, you will progress through a new GCD combo labeled 1st through 4th generation, all with a slightly shorter recast time of 2 seconds. At level 90, this will be all you do, these 4 generation GCDs. At level 96, you get a 5th stack of the Anguine Tribute and you learn Ouroboros, which replaces Reawaken on your hotbar and acts as the mode's big finishing move. It has a 3-second cast time before the haste.
I'm pretty sure that's a city in World of Warcraft in Shadowlands. Just saying. I don't know if that's relevant, but...
buffs as well. At level 100, every GCD will trigger an off-global, 1st through 4th legacy. So you'll just be rapidly alternating between doing GCD and off-global combos up until using Ouroboros and leaving the phase. Just follow the dotted lines, and you should be fine. You can also access Reawaken through using the Serpent's Ire ability at level 84, which grants Reawaken Ready for 30 seconds. Expect to use this in openers and during burst windows for a quick Reawaken activation. Serpent's Ire also grants 1 Rattling Coil for your use as well. With the gauges explained, let's go back to the basics. Your job largely consists of a left blade combo and a right blade combo, and you'll be alternating between the two on the fly. Steel Fangs is a combo starter associated with the left blade, while Dread Fangs represents the right blade. As you progress through your combos, these abilities transform into the next combo step, providing buffs and debuffs for you to maintain along the way. You'll also have 3 off-global skills that can only activate under specific conditions. Serpent's Tail will only activate and become an off-global after any dual-wielding action, while Twin Fang and Twin Blood become active after Twin Blade actions. Twin Fang and Twin Blood are also used for your Uncoiled Fury off-globals. I'll reference back to these as necessary throughout the guide. For your first combo action, you'll use Steel Fangs or Dread Fangs. Steel Fangs does higher potency, while Dread Fangs applies Noxious Gnash for 20 seconds. This is a debuff that causes the Viper to deal more damage to the target while it's active. You'll want to keep 100% uptime on this debuff to permanently add more damage to all of your actions. Regardless of which weapon skill you started with, your second GCD option will be either Hunter Sting or Swift Skin Sting. Hunter Sting is the left blade action and provides a 10% damage buff for 40 seconds, while Swift Skin Sting provides a 15% haste buff for 40 seconds. The buff with the shorter remaining time will be marked with a dotted line when you reach this part of the combo. And if you have neither buff, then
bro,
both
I'm
of
just
them will
getting
be
lost, man. It's hard looking at a new class when you just like... It'll be like Samurai, yeah. It's literally follow the dotted line. Yeah, but you have 2 combos. You have a left blade and a right blade. So you start one combo, like Samurai. Then you do the other one. Then you go into, like, your Awakening and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, pressing 1 or 2 will replace both 1 and 2 with new abilities. And you just press them in a row. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you just hit the glowing button job? Oh, okay. It's... okay. Okay.
And it'll be up to you to decide. Just use the action that's lit up here once you get going. Your final combo action can actually be one of 4 actions. You'll have Flank Sting Strike and Hind Sting Strike on your left blade, and Flank's Bane Fang and Hind's Bane Fang for your right. Obviously, the ones with flank in the name deal bonus damage from the flank, and Hind attacks do bonus damage from the rear. These will naturally progress and swap as you perform and finish your basic combos, and the positional from the finisher will always alternate. So if you do flank first, it'll go rear, then flank, then rear, etc., etc. Just
so it's just basically just a choice on whether or not you want to. Do you do both of these? So you eventually press all 4 buttons, or do you choose a flank, then a rear, or a rear, then a flank, and you get to like kind of choose which positional you want to do first? Yeah, one buffs the other. But are you doing all 4 buttons eventually, or you're picking either left blade or you're picking right blade? Is that the idea? You bounce between the 2. Yeah, so you have a choice in what you want to pick, right? Like Reaper? I don't play enough Reaper to know, unfortunately. You'll naturally do the 4. Okay, so you do eventually do the 4. Yeah. But you kind of have a choice in which process to start with. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The dotted lines. And remember the whole flank hind rules. Each of these finishers will also grant 10 Serpent Offering for your ire gauge. At the end of every basic combo, Serpent's Tail will turn into Death Rattle, just offering a bonus off-global damaging skill for you to hit before you begin your next combo. The AoE equivalent is very similar, just with a different naming convention. Steel Maw and Dread Maw are the first combo actions, Hunter's Bite and Swift Skin's Bite for the second, and Jagged Maw and Bloodied Maw for the third. They also transform Serpent's Tail into Last Lash for that bonus off-global, similar to Death Rattle, just for AoE. Those are the combo basics, but once every 40 seconds, you'll generate a charge for your Twin Blade skills. Dreadwinder will expend a charge to initiate a single target Twin Blade combo, and Pit of Dread initiates the AoE equivalent. Both of these skills apply Noxious Gnash to the target's hit while opening 2 follow-up GCDs and several damaging off-globals. Dreadwinder grants you access to Hunter's Coil for your left blade and Swiftskin's Coil for your right. Hunter's Coil does bonus damage from the flank, and Swiftskin's Coil does bonus damage from the rear, so be ready for some quick positional swaps. Now you can activate either one first, but you will activate both of them every time you activate a Twin Blade combo. Hunter's Coil grants the damage buff as well, and Swiftskin's Coil grants the haste effect. After activating everything, Twin Fang and Twin Blood will also transform into damaging off-globals, granting bonus potency if activated in the right order. Just follow the dotted line. Also, keep in mind that all Twin Blade GCDs have a longer recast than your other attacks, 3 seconds before the haste buff and skill speed. Pit of Dread does the same just for AoE, granting access to Hunter's Den and Swiftskin's Den, without positional bonuses, of course. Basically, both of your Twin Blade combos rapidly apply Noxious Gnash and grant you both of your combo buffs, damage and haste. Great for quickly getting your opener going or for mid-fight maintenance while doing a ton of damage. Each of the follow-up GCDs, both Hunters and Swiftskin for single and AoE, also grant 5 Serpent Offering each. Now, they do have a generic range attack as well, but the only other skill I haven't mentioned is Slither, which is their gap closer. It lets them dash to either an enemy or an ally.
Okay.
So, Dragoons, looks like you're not alone in the no defensive category anymore. In fact, they have even less than you. You have Life Surge. They don't even have that. They don't have any raid damage either. So it's like no defensives like Dragoon. In fact, less because no Life Surge. And they're a selfish DPS. So they're going to have to crank some damage in order to be, well, competitive with the other melees. Except that even Dragoon has Life Surge and Battle Litany and all stuff. So Viper's performance is going to need to be top-notch because it's also going to be competing probably with Samurai as they fulfill a similar sort of space. Now, in my original video, I posed an opener that was contingent on learning more specifically about the red diamonds on the job gauge. We weren't exactly sure potency-wise how it all...
Well, it kind of has to be the best or close to, right? Otherwise, what's its purpose? Perfect job for side no worrying about the raid party. Honestly, fuck the raid party. I'd solo if I could.
Work out, and frankly, I haven't had time to do all the math either. That being said, this opener still seems to largely work out. I just have all the proper names for everything now. I'm largely following the Endwalker Samurai buff prio on damage buff versus haste buff first. With the longer GCDs, maybe it's better to get the haste one going, but I'm going to leave that to the math people. I also wonder about using Uncoiled Fury during buffs. It has a longer GCD like most of the Twin Blade attacks, but it's 900 potency for that longer GCD plus the OGCDs that follow. If you can only fit one more GCD and OGCD sets into buffs, then Uncoiled Fury's 900 potency certainly wins in that moment against Dreadwinder. It's also, in the case of there being an AoE, I think it would be a pretty clear choice as well. However, again, it doesn't generate 10 gauge, it's got that longer GCD, but if you're comparing it to Dreadwinder, then the longer GCD doesn't really matter as much, so I'm going to leave this to the math people, but my common sense dictates that if you had only one final option, that this would probably win. I just wonder about the over-the-fight loss of using it from melee range versus when you use it from ranged. You don't have to worry about losing gauge because you wouldn't be generating gauge in that time anyway. So it would just be weird for me to sit on 3 diamonds forever until you have a ranged moment, unless they plan on giving us ranged moments a lot more, and that's not a common thing. And that would actually make it a lot more interesting for Viper. Overall, the job is pretty fast and fun to play. It's very executional based with a lot of positionals. And what was really confusing to me when I was playing it is trying to read how all the skills interacted and transformed and everything, when the job really just boils down to, now say it with me in the comment section, follow the dotted line. All of them. There's dotted lines everywhere. And it really makes the gauge kind of silly in a sense. It's like one of them just tracks things.
Oh no, and it's Pride Month, Mr. Happy, you can't say that.
You know, like a general resource, you know, gain and then use, and the other one tracks your combo. It's kind of like with Dancer's Gauge where it tracks your dance steps. And I'm like, I never use that. It kind of just feels that way, but it looks fancy and it looks intimidating. So I don't know. It's just kind of weird overall. But at the very least, when you get through to it, it does feel pretty good to play. I don't know if it's going to be something that I dabble with a whole lot as someone who gets stuck on fizz ranged all the time, but I'll definitely check it out on launch. It will be the first job that I level, and I'm even going to be cosplaying as a Viper for the launch of, well, for the early access launch of the game. So I'm looking forward to getting more in tune with the job and getting to spend more time with it, and probably sweating a lot in that outfit. Anyway, that is going to be a wrap for my video overview guide, whatever, for Viper and Dawntrail. Be sure to like and subscribe and check out all the changes to the existing jobs and check out what I have to say about Pictomancer. I did a video on that for the live letter as well, and you probably want to see what I got right, what I got wrong, and what's changed since that first video.
Yeah, that was very dense. Obviously, looking at a new job, it is gonna be, but that was very dense. Because also I don't think everything that he was saying was actually happening on screen as he was doing it. I think he was just showing off a general rotation and then like a general cooldown window and then kind of just talking through it. But yeah. I mean, overall, follow the dotted line. Okay. Yeah, they have two single target sets, 2 AoE sets, and then they have their like burst, which is 5 buttons with 5 OGCDs, right? And I think that was kind of how it worked. No defensives, no group utility. Yeah. Yep. Watch Dragoon. I want to check out Samurai next. Samurai is my big one. I can check out Dragoon, but I'm not like too. I'm not like too too bothered either way. I guess what I mean, like too concerned either way. Wait, the Samurai job breakdown is 3 minutes. Monk was 8.
Hey everyone, Mr.
Wait, yo, check this. No, I'm just saying it's like, oh, we don't get much. Yo, look at this. Look at this. Hold on, Snacky. That's beautiful. What? That's insane. Now, if I can combine that and this together, you both get kissies. Kissies! I'll be there eventually. I mean, it's fantastic. It captures my essence. It captures my essence. That's so good. Why are you providing so much free unpaid labor in addition to moderating? Because look at this man's face. He needs all the help that he can get. Come on, look at him. This man can't go it alone. Look at his eyes. He's crying. Why wasn't there any MSQ today? Because, do you know what the Mediator is, Ark? Do you play Final Fantasy XIV? Have you heard of Dawntrail? It's an up-and-coming expansion. It's very highly anticipated. There are a lot of Final Fantasy XIV players that are generally interested in finding out more about that. Nah, I do want to do more MSQ. I'm going to do some bonus streams this weekend. Yeah. I'm quad legend. Oh, gets called out. Gets called out, immediately drops the quad legend. Why no penta legend? Wait, hold on. UCOB, top, DSR, uwu. Top. T. Yeah, why no Penta, huh? Scrub. Noob. Okay, let's check out Samurai.
Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on all of the Samurai updates coming to 14 in Dawn Trail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early, and that includes checking out all the job changes. So be sure to check out all my other videos. I'll have a link to a playlist in the description so you can easily find all of them. Quick disclaimer, Dawn Trail is still in development, so everything you see here, skills, abilities, potencies, whatever, it's all still subject to change. So don't be surprised if anything changes come early access. Now, while Samurai is mostly similar to before, it has gotten some notable changes level 90 and under. Most importantly, Tsubame Geishi is now only usable after using Mech Yoshisui, which provides the Tsubame Geishi ready buff for 30 seconds. This eliminates one element of the Samurai cooldown management, so consider it quality of life.
Wait, what? How does that?
Now, while Samurai is mostly similar to before, it has gotten some notable changes level 90 and under. Most importantly, Tsubame Geishi is now only usable after using Mech Yoshisui.
Oh. Yeah. Which is the 3, like, yeah, so you can't well, you can't double dot. Right? Wait, no. Oh. Am I back? Am I live? Oh my goodness. Yay! Am I back on YouTube? I'm back on YouTube. Yay! Yay! Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome back. What was I saying? Tsubame Geishi killed stream. No! Yeah, same link on YouTube. Seems to be fine. Luckily. If it does go down, then I'll do another YouTube link. So just be, just check the page, but it should be fine. Okay. Yeah, my last words were you can't double dot anymore, but that's a lie. I misunderstood what was the, forgive me, because obviously I've got all these different class abilities, so sometimes I get confused, I forget. So, oh yeah, skipping all of MSQ. Yeah, I'm just going to buy a boost to the end of MSQ so that I can just do more media tour stuff. Yeah. No, but I am doing some bonus streams this weekend, I think is my plan. I would like to. I'm still going to try and get outside tomorrow and do some stuff, but then hopefully and I know the Formula 1 is on, but I'm going to try and do some stuff, some stream stuff, even for a few hours, just so I can get something. Maybe it'll be some MSQ, I don't know. Cyber doesn't understand Mr. Happy's convo. Oh, what a throwback, huh? You can't double dot, you're correct. Wait, am I correct? I mean, you can still, yeah, I mean, yeah. Do you think WoW is doing that now or not? What do you mean, Kink? Is WoW doing what? Oh, it doesn't work on Higanbana? Oh, wait, really? Ah. Okay, so you can't quick double dot, but you could slow double dot. Okay. Do you think, yeah, make your own mid-array? Yeah. I got them confused.
Which provides the Tsubame Geishi ready buff for 30 seconds. This eliminates one element of the Samurai cooldown management, so consider it quality of life. They also removed the ability to use Tsubame Geishi on Higanbana, which was pretty fair because most everyone I know says never to do it. They also gave an update to Shoha. There's no longer two different ones. Instead, Shoha itself is just a line AoE now. This addresses the common complaint from Endwalker of button bloat with Shoha 1 and 2. Finally, for 90 and under changes, Third Eye got a skill upgrade. At level 82, Third Eye now becomes Tengetsu. It still provides the gauge upon being hit, but now also grants Tengetsu's foresight for 8 seconds. This will heal the samurai when the buff expires, so it acts like a delayed heal. It's sort of bringing back Merciful Eyes in some capacity, but it's on a time.
Isn't that... Wait, is there...
Timer. It still provides below with Shoha 1 and 2. Finally, for 90 and under changes, Third Eye got a skill upgrade. At level 82, Third Eye now becomes Tengetsu.
Okay,
it still provides the gauge upon being hit, but now also grants Tengetsu's foresight for 8 seconds. This will heal the samurai when the buff expires, so it acts like a delayed heal. It's sort of bringing back Merciful Eyes in some capacity, but it's on a timer and not like a separate button. Now for post-90s stuff, first are some standardist things across all of the melee.
I mean, is that going to be very... I guess it depends on the boss design, if there's like a lot of damage going out quite regularly, because realistically, if you've got your shield, like normally within that 8-second window, if you're low health, your healers will heal you up, you'd hope. But I guess it depends on fight design, how meaningful that'll be. It'll be meaningless outside of solo play. I was going to say, like, normally if there's a threat that you'd shield for, that heal would be worthwhile. You know what they could probably do is just, like, you can reactivate it at any point within an 8-second window or something. And then, like, off GCD, you can just, like, press your defensive and then, boom, get, like, an instant heal burst or something. If they're going to do that, I don't know. Maybe that's a bad idea.
At level 94, you get Enhanced Second Wind, bumping the potency of that up to 800. You also get Way of the Samurai 3 at that same level, coming with a ton of potency updates.
Yeah, same with mine.
Then at level 98, you get Enhanced Feint, which increases the debuff
the
duration
second win.
Seconds.
Some might say
For
the
brand
third
new
win.
stuff, there's a bunch of transform skills and some new follow-up attacks. At level 92, you get Hakaze Mastery, transforming your most basic GCD into Gyofu. It's just nice to have a new animation.
Chat,
Hakaze
hey,
Mastery,
why don't you fuck yourselves? How's that for an upgrade?
Transforming your most basic GCD into Gyofu. It's just nice to have a new animation and some more damage after all these years. At level 94, you get Enhanced Hisatsu, which reduces the cooldown on
Chat, I'm
summoning during
sorry.
60 seconds, and it'll feel nice to get the extra use out of those in longer fights. At level 96, you get Enhanced Ikishoten 2, which causes the buff to grant Zanshin
Chat,
ready
I'm
for
sorry.
30 seconds upon use. This changes Ikishoten into Zanshin on your hotbar, a 900 potency off global that hits in a cone in front of you with a 60% fall off after the first target. It costs 50 gauge, so you'll basically be using Ikishoten on Zanshin. Another big OGCD to use during buffs. Finally, at level 100, you get Enhanced Mekkyo Shisui 2. This causes the skill to grant the Tendo buff for 30 seconds. This transforms your next either Tenka Goken or Midare Setsugeka into Tendo Goken or Tendo Setsugeka, buffing their potencies and giving them new animations. Tendo
I was gonna go for the chicken tendy buff.
also affects your Tsubame Geishi follow-ups, which will transform into Tendo Keishi equivalents to match the potencies of the Tendo buffed Sen skills. Basically, you use these skills in the exact same way. They're just way stronger. So Samurai has mostly preserved what it was with a few simple updates. The bonus heal on Tengetsu screams Deep Dungeon to me, though its mid-fight use case is really good too. Heck, I think they just got tired of Samurai's early pulling bosses for the extra gauge, you know what I mean? So they gave him a delayed heal. Shoha being one button is great now, and it otherwise should feel like almost the same job. Every expansion this job gets more and more massive hits, and I get more and more jealous. So Samurai mains, I think you're probably eating good. Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for my video on Samurai in Dawn Trail. Be sure to like, subscribe, and check out all the other changes in that playlist in the description. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Until then, take care. Hey, everyone.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so mostly, like, I mean, more or less, like, unchanged, but... Yeah. More or less unchanged. Top comment. Mr. Happy's pronunciation of the Japanese names has gotten so much better since Stormblood. I gotta be honest, that's the worst part about playing Samurai in FF, is that everyone feels the need to tell you about how you pronounced it wrong and it's not correct Japanese, and how they watch a lot of anime and how that they know how to speak Japanese at a basic level, and you know, and you just, all you have to do is just hit him with a didn't ask, don't care, and I think that's appropriate. At least he doesn't live in Japan and not speak Japanese. Yeah, well, hey, Snaku, how about your life falls apart and you have 2 months to pull it together and try and figure out what to do? And you're 30, by the way. How about that, huh? How about that? You try fitting and learning another language with your life falling down around you, huh? Also, I'm British. It's my birthright. I don't have to learn another language, okay? Sai, what the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean? When's the last time you checked word of the day? The other day, actually. I have notes. He says, it's word of the day. Yeah, I checked a couple days ago. Notes. Things. Colonial mentality. Hell yeah, baby! Biggest empire in the world. What's up? You're just jealous. You're just jealous we had the biggest empire. You know you would have done it if you could have. Former. Okay. 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 Like all my ham is former. No. It's Puerto Rican. This is unacceptable. Hey, aren't you guys going to become the 51st state soon? Isn't that happening? When's that happening? While you were busy doing the MSQ, I studied the dictionary. I have not been busy doing the MSQ. Right, is there anything else that we want to check out from the media tour? Or are we done and dusted, guys? Can we do some MSQ? Should we do a couple hours of MSQ? I'm just thinking if there is anything else media tour-wise that I really care about. Oh, red cactus, is this big? Hey. Alright, let's do it then, bud. Oh, a sand sucker. Okay, we can start with some AoE. Do some of this. Oh no. Oh, his health isn't moving. Uh-oh. 20,000 needles, we dodge. Oh wait, I used the wrong thing. Yeah, this isn't looking good for me. Hold on. I got this. No, I live. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. My chocobo is not looking so hot. I urge you put down the fist weapon. Step away from the tree. That was not good. Is this an A rank or this is an A rank? Yeah, this is an A rank, not S. Look, he's as surprised as I am. Whoa! He still wants it. He still wants it. Oh, good lord. He remembers what I did. He remembers what I did, man. Okay, so I don't fight him. Sure. Sure. What was I gonna say? Yeah, is there anything else from Media Tour that we care about, guys, that I should check out? Any cool other interviews? Anything? Anyone's like, oh, yo, did you check? Because I know there's like thousands of videos that have gone out right now. So anything else that we think is cool? Oh yeah, anything from Jesse Cox? You guys were talking about him. Like, he might have some stuff. I checked out the Preach interview. I checked out the Preach interview, the author's interview, and then I watched the Mr. Happy Monk and class guides. His is funny. Yeah, don't promise me a good time. Don't threaten... Wait, what? Don't promise me a good time? Don't threaten me with a good time. His is very spoilers. Oh, really? Xeno, maybe man mode? What kind of stuff did Xeno do? Did he do an interview? That's one of the spiciest ranks. Oh, A ranks. I'm learning in this game, anytime you see a monster that is red, you should not attack it. Tank coverage plus all tooltips. Okay. I might check out the warrior thing. I might not check it today, but maybe I'll check it like next stream or something. Whether that be tomorrow or Monday or whatnot. Because that would be cool. I do want to check it out. I am considering playing some warrior at some time soon in the near future. You know, I know that's been a long time coming for a lot of you guys. Wanted me to get on tank. Wanted me to experience the game as a tank and go in man mode. Because he has some nice videos about Mediator as well. Okay, more just like general stuff. Just like, hey, this was nice. This is what we did. Okay. If the Jesse Coxing is good, I'd be down to watch some of it, yeah? Yeah, so... Yeah, is it worth the... Maybe we watch the Jesse one? Maybe watch this? Yeah, Quasi did a vlog that was behind the scenes. That would also be... Actually, I kind of want to watch some of that as well, because that'll be cute to comment on. Can we know what the spoilers are on Jesse's ones first? Yeah, good idea. Very good idea, I like that. I'm going... Guys. What time is it? You tell me. What time is it? It's tinkle time. It's tinkle time. Oh, I need to shave. Oh, no. I need to shave. What do you guys think? Is that a shave angle? The beard makes you look like an adult? Do you not feel like I present myself as an adult? Do you not think I'm adult presenting? Nah, probably not. You look young for your age. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Thank you. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Are you 19 or something? Something like that. Something like that. Wish I didn't have to. True. Right, let me run this ad. I'll be 2 seconds. I'm just gonna tinkle and then we play, okay? 1 sec. Yo, chat, just waiting for the kettle to boil and then I'm ready to go. Oh my god, I've just been standing in the kitchen making myself laugh. Making myself laugh. I'll tell you all about it in a sec. Sorry, there's more than just Australia and New Zealand and OCE. Yeah, there's like all the, there's all like the other ones. I know. Wait, how have you seen it so quick, Palm? Wait, come on. Such a silly goose. Tom, did you laugh? Tell me you laughed. Surely. Nah, come on, let me show you the tweet. Come on, let me show you the tweet. It's a good one. So there's been a lot of people tweeting that I've seen. Peeing and calling him out. You know where I was. I've seen quite a few people tweeting out like they're upset about not getting invited to the media tour, and you know, it's a bummer. Like obviously, you know, during these times, normally a lot of people kind of be like, they'll voice their frustration or their kind of disappointment in not getting invited, and I totally get it. And you know, and I was like, oh, maybe I should put out a tweet like, yo, you know, keep working hard, whatnot. Like, you know, you didn't get it this time, but there's many reasons for that. It's not just, you know, everyone's always going to take it to heart when they don't get invited to a media tour. They're always, or like something like that, you know, but whether it be like BlizzCon or anything like that, they're always going to be like, oh, it must be because of me. Sometimes it's just other factors, you know, maybe just, you know, there's just other stuff going on. They only have a certain amount of spots, etc. But dude, oh, come on, I absolutely roasted this guy. Hey Russ, I heard the terrible news. You missed out on FF14 Media Tour 2026. On account of not being caught up with the story. Sorry to hear that. Better luck next time, Chip. Oh, I was giggling to myself, dude. Nah, that's definitely more than a 6 out of 10. That's at least a 7.5. Come on. Ivory Thorn thinking? What's that? Sorry. I don't know who Ivory Thorn is. It kind of sounds like a bank, maybe. I think it's a 5.4 out of 10. I think it's a 7.0 out of 10. Oh, Ivory Throne. Wait, okay, I'm going to Google this because you keep writing one word at a time and I don't get it. Ivory Throne. What is an Ivory Throne? Toilet? You're saying it's a shit tweet? Is that what you're saying? Nah, come on. Leave him alone? I'm not leaving him alone. Wait, this isn't fair. You guys are supposed to be my viewers. You're supposed to back me up. You can't go and defend him. So far, I've had Palm and Snaku both comment trying to shut me down. You guys are supposed to be like my little minions. You know? I watch you both. Yeah, but like it's like shared custody, Storm. Like when you're having weekends with Daddy, then we're the best, okay? And we're having a fun time. And then when you go with Mommy for the week, Monday, Friday, then you have a good time with Mom, okay? And you forget Dad exists. But like you have like it's like a custody thing. When Russ is streaming and he's live, you can shit on me all you want, right? You know, Russ Jam or whatever we spam in the chat. But when it's my turn with you, don't make me get the lawyers involved. It's my weekend with chat. It's more fun to shit on you when you're here. Okay, well, if Russ comes back at me with a response, then I expect that you guys will defend me then, okay? Yes? We're minions, not goons. No, you're my little goonies. You're my little goonies, man. But the video authors just uploaded in React? Oh, short and cute. Okay. Just like chat. I'm your gooner. You're my little gooner. Daddy, please help me. Daddy bear. Yeah. We can see your divorce. Yeah. You can tell that I'm the dad in the relationship of me and Russ because of how my room is. So far, I have a bed and a green screen that I haven't even used. And then I have me. And that's my apartment. It's kind of like a bachelor pad, you know? Yeah. Yeah. It was a good tweet. It was a good tweet. Thanks, chat. It was a good tweet. "24-man Savage and Happy Birthday Xeno." Okay, what is this?
そう。
Wait, what? What does he say?
Wow.
It's Uncle Xeno's birthday. He's saying it in Japanese, yeah? Kiowa? Oh, Xeno's something. Okay. Oji-san. Ah. Oh, Oji being uncle. Wait. Like Oji-san being uncle, yeah? Oh, that's so cute. That's so nice that he didn't do it for him. He did it for Xeno. That's Arthurs is a stand-up guy, man. Honestly, dude, I don't think there's a bad FF creator. Like, okay, I don't want to claim that just in case, but like that's a bold claim. But like, dude, you know, sometimes in some scenes, some of the top creators, like, they're not so nice. They're not really, you know, they're kind of, maybe they got like egos, whatnot, whatever. But like, dude, stand-up guy, man. That's so nice. So nice to do that for a friend. Not even for him.
Dude, I do this for you, Xeno.
What?
This is for you.
That's for me. Wait, what?
Oh, wait, because he's speaking Japanese, Xeno's filming? Wait, really? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I didn't realize Xeno's filming. Oh, that's so... I was like, oh, I wonder when they're going to get a chance to present it to him. He's literally like... He's just like... What's going on? Just holding the camera. How long is his name?
That's very cute. Do you want to get a group photo also?
I mean, if he lets us, yeah.
Yeah.
友達思い。
ありがとう。まあ、一つ緊張するね。24人の霊式開発予定あるの。まあ、
24-man Savage.
男女の最低力もあるし、8人も霊式列もあるし、24人計画ある。
今ね、何にも言えないけど、楽しみにしてる。
はい。はい。
I'll think about it in the future.
ありがとう、ありがとう。はい。一緒にあげよう。
Oh.
Happy birthday! This is for you, Xeno. I'll put it for you, but happy birthday. Happy birthday, Xeno.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's really cute, man. Yeah, that's super cute. Cutest FF streamer with a kiss. I'm gonna put a kiss. I love how Xeno... I love that you linked this video, and it's on the back of me tearing Russ apart on Twitter. Okay, not tearing him apart, but like me, like, you know, me like taking a dig at Russ. And then, meanwhile, Arthurs is like, Xeno, my love, I love you more than my wife. Please take this gift from Yoshida-san. And I'm there like, Hey, doesn't Rust suck? Oh, that's funny, dude. I'm a nasty man. I'm a nasty piece of work on it. This is thing. We did the purity test, and I realize I'm toxic. I'm a toxic person. I'm not highly competitive. I'm not a gold buyer. I'm not a sussy adventure plate user or anything like that. I'm not a Balmung enjoyer, but I'm toxic. Standard British guy friends, to be honest. Exactly, huh? Naoki Ricardo Acevedo Rodriguez Yoshida. Is that actually his full name? I feel like I want to say no, but it sounds just outrageous enough. He's from Mexico. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Is that why he put tacos in the game with Graham eating tacos in Dawn Trail? You enjoyed your one trip to Balmung? I actually took a second trip to Balmung. I put photographic evidence of it in my general channel in Discord. He's actually Soken is born and raised in Mexico. Guys, I don't believe anything you say. You didn't put fun facts, Naku, so I don't believe you. Nah, I don't trust you guys in chat anymore. You guys trying to make me look stupid, which I can do on my own. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be watching this Jesse Cox video, right? Can anyone link? What am I looking at? Should I just Google Cox? Oh, have we got it? Wait, no. Hold on. Let me just Google. Boop.
You know, where's the payoff?
Saying it's spoilery. Some people are saying it's spoilery. Some people saying not. It's timestamped, right? So hold on. Welcome to Dawn Trail. Mediator reaction and bonus Lala supremacy. Questions with Yoshi P new players. That could be interesting. I want to look at that. Quick look at the new die system. I'll look at that as well. Viper, I don't need to watch. Picto, I don't need to watch. Important question with Yoshi. Soken's dance battle. Interesting. Edited dungeon run. Not too worried about that. Very important questions with Yoshi P and special guest. Mysteries to be uncovered. Okay, I'm definitely not going to look at that one. Yeah, has anyone watched this all the way through that can confirm? Yeah, I didn't find a single spoiler. Skipped the last part. Yeah, I feel like the last part is worth skipping. Welcome to Dawn Trail. I can probably skip as well. It's probably, you know, I've already been through a million intros of, hey, this is the new Dawn Trail expansion. I don't need to see that again. Mediator reaction again. I'll watch the Quasi one for that one. Apparently that's good. Let's start from here. Let's watch two dies.
3. And since I did promise you some
sorry, my music is The question part is quite non-spoilery. Okay, that's good.
Shots. Here's some of the new die system. Obviously, I didn't spend a lot of time deep diving this as some of the other people at the event did. Again, go watch the amazing creators who are out there who definitely spent more hours on this, and I'm talking hours. There were some people who this was half their day just messing with the die system. Me, all I really wanted to do was, one, create the Assassino, which
I feel
yes,
like Assassin's Creed. Wow, nice.
And then mess around with some of the cool colors here. And then just see how easy it was to use. Cool. And spoiler, it's pretty easy. It's exactly how you
Hold on, do we have any Lola-based Assassin's Creed puns? Come on, chat. Normally you're really good. You guys did a really good job with the Scions of Bread the other day. Do you guys have any Lola-based Assassin's Creed puns? I've not played enough of the game. Very good, though. Very good.
Think you'd use it. And 2, I wanted to create a Realm outfit from the best game ever made, Final Fantasy VI, which, now that I think about it, I really hope the job quest for Picto involves drawing Ultros, because that would be hilarious. Anyway, as you can see, I tried to mess around with it, and then I realized in-game Realm colors and Amano Realm colors are different. So I just wanted to see if I could pull off both. And I think I did. It was fun.
Oh.
But I definitely had other things to do that day. And now, questions with Yoshi P.
Okay. Yeah, the 2-die system seems pretty chill. Like, yeah, seems good. Is this what you guys were hoping it was going to be? I'm not much of a glamour guy, you know? Like, I mean, I am, but I don't like deep, you know, I don't make like really impressive sets and everything the way that you guys do. Right, am I as OGS for FFR? Right. The UI is excessive, yeah, you think? I think that's just a case of like FF. I'll be honest, a lot of the FF14 UIs are like kind of just an amalgamation of things. They're just, they seem as if they're like relics of the past that have somehow been attempted to be brought forward into the present. Yes, FF system, like, UIs are not amazing, he says cautiously, because people will get mad at him. But yeah.
I just wanted to see if I could pull off both. And now, questions with Yoshi P.
The thing is, I think that speaks to Japan in general. So, like, the design of Japan, its infrastructure, does it get the job done? Yes. Is it pretty? Not really. You know, they got you walk down the streets, there's cables everywhere. There's just like the way that they do shit is like, it looks a bit messy, but it functions and it works very well. And I think that's the Japanese way, is like, does it work? Yes. Done. Good enough for me. Yeah.
You said today, and you said in previous live
letters. I want her shirt so bad, man. I don't know. Is anyone else just like, I love this color. I love this color, and I just love the Dawn. Like, I don't know, just the text. I like the font. I really need this shirt, man. I'm obsessed over it. Like, I really want it. I love the color. It's so nice.
FanFest.
It's just simple.
The player base has grown
it's Robin's
dramatically
egg blue.
in the last 10 years. And as more players try out the game for the first time and try to experience Final Fantasy XIV and try to catch up to their friends who are already playing, there's a pretty big barrier of entry to get through 500 plus hours of a game.
Great question.
Or to get through the overwhelming opening in order to get to their friends. What advice would you have for them? Or what kind of suggestions? Or maybe what you and the team are doing to make that easier?
そうですね。なんかすごくそこは悩ましいと僕自身も思っていて、ただやっぱりファイナルファンタジー14のここまでの成長、まあ JC さんもそうですけど、やっぱりストーリーを体験して、まあいろんなその衝撃だったり、まあ時にはこう涙をしてくれたりっていうところを僕もよく動画で拝見しているので、その体験あってのストーリー体験あっての14だっていう思いは僕自身すごくこだわってきたからこそまず強いです。
It is
definitely.
Wait,
what? Wait, I'm just looking at this. They're saying that there's 30. Oh, this is the total number of players. This is the total number of unique accounts created since it began. This isn't like current active players. 30 million would be insane. This is just total accounts created, I think, right? The axis says it doesn't. It just says it says number of players in millions here, and then at the bottom it just says years. Just says 2015 onward. I think this must be accounts created because the thing is it never like it. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting data presentation because you can't see like there's no drop off, right? It's just showing like total. Yeah. Okay, I'm assuming that's what it is though. It's definitely not current players. But yeah, I think that's just Japanese design. Look at this website. Yeah, like Japan still runs on like fax machine. Like if you go to a convenience store, they have like fax machines that you can fax stuff for like various reasons. Yeah, they're like their websites are all like shit. But the thing is, me as a person, I love the idea of like, what is it? Function over. What does this say? Like function over form or some shit? Like function over. I don't know. Whatever it is. Function over form. Yeah. I was right. I hate like, oh, well, like, you know, we spent way more money on like making this thing like look really nice, but it's shit. And like, I'd rather just it function really well, and I don't care what it looks like. I'm just very practical like that. I'm the same with food. I don't care what it looks like. Last night I had chicken with a banana. That was my dinner. Don't ask, it fit my macros. But I had chicken and banana. I was like, yeah, man, good meal. Good combo. Works for me. So yeah, I'm just that kind of guy, but I like it. It's nice.
Difficult
anyway,
to address
focus
here
on this.
because it is thanks to the story that Final Fantasy XIV has grown to such a large audience, and I believe, Jesse, you too, you've experienced the different elements throughout the narrative, sometimes that are shocking, sometimes that are emotional, and we've seen your reaction videos as well. So you know, we are very particular about the story that we conveyed through Final Fantasy XIV.
僕、ちょっと余談ですけど、覚えてるのが、シャドウブリンガーズをクリアした時のビデオで、大きくこううなずきながら
Jesse Cox is a big personality, isn't he? I can tell.
拍手をしてくれてるんですよ。
I've never seen any of his content.
本当に作ってきてよかったなって思っていて、やっぱり感動とかそのストーリー体験っていうのを味わってもらいたいっていう思いがまだ僕の中には結構強い。
And kind of going off tangent, but we remember a video that you've done once you finished Shadowbreakers and the end credits were rolling and you were nodding like really big and just clapping, and we remembered that, and you know it warmed our hearts though.
Okay, I'm safe.
Yoshida felt that wow, it was really worth making a story up to this point. So there are elements where we still want the players to go through and experience some of those moving moments in the story, and that feeling still remains rather strong.
でも、ハイデリン・ゾディアーク編がエンドウォーカーで1回完結したので、実は 6.1 から 6.0 までを全てスキップして 6.1 から新しいプレイヤーが始められるための仕組みっていうのは実は用意はしていて、あとは僕がゴーサインを出すかどうかだけっていうところまで準備はしてました。
Thanks, Annie. That's really sweet.
That said, of course, we just concluded a 10-year saga with the Hydaelyn Zodiac saga, and the team was making preparations on having a system where players...
Wait, hold on. That was you said he's a fun guy. I enjoy his lore explanation video in comparisons to WoW. Which made me invested in the comparison. And then you said Psy embodies this. That sounds nice, right? Fun guy, good videos, good content, invested. Yes? Good? Oh, wait, what else did you say? Wait, what else did you say? I embody girl dinner? I don't even know what that means. What's girl dinner? Is girl dinner like a... Oh, girl dinner is like a Diet Coke and a chocolate bar. That's like girl dinner, right? Have I watched the Jesse Cox WoW comparison video? No, but I really want to now. I really want to. Wow, I thought Annie was being really nice. I was like, wow, that's, you know, hey, I wouldn't have made that but like, wow, that's nice. And then you're like, no, I just think your meals suck, sorry. I'm like, oh, okay. I get, okay.
And
also, I'm drinking a Diet Coke right now.
The team was making preparations on having a system where players can skip all the way to patch 6.1 and just not.
Oh, sorry. So they are looking at the system.
And the team was making preparations.
Yeah, so they finished the
Hydaelyn
Saga.
Where players can skip all the way to patch 6.1 and just not have to go up to the story through 6.0, so that new players wouldn't have to worry about going through such a large amount of content. And the team was just waiting for whether or not Yoshida would give the green light.
ただ結果的には今回もゴーサインは出さずに
Okay, that's interesting. So they were preparing for that idea, but it looks like they're changing their minds.
やっぱり世界中たくさんの皆さんが14のストーリーはいいよ、ストーリー以外からやってみてほしいって言ってくださってるのを もう少しつけてもいいかなって思ったところが大きくて。
You know what? I really want to make my how to improve ARR video from the perspective of a WoW player and somebody who's played other MMOs. I really want to make my video on that perspective, like what it's like coming into Final Fantasy, because I'm one of the new age of FF like WoW Refugee / like FF new Rush players, right? So I really want to make that video of what I think based on the experience in 2024. That's what I'm thinking. I really want to make that.
でもだからこそ、その新しく始めるプレイヤーの皆さんに言いたいのは、レベルキャップだけとかだったらいつでも追いつけるゲームデザインになってるので、追いつこうっていう心理で遊ぶんじゃなくて、ドラマを見てる感覚で
I believe in crystal sniffing,
もらえれば、
crystal
気がついたら
licking.
追いついてるよ。だから焦らないでっていう話をまだ今はさせてもらうのでいいかなって思ってたりします。
But as you can see, Yoshida has not given the green light for a system like that, and we are going to maintain what we have been doing up to this point, because there's just so many people who have thought highly of the story of Final Fantasy XIV around the world, and so many people have thankfully recommended their friends to try out Final Fantasy XIV because of the story. So Yoshida feels that, well, I think we could still kind of maintain that for now. And 14 is what it is because of its robust story. So for new players, I think the suggestion would probably be,
don't turn away from it.
We understand that the level cap is 100 and it may seem like a lot, but don't think of it as like, oh, I need to catch up right now. Like, you can go at your own pace.
I fully feel that with this game.
Line of the story, your level will go up naturally, and by the time you get through most of the story, your level will have already caught up. So kind of like you're watching a drama or something. Like, just take it at your own pace.
ただ最後に言っとくけど、毎回悩んではいる。
But I do want to emphasize one last time that every time it is a struggle whether or not we allow for that.
All right, let's talk jobs. On the screen.
Did stream die? Yeah, my internet has been a bit spotty. I'm gonna check. Maybe I could do like a router restart or something. Like normally, I don't know. I find like you just reset your router every few weeks and everything's fine. You know, bosh. For whatever reason. Just good. Okay, questions of the Yoshi P. I think they do need to lean into. I mean, we spoke earlier about the new player experience. I think I want to do a separate video about that in general. Yeah. I don't think they should necessarily turn away from what they're doing. I think, you know, they should lean into it, right? Like they said, the game is what it is because of the story and stuff. Like, if you deprive a new player of that, are they going to have the same engagement with the game? Like, I think for a lot of people getting invested in the story, and especially since they, like, this is the thing as well, they're trying to achieve a goal. When they said that Shadowbringers and Endwalker were very solo player focused, part of that is the story. And a lot of people just play this game for the story. So, I think... don't think you're depriving them when a new game plus feature is still there. Yeah. But like, what I mean is like, obviously they can always go back and do the story, but I mean, like, depriving them of that being the beginning of their journey, you know? I think when you think about it from a new player coming into, some people have never played an MMO before. And if they're coming into this experience, like, wow, I have free reign, I can go wherever I want. Wow, there's like all these people around me, like, and then the story and everything, like, that experience can be, like, that's the story growing with them and their experience. For many people, might be very important. For me, I love the story, but like, I obviously am a very experienced MMO player, so I didn't like need that per se. I could have consumed the story at any point in my experience, and I would have enjoyed it. But for me, you know, I'm aware that there are people that experience content differently and have had different experiences in gaming from me. So, yeah, I can see their approach of wanting to not like turn away from that per se and not do like necessarily like a story skip. up until Endwalker or up until Dawn Trail or something. I can see them not wanting to, like, you know, make changes there necessarily. My big thing is just, because ultimately I think if you're invested in a good story, yes, it's a very, very, very long story, but if you're invested, then you'll see it through. And ultimately, if you're playing through this game, you can do the whole, every single expansion like a month. If that was your focus, you could get through it pretty quick. So it's only me as a streamer that it's taking me so long. So I don't think it's that's, you know, it's that big a deal. But I do think that they should improve the gameplay at early levels, as we already spoke about earlier, so I won't rehash that conversation, but that's where I think they should focus on. If you're invested in a story and you like a story game, then you're going to enjoy Final Fantasy story, in which case they don't need to convince you to play that. But what if you're somebody who's not invested in the story and you got to go all the way through AR to Endwalker? It's like, oh my god, it's so long, I don't want to do that. Like, maybe you're just here for the combat. That's the audience that I think they should be trying to focus on improving their experience, because that's something tangible that you can actually just be like, yes, we can improve it here and there, and it's just like objectively can be improved. Whereas the story is like, well, which bits do we keep, which bits do we cut, and maybe some people want the full story and yada yada. So yeah, that's what I think. But I think that's pretty decent. What about important questions with Yoshi P Soken's dance battle? I feel like this is like a inside joke or something.
P.
Final Fantasy XIV is known for some really interesting rain mechanics and some very fun boss fights that are more of a dance than actual combat. Moving around.
Why is my net's fucking up, isn't it? Hold on.
Avoiding various mechanics. And I saw on Twitter that Soken had commented that the video game Alan Wake 2 had a very good fight music number. What is the chance that we will one day see a full-on dance battle in Final Fantasy XIV?
どうなんだろうな、ダンスに限らないんですけど、ちょっと最近、まあ僕、まあチームにも話してるし、
I think in general I would like to see them experiment with different fight design.
なんだろう、こうエキサイトメント
Maybe not as like a last boss or a final tier boss, but like a first boss, second boss, something that kind of like it doesn't.
ダンスバトルかどうか
Like realistically, who cares about the first or second boss of a tier? No one's like, oh my god, that was the best boss ever. So like, you know, try different things.
応用したものがちょっと多いなって感じてるので。
I'm glad Jesse asked the important questions. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, but I assume it's sarcasm.
コンテンツメカニクスに入れていきたいって思いは今すごく強いです。
And it might not necessarily be limited to dancing and whatnot, but we do want to deliver more excitement for the players whenever they do battle content, encounter content. So I don't know if it'll necessarily be a dance battle per se, but we have seen as of late many battle encounters where the mechanics seem very similar from one another, so we want to change that up a little bit. We want to look at how we approach battle mechanics, say bringing in more unique ideas to our content. So
まあその中にまあでもさすがに怒られるのかな、なんか特定のエモートをしないとその解除できないデバフとかでも怒られるのかな、やっぱ。
I might get yelled at for saying this, but like for example, maybe like during a battle you'd have to perform a certain emote in order to be freed for some kind of tether or something.
だってさ、バトル
I
の
changed
最
my
中
mind.
に
Stick
さ
with the basics.
紳士の前をやらなきゃダメだって言われたら、そんなもん持ってねえよみたいな人がねいたらクリアできないしね。
Like say, well, you have to perform the gentleman's dance during a battle. Like, what if you haven't obtained that?
What if I'm not a gentleman but a bad bitch? Okay, I'm gonna stop calling myself bad bitch. I've called myself that 3 times in like 2 days. Too much.
いやでもそれぐらい一回もっと開発チームはこれまでの経験を生かすっていうところはもちろんなんだけど、もっともっと自由でもっともっと面白いメカニクス、ギミックっていうのをチャレンジしていこうぜ。まあ時にはそのやりすぎてプレイヤーの皆さんが怒られることがあるかもしれないけど、よりもっと我々が プレイヤーの皆さんが想像つかないようなバトルメカニクスやコンテンツっていうのを作っていくことが結局はプレイヤーの皆さんが楽しむ要素になっていくと思うし、工夫する余地にもなってくると思うから、そこはもっと自由に行こうぜって話をしてるから、いろいろ変えていきたいところではあります。
But that said, Yoshida has been talking with the development team to encourage them to bring in new ideas and try to introduce fun or interesting mechanics where the players will have to do a little bit of thinking and trying to figure out how to sort of process the mechanics that are thrown at them. And we may make something that is a little too unusual that players might not like it, but I think we want to go back and try to introduce mechanics that players might not expect, or have them try to discuss one amongst the party members to see what they can do to figure out the mechanics, to enjoy the different battle content so that it's not just the mundane. Yoshida also wants to encourage the developers to make sure that they are free to create something interesting. And so the desire definitely is strong to bring something new and refreshing to our players.
まあその中でダンスバトルのアイデアが出てきたら実装されるかもしれないし、ただその時に
You know, I think it was a pretty memey question, but I think it's sort of extracted a really good response. Like the answer's been really good, and yeah, I think it's good that the devs are like, yeah, let's try new things. I think Destiny 2 does some really good boss design where like that. I remember going through Destiny 2 and like this first boss was just a jump puzzle, but it had some interesting components to it. Now, it was interesting the first time you did it. The second time and on like Reclear, you were just kind of like, oh, this is just free loot. Okay, turn brains off, run through, get loot. And that's kind of the challenge, I think, is like making something that's unique but is interesting even on Reclear. But then again, some bosses that are traditional, they're not fun on Reclear either. So is that really such a negative when the other, Yeah, I just think some unique ideas can be pretty cool.
一番なんていうんだろう、ショックを受けるのはコミュニティチームなんじゃないかと思うんですよ。
And say, for example, one of the developers did come up with an idea that seems to look like a dance battle, and we might try to implement something like that. I think that people who might be shocked to see something like that might be the community team.
なぜかというと、ファンフェスのステージでソケンからこのダンスバトルコミュニティチームでやってよってあいつ無茶を言い出しそうな気がするから。
The reason is, Soken might take a look at that sort of dance battle and tell the community team that, next FanFest, you guys are going to do that on stage.
もう待ってこう。
Oh, no, that's how you say it.
Speaking of...
Okay, I'm not going to look at the dungeon. Very important question. Okay, with Yoshi P and special guest. Okay.
And now, extremely important questions with Yoshi P.
Hello, Yoshida-san. It's me, Ben Starr, your best friend and sometime employee. Now, I've got a very important question. From me, from Jesse, from everyone in the Final Fantasy community. Now, 2 years ago, Jesse asked you when Lalafells will be able to ride other players like mounts. I see no evidence of this, sir. Boss.
I shouldn't have watched this video. I shouldn't have clicked.
And how are you going to finally correct this injustice? Lalafells deserve to ride other people like mounts. Imagine them. Make it happen, boss.
Chat, this was my bad. I shouldn't have clicked.
I see. ララフェルがね、他の種族にね、プレイヤーに。
Oh wait, I missed it. Hold on. Oh, sorry.
Other people like mounts. Imagine them. Make it happen, boss. Make it happen for me.
I see. ララフェルがね、他 他の種族にねプレイヤーにマウントするっていうやつね。まあグラフィックスアップデートしたからいけるかもしれんね。
Graphics update.
Well, we have started our graphics update, so could we see potential based on that?
でもその場合にはもう一個多分考えなきゃいけないのがキャラクターオプションの中にララフェルが乗ってもいいかどうかっていうチェックボックスが必要だよね。俺の背中にはララフェルは乗るなっていうチェックボックスも作んないと。
But we also have to think about consent. So will we have to add a checkbox for character creation screen? I will consent to having a Lalafell ride on my back or not.
だってそうじゃないとね、もうこれもうララフェル
Finally
いつも乗ってきてうざいってなるから。
asking the true moral questions.
それかトレードシステムのようにララフェルが乗っても乗りたいって言ってますいいですかみたいな。
Or maybe we'll have it set up like the trade system. We'll have a dialogue that pops up that says, Lalafell wants to ride that. Yes or no?
まあでもここまでヒントを出せば開発チーム本気で考えるかもしれないからな。
That said, I think by us talking about it and providing them with hints, that might spur our developers to come up with solutions.
一つお願いがあって。
There is one thing we want to request.
このジェシーのビデオが流れたら。世界中でララフェルが乗るのはありかなしかっていう議論がめっちゃ起こると思うので、そのコミュニティのフィードバックはちゃんと見ておいてね。
Bro, this question has had the longest answer to any of the questions so far, and it's just the biggest meme.
Goes live, and people will probably start discussions on Lalafell as mounting other characters, yes or no, and like a heated debate. We would love for you to follow that conversation and report back to us what your findings are.
Oh, I will.
Now comes the part that I was hinting at.
Oh, I gotta skip this, yeah? Mysteries to be uncovered? Okay, I'm gonna skip that, yeah? Yeah. Is there any point in doing the final thoughts? Probably not, right? Like, he probably just gives a little, like, I enjoyed the thing, and then, yeah. Cool. I'll give him a little, give that a little like. No, that was cool. That was good. There was definitely some good info in that. Yeah, Jesse seems like a funny guy, man. Funny dude. You guys said about me checking out this 15 years of WoW.
Over the last few weeks, I've started to notice.
Dude, we are just chain reacting today. Man, I could become just a full-time rack streamer, couldn't I? It's kind of fun. I haven't looked at enough drama videos. That's probably like what people want. We should probably do more drama. Do you guys have any good drama that we can look at? What do we got? Any Xeno video? Hey, that man is a treasure, okay? Make my own? We'll see. No, because the thing is you in chat have already shown me that you won't stick up for me and you won't defend me. You'll literally immediately run over to the other person and, like, stick up for them. So why would I ever try and create drama with anyone? I don't have any of you backing me. I need to know that I've got a unit behind me. Okay, I will actually check this out because this could be really cool. And this could be some good research for, like, a video that I kind of want to make anyway. So this could be good. This could be good.
There's a lot of familiar faces from the world of... Over the last few weeks, I've started to notice a lot of familiar faces from the World of Warcraft community taking another look at Final Fantasy XIV. So today, I want to talk about the differences between these two games, that while sharing many similar concepts, diverge in their execution of the MMO genre. As a fan of both games and 15-year veteran of WoW, I've often thought about this subject, as I now play through Final Fantasy XIV on a near-daily basis since August of last year. I frequently get asked to compare the two, and the simplest way I've been able to do so is the following. World of Warcraft is an MMORPG, while Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG MMO.
I like how he just clicks on every video without any regards for potential spoilers. No, it's fine. I've been playing WoW for a while now. There shouldn't be any spoilers. It should be okay. Is this too loud, by the way? I'm going to turn it down a little bit, but let me know if I need to turn it back up.
MMORPG, while Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG MMO. What does this mean besides hopefully sounding clever? In Final Fantasy XIV, the entire creative process, the direction, the core concepts, all of it are approached from an intrinsically different design philosophy than that of Warcraft. So it doesn't mean you can't enjoy both, it just means they're made for two very different gamers. Let me explain. I think most people have an understanding of what an MMORPG is beyond any sort of definition. There are expectations as to what that experience will be, which is...
Wait, I'm gonna say, like, going into this first point, I think... No, I don't know if I agree with that now, but I want to see if my opinion changes with how he presents this. Because, like... Final Fantasy is... Oh, I guess role-playing game. Whenever people talk about role-playing game, I always think about, like, upgrading my character. So I think about getting, like, gear and spells and thinking, like, that being the roleplay. But, like, I guess if you mean it from a context of, like, interacting with people and, like becoming your character, then, yeah, I think Final Fantasy is very RPG. Yeah. Yeah, no, okay, I guess I do agree with that. And then WoW is more of an MMO, like, yeah, it's online, it's, like, doing dungeons, doing PvP, yeah, it's, like, doing online content. Yeah, okay, no, I agree with that, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I have no idea how that became the common definition. Yeah, I don't know, but that's how a lot of people talk about RPG is, like, a progression of character, but actually it's, like, actually representation of your character, like, going through a journey as your character is the idea, right? So, yeah, I guess it depends on how you look at the definition, but, you know, yeah.
This is why after playing Final Fantasy XIV, I've come to call it an RPG MMO. Because while all the multiplayer elements are there, I believe they aren't entirely necessary. If the MMO were removed and all we were left with was the RPG, the story, the music, the gameplay, it feels like the player would still have a complete experience. This is because the team behind Final Fantasy XIV, from its inception, has put its focus squarely on storytelling. This design choice then influences every other aspect of the game, from characters to world building to music to animation, all serve to enhance the storytelling. It is without a doubt the single most vital aspect of Final Fantasy XIV. Everything comes from the story, everything is related to the story, and everything exists to service the story. So as we move forward in this video, you'll see every time I bring up a comparison or idea in Final Fantasy XIV, it's going to be in some way related to the story. And it's because of this one fact that Final Fantasy and WoW can still feel similar to a player moving between the two, but also be vastly different experiences. Let me just throw this out there. What was the story of vanilla World of Warcraft? If you had to think, it's because there was no story. There were quests, there was...
The story... Wait, did you say Warcraft 3 or World of Warcraft?
If you had to think, let me just throw this out there. What was the story of vanilla World of Warcraft?
The story of vanilla World of Warcraft was stopping the Fire Lord... And Mancrick's wife was dead, and he's sad about that. Hold on. The thing is, there's like tons of smaller okay, I think World of Warcraft does have story. It just doesn't have a whole overarching story. It doesn't have it's not like Final Fantasy is like a tree that has vines that, like, you know, interlink and like stretch out and whatnot. But it's all like interwoven and connected and stuff. Whereas like World of Warcraft is like smaller, separate stories, you know? They might not all necessarily, like, you can kind of follow a story. Like, for example, if you start in an undead zone, you kind of go through the story and progression of, like, you start in the zone. There's the Blight. There was the War of the Humans versus the Scourge. Scourge. And then you have the Blight that affected all of, like, Tearsful Glades. and everything like that, and the Sepulchre and like part of Hillsbrad and stuff, and then all of Western Plaguelands and Eastern Plaguelands. So, and Gilneas and the fight between the Scourge and Gilneas, I believe, if I'm not wrong. So like that is a story that then you start in as level 1 as an undead, and you kind of find out about, like, you know, the Scarlet and the Scarlet Crusade, and then when you get to a higher level, when you get to max level, they're relevant again, and you're doing Scarlet Crusade based content in Western Plaguelands and Eastern Plaguelands and stuff, and Stratholme, and so like there is a story. I don't like to think that there isn't a story in WoW. There's just a lot of little ones. But yeah, I'm definitely I'm gonna keep watching. I like watching this video and kind of giving my input and then like seeing what he has to say, because I like to think if I'm kind of catching what he's, you know, what he's doing and whatnot. Yeah.
If you had to think, it's because there was no story. There were quests, there was lore, certainly different adventures to get involved in, but no overarching story.
Yeah.
There was no driving force behind what you were doing,
with Panda,
besides the desire to gain levels, abilities, to see what's around the next bend or explore the next zone. The story of the World of Warcraft was what you, the player, made it. It was trying to find the right Zevras in the Barrens. It was sneaking into the undeveloped Mount Hyjal. It's trying to raid the enemy capital. Those were the experiences we remember. In fact, the most recent example of a great WoW memory I have is getting the Alliance Horde Slayer title and that achievement in BFA. The whole point is that you kill enough enemy players to literally be marked on the map as a bounty, and then people try to come kill you, and if you survive long enough, you get an achievement. It was one of the most exhilarating recent memories I have in the game. I loved every moment of it. In Final Fantasy XIV, if you ask someone their favorite...
I like that his comparisons are not like shitting on WoW and being like, FF good, WoW bad. I like that he's trying to show you the differences of these two games, but saying that they're still good. So far, this is cool.
Moment, and I did. Almost every single person is going to say theirs is related to story. Obviously, this isn't every player, as many players find the same camaraderie and accomplishment as WoW players.
Yo, I just got here. I got here yesterday. Look at this, huh? I remember. Yeah, my favorite moments in Final Fantasy actually haven't been story. It's been raiding, which just goes to show you how amazing the raiding's been for me, because I do love this story, but the raiding has still been the absolute peak for me.
Taking down harder bosses. But for the majority of players, the story is not just an important part of the game, it's also something that binds the community together. With that said, after years of playing WoW, to say there isn't a fan base for the world or story building they're doing would be foolish, as I am one of them. But let's be real, the majority of players simply do not care about the plot of Warcraft. I'd have to guess that's because it was never really the driving force of the game that got them playing in the first place, and more importantly, sticking with it. The fact is, as Blizzard moves more towards storytelling in their more recent expansions, they've developed multiple ways of getting across major plot information to players who may be interested, but it's not integral for the player's enjoyment. It's this delivery that provides the necessary surface-level context to keep a player engaged, but has also formed a complicated relationship with players who do enjoy story and world building in Warcraft. Team leads and devs change, shifting the vision for each expansion to fit what is essentially the rule of cool. While main story beats are planned ahead, it's very clear that things have changed or will change based on necessity. Main characters vanish, story elements are left behind, and lore is retconned to fit with the moment. As a big old lore nerd, years of that have definitely left me kind of jaded when it comes to WoW.
Yeah.
A silly example is...
I used to get very excited about every piece of like cinematic, I don't know, every piece of cinema that they would release. Like every time there was a new expansion, I'm like, oh, I'm so hyped for the trailer. I'm so hyped for like seeing the characters and everything. And after a while, like I'd be like, oh, that one was kind of like not amazing, but like, okay, the next one, like I'm gonna be stoked for. And then, oh, that one was like not quite amazing. And then, oh, that one was really good. And then, oh, that one wasn't amazing. And after a while, I've just kind of been like, nah, I don't really care as much. Like I still look forward to them, but I'm not expecting much when it comes to like the new like, you know, videos. The recent one they did with like Anduin and Thrall and stuff, I did think was really cool, and it looked incredible. Like you cannot deny that they look absolutely amazing. But yeah, I'm really hoping that the new WoW story in the War Within is going to be really good. I'm going to play through it when I do, when it releases. I'm not playing any of that in beta. I don't want to look at any of the story or any of the zones. When I go in, I'm going to do every quest. like when the game releases, I'm going to do every quest. I'm going to do every piece of like lore stuff that I can and see if I can re-engage with the World of Warcraft story because I've been inspired by playing Final Fantasy and loving the story here. I want to see if I can have a similar experience with WoW via paying a lot of attention to it. So I'm going to see.
Years ago at BlizzCon, I asked the devs about that weird snake tail in Gundrak. I was like, what is that thing? Their response then, and ever since, has pretty much been, we really don't know. Perhaps it was snuck in, perhaps it was dropped content.
That's a shame.
Who knows?
So for those of you that don't know, yeah, here it is. Okay, he's probably just going to explain it. Yeah.
All I could say is, if it was in Final Fantasy XIV, that snake tail would not only have had a purpose, but it would have shown up 2 expansions later as an important character in an ongoing story.
Yeah, that snake, I actually remember what he's talking about. It's in Gundrak, is really cool because you're in this zone where, like, yeah, I don't know, there's like, in the zone, I'm pretty sure there's like presence of this giant snake, and then it's in that dungeon, and then it never gets spoken about, and that's a shame, because I remember playing Wrath of the Lich King, and I would have been 15, I think. And I would have been excited to know, like, oh, what's this going to be? What, you know, is this going to be involved somehow? And it just wasn't, yeah.
Yep, this is going to be one of those videos that's long enough to be split into multiple parts. But it's good, because it allows us to dive a little deeper. When it comes to content, both games feature the staples of the MMORPG genre to differing degrees. Leveling, dungeons, raids, PvP, special events, grinds, and daily quests. In fact, some on the 2 dev teams are friends, and they definitely borrow ideas from each other all the time. Yoshi P, the director of Final Fantasy XIV, is notably a huge Blizzard fan. The difference, of course, comes from what the dev teams have decided the focus of their games should be. The best way I can simplify this is to say that Warcraft is more about the destination, and Final Fantasy XIV is more about the journey. As an example, in WoW, the leveling process in, say, a new expansion is a buffer between you and max level where the real game starts. I was once told by a friend that he always thought of it as advertisement for places that later on at max level you'll spend time grinding. Once you've leveled up, you can begin doing harder dungeons, farming gear in Mythic Plus, running raids, joining PvP battlegrounds.
That's a nice way of thinking about some things. Advertisement for things to come. I do feel like in an MMORPG, you know it's going to be a long journey, and it can be really encouraging and motivating to like to look at things. You know, you look at gear on certain players when they're AFK in a major city, or you see a certain zone or a dungeon or something, and it makes you go like, "Ooh, I can't wait to get there and check that out." You know, when you're in a guild, when you're in a guild and you're leveling through. I remember like when I used to be a chain re-leveler. Like I never hit max level in vanilla. Like it took me like I made maybe 20 or 30 characters in vanilla and like never hit max level until right before Burning Crusade was about to release. So I never got to really appreciate enough of vanilla. I may have done a bit of Molten Core, I think. But I remember, like, I'd be in a guild, and you'd see everyone logging on and getting ready for raid night, and you'd see the buzz that was going on. This was back when I was 11. This is 20 years ago. And you'd see the buzz in your guild chat of people getting ready to go to this raid, Molten Core. And I just remember that feeling of being so stoked to just be like, wow, that sounds so cool. I can't wait to get there one day. So I actually do like that way of viewing things. Yeah.
Rounds or arenas and doing your daily quests or grinding rep. And for years, this has not only been a pretty standard MMORPG cycle, but WoW has been the best at it. The goal, of course, is keeping players engaged and logged in. And going back to our original story discussion, doing most of these things continues the Warcraft story as well. In Final Fantasy XIV, it's a bit different. With the story being the most important part, this means leveling isn't just a rush to max level to experience the cool parts. The cool parts are the leveling. At max level, there are certainly raids and dailies and grinds and PvP, but they're nowhere near the complexity of WoW. Leveling up a job in Final Fantasy XIV isn't just about the leveling process either. Sure, in WoW you can level up an alt, experience the other faction's story, and a lot of people enjoy that. But in Final Fantasy XIV, each job has its own story and quests associated with it. They're varying in size and scope, but like the Dark Knight, for example, is universally loved for being some of the best storytelling in the game. But again, story is what it's about. Most large-scale raids only have one difficulty level and are more events than actual team building struggles. Those raids and trials that do have harder modes are canonically fan fiction versions of the events, so players who are just there for the story won't miss anything if they don't have time for harder content. PvP, while vibrant, is nothing close to that of WoW. Reputations and dailies exist, but not in a way that forces the player to spend a significant amount of time investing in them. But you're rewarded in a way that makes it feel like you're kind of getting one over on the devs for the amount of time you actually put into it. Let me give you some specific examples. Let's talk reputation.
No, I couldn't remember that. I couldn't remember that phase. I was like, no, I know it's Hades, and I was like, wait, I don't remember this exact 10-second clip. I was like, oh shit. Maybe it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's like an extreme, because remember, I've not done like the extremes of stuff, so I didn't know. Maybe it's like an extreme version or something. So I didn't want to see.
Admittedly, in WoW, I haven't played much beyond the start of max level content in Shadowlands, and this may be different. But if we look at most reputation grinds, it's usually something along the lines of like, you earn 750 rep a day with a weekly bonus of some sort, and you need 40 to 50k rep to reach Exalted. So you're looking at, I don't know, over a month of rep farming to reach max reputation.
Yeah.
This, of course, is part of the design philosophy, again, to keep you engaged in the world longer. In Final Fantasy XIV, while some of the older reputations are pretty similar, the newer ones, take Pixies for example, are designed not only to be fast, but to feel very rewarding. Every day you get 3 quests that take roughly 15 minutes to complete, and as a reward, you get tons of reputation, tokens that you can eventually buy rep items with, and then loads of experience. I'm talking like a quarter of your XP bar for 3 quests. And this is great because not only does it make grinding rep easy, but it also rewards you for doing it on one of your other jobs, incentivizing you to level additional classes. Let's take another example. Unlocking Flight. In WoW, unlocking Flight has always been a process. A thing that you really had to earn. Currently, I think to unlock Flight, it's something like getting Renown 44 and completing the last sigil and having completed Chapter 12 of the Covenant campaign, receiving memories to unlock account-wide flying, and then you can do it in Shadow.
Yeah, so you have to do you have to explore every single zone. You have to hit the max reputation with multiple factions. Wide world of quests. I think you have to do a certain number of quests or something, was that? Yeah, there was like a lot of like random stuff you'd have to do, and you still had to wait like 6 months for them to then implement it. You didn't just get it instantly. You'd get it like way later, so yeah.
Shadowlands. In Final Fantasy XIV, while exploring the map that you're already exploring anyway, you use a compass to find little green wind orbies, and when you find them all and you complete the area story arc, you unlock flying for that specific zone. It's not account-wide, but it's easy enough to get just by going through the leveling process. From a design standpoint, I love this. When I first learned this is how you got flying in Final Fantasy XIV, I was actually angry about all the time WoW made me waste. In Final Fantasy XIV, you get to experience the zone, which is what WoW's trying to get you to do, but 14 doesn't gate your ability to move through it quicker in the future behind some sort of grind. Yeah. Which has probably got a few of you now thinking, Jesse, you're making it seem like you don't have to work for much in Final Fantasy XIV. But of course you do. There are things like fancy relic weapon grinds and stuff like that, but not nearly to the degree that WoW makes you grind out stuff. Honestly, I think we're so used to Blizzard making us go through content multiple times for months in order to unlock something like flying that anything less seems ridiculously easy. But that shouldn't be the case, gang. I don't know anyone who enjoys it, but we still do it. It all just comes down to the fact that the Final Fantasy XIV devs are not trying to keep you in their world for countless hours. So it seems like everything is a little easier. The fact is, the 14 devs have literally said they don't care if you log in every day. Get what you want from their game, come back when you want more. Instead, the grindy bits of Final Fantasy XIV are something entirely different. I recently saw this ad for Final Fantasy XIV, and it made me laugh, because I've never seen anything like this for WoW. But most Final Fantasy XIV players will tell you this is where the majority of your max level adventure lies. Look at this thing. Gathering, crafting, 3 companies or guilds.
Not a single competitive thing in any... I mean, some of you might say that housing is pretty competitive. And realistically, for fashion, you have to do the hardest content in the game just so you can unlock the pretty outfits. So, yeah, I guess so. But, like, there's, you know what I mean? There's no traditionally competitive, like, instance content, right? So, it's kind of, Yeah, I like this. It just shows that there's so much more to the game. It's like he says, it's the journey. It's the whole. It's everything in the game. It's not just like an end game simulator. And I think this is only worsened since Shadowlands. We're now in Dragonflight, and then yeah, it's gonna be the same in the next expansion. Like, it's just do the end game stuff. Forget about leveling. Just be max level.
Housing, fashion, the gold saucer, which is like a permanent version of the Darkmoon Fair. And I'll be honest, yeah, this is pretty much endgame in Final Fantasy XIV. That's not to say 14 doesn't have challenging content for those looking for a more traditional MMO raiding experience, but like the point I'm trying to make is that in WoW, the endgame focus is on harder and harder raiding and mythics, PvP, both arena, battleground, and world, with all the other things in the game existing to aid in doing so. In 14, the endgame focus is more diverse. Although there are Savage and Ultimate difficulty raids designed for those who want a more challenging experience, there's also things like building a cool guild house, or crafting a special weapon from a weird boss drop, or going on treasure hunts. There's more to do than just raiding for the sake of raiding. Speaking of crafting, one of the biggest issues I have with WoW is that crafting for so long has seemed totally pointless once Looking for Raid was created. Any gear you could craft, say as a leather worker, was useless for those who could just get raid gear easily. Meanwhile, in Final Fantasy XIV...
I don't think LFR is what made crafting useless. I think literally any content after the first week made it useless. But yeah, I mean, his point stands. He's not like... That's me being a bit nitpicky, I think. But, you know, he's still agree. By the way, thank you for the follows coming through, everyone. Fabitastic. Fabitastish, Stylized Ramen, and Luxana. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Gathering and crafting is very much a major part of the endgame experience. If you're curious about other things, PvP for example, I mean, in this case, WoW definitely wins this one.
Yeah.
There is PvP in Final Fantasy XIV in the form of war games, and there are many people who enjoy it. It's just that there's a wider variety and larger community in WoW. It is, after all, part of the core concept. Faction.
I just think the way that the game is designed in WoW, like the response and everything, the response time you have is just like, it's so much better for PvP. Final Fantasy just, I think, struggles, but yeah.
And warfare. This doesn't exist in 14. There are no warring player factions. In fact, much of the story is about getting all the nations of the world on the same team. The funny thing is, as WoW attempts to add more story, the PvP they're doing makes less and less sense narratively. And that's, I mean, just the tip of the iceberg of the endgame experience. There's a lot more to talk about, but since we are talking endgame, I think we should flip it and do the starting experience. Going back to the design philosophies of the two games, we can see differences in the
difference between a game that was designed around PvP versus one that just has PvP. It's funny though that you say that, because PvP is considered as such a neglected aspect of the game in WoW. It's kind of funny that a lot of people look at WoW and be like, yeah, man, but they design around PvP. It's like, they don't design around PvP. Like they kind of have forgotten its existence. So it's funny.
Premise of each and how it affects your intro into the game. In World of Warcraft, you start your experience as just one of the many faces in service of your chosen faction. Over time, your actions in defeating various threats increase your importance to the world.
Actually, I think that's, hold on. I think that's what turned me into a furry. Hold on. Maybe I had a furry awakening at 12 and I didn't realize. WoW Vanilla Cinematic. I think it was when I saw the sexy night elf lady turn into a panther that was just kind of cool. Hold on, look at this. Well, no, you guys always just call me a furry, and I can't be bothered to fight you on it anymore. You know, who am I to... Look. Look at this. Look at this. Now imagine there was a Lalafell on her shoulders. No. Ready? Right here. Rawr. Rawr. How's that not the coolest, dude? How is that not the coolest?
Final Fantasy XIV, you are literally the Warrior of Light, the chosen hero from moment one.
Have I seen this?
There is no denying your importance to the story. The entire narrative revolves around you. Even though initially you're not recognized as such, I mean, that's what you are. Quickly proving yourself to the world. From that point on, every character not only acknowledges you,
it's fine.
but they recognize the importance of your role over theirs. So add that to the story being the most important element, and you'll see how this might be a daunting task for some new players. Much of the 14 starting experience it's pretty slow. World building, character introduction, lasting roughly the first 50 levels. I actually think this is one of the biggest problems Final Fantasy XIV has, as it's a hard sell to explain how phenomenal this game becomes only after you put in 40.
I'm so glad that he also sees this. I'm not crazy, man. I'm not crazy. Yes, I am going to do a video on this. This needs to be addressed, man. I need to voice my concerns. This is the thing, dude. This is the thing. Yeah. I don't think anyone disagrees. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Hours. But that's exactly what I was told, and what I have told others. Because it's true. The strong connection to narrative hurts the starting experience, especially for new players who may have friends playing or seen an amazing moment from a recent expansion, but they can't play it themselves without playing through 100 hours of story or paying for a skip and finding themselves completely disconnected from the plot. And that is a real shame, because the game uses all of that story and setup to build out the rest of the world. So if you skip over the starting experience, the amount of stuff you miss is mind-boggling. And because the story is so well told, and all the characters and locations and factions, etc., are so perfectly fit into the puzzle that is the main plot, that when twists happen, they make perfect sense. When reveals are made, it's like, oh yeah, of course! All because of that level 1 through 50 experience laying the foundation. And as I've said, I've experienced both ends of this. Years ago, when the game first came out, I gave it a shot, and around level 40 was totally burnt out. It wasn't until I returned last year looking for something new that I gave the game a second chance on the recommendation of a friend. I'm so glad I listened, because for a fan of story like me, what this game offers is a fantastic experience. Sadly, the reason behind Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn's slow start can be traced back to its origins as a reboot of the disaster that was the original Final Fantasy XIV. The budget was small, the timetable was short, and it shows. It isn't until the later patches of A Realm Reborn and the release of the first expansion, Heavensward, that the game truly shines. The production value skyrockets, the writing is less long-winded, the voice actors change, just about everything is better than where it started.
Look at that, the youth on this man. 10 years of game development, or of lead game deving will age you.
And universally, everyone acknowledges this fact, which is why I assume the free trial, with memes and all, includes Heavensward. If you're gonna keep playing the game, it's the first expansion that's gonna get you. What's totally insane about all of that is only by sticking with it can you then truly appreciate the slow burn A Realm Reborn was, and all the ideas it introduces that later become very important. It's like when your parents gave you some advice as a kid, and you didn't listen, and now you're 30, and you're like, damn, that was good advice. I should have listened. But again, how do you sell that to people? Meanwhile, the WoW starting experience is much more welcoming to new players, because
I always say with the FF experience, it's like telling someone, it's like watching a series and being like, oh dude, you gotta watch this new series, or you gotta watch this series. Trust me, when you get to season 3, it gets really good. And they're like, okay, what about season 1 and 2? And they're like, oh, not very good. And you're like, okay, I don't want to watch 40 episodes of a show that's not good. And they're like, no, trust me, it gets good. It's like, I don't know that I care. It's hard to convince someone that they're gonna care about something in the future that they don't care about now, because, like, how do you do that? How do you, it's like when you tell kids, hey, you shouldn't smoke at 15 because, like, oh, in 20 years, it's not going to be good. And they're like, I don't even know what 20 years is. I've not done that yet. I've only done 15. I can't even imagine 20 years. But it's one of those, like he says, it's like, advice from a parent you don't listen to. And then when you're 30, yeah, I like that. That's good. Yeah.
Updating it and changing it, a thing Final Fantasy XIV can't do without damaging the plot it's trying to set up, because Warcraft doesn't concern itself with this. They now offer multiple ways to level, a special starting zone designed to teach new players. They have streamlined the process of getting your character to the end game, which, as we discussed, is a core design philosophy. But this means, depending on when you started playing, your story experience in World of Warcraft could be entirely different from another player. Some moments I may have experienced years ago are no longer in the game, making it so things that bind players and keep them engaged in the game are not story, but its progression systems, guild dynamics, and faction conflict, which I think explains why people enjoy playing Classic, as it has all the things I just listed, but also a shared sense of existing in the same world, which I feel like, I think many of you would say, the current iteration of WoW does not have. Another way to look at this is how new content is delivered. If we look at the two most recent completed content cycles in both WoW and 14, the picture we get of everything I've been talking about becomes more clear. In WoW, the new content starts with the release of a trailer, a big budget, stunningly well made, sometimes shocking reveal. It's usually a way for Blizzard to show the first major inciting story moment. This is something like Sylvanas breaking the Helm of Domination or Deathwing destroying the world. Then, before launch, there's a book and maybe some short stories about major characters involved in the next expansion. We'll get a pre-patch event, and then the expansion will release. And for the most part, every WoW expansion follows a similar formula. We get a short burst of main story, before pausing for leveling content, and eventually returning to the main plot. Then a major raid is released, and the story for the main plot continues, as we get a series of patches culminating in the last patch of the expansion, and the showdown with the big bad. Then the cycle begins again with a new trailer. Because of its heavily story-based nature, almost all of the content in 14 is delivered in-game. So, in the previous expansion's 4th major patch, you'll get hints of a new story. By the time the 5th major patch rolls around, you'll have more information, important details or new jobs will be hinted at, and then, around the same time, we get the trailer. Unlike WoW, it's not a single moment, but a series of vignettes and a hint of things to come in the next expansion. Then at launch, the main story is experienced and completed throughout the leveling process. The first major patch and so on are there to wrap up loose ends, tell new smaller stories either via raid or a series of max level trials, or introduce new areas that serve as a way to grind out special weapon skins. And then, by the end of the 3rd major patch, the story of the expansion is wrapped up, and then the 4th patch continues the trend of hinting at what will be in the new expansion. So once again, I'm sure the obvious difference comes down to the initial design choice by the two dev teams. The reason the Warcraft patch cycle is what it is to keep players engaged longer. So if you're a fan of story, for example, you need to keep with it through all the patches to see the end. While Final Fantasy XIV, designed to deliver story most of all, gives you a completed one at launch, then adds additional adventures afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I think, hold on, there was somebody, oh yeah, you guys saying about the books as well. It's, you know what's funny is like, people look at the idea of WoW having books as a really bad thing, but I think if you're absolutely like if Final Fantasy, I think Final Fantasy has some books, but like they have like the encyclopedia, right? But like if there were Final Fantasy books on additional lore about, I don't know, some shit about the Shallayans or the like imagine Final Fantasy, they release a book all about the Allagans and like the history of the Allagans. You guys would buy that instantly, and you would. But when people talk about it in World of Warcraft, people look at it very negatively because they're like, oh my god, I need to go here to learn about the story. And yeah. That's a fair point, and that's what I was going to get to, is the issue of like what kind of content you put in the books. If the main story requires you to read the book to understand what's going on in game, I think that's bad. The book should be supplementary content. Maybe, for example, you could do a book on like Gaius von Bolsack, right? You could do a book on like him going and killing all the Ascians and like what he was doing in the interim between when we kill him and him reappearing, right? Like that right there is an amazing story that you could write a book on. I don't know if that exists. Oh yeah, we have those. Awesome. But like imagine if they did that with certain characters and it's like what they were doing whilst they weren't on screen. Maybe something with like Alice when she went to investigate coils. Maybe there could be something there with what she did, or like maybe a short story about Kryl when she was captured. And what happened to her or something. Like, again, these are like little ideas that we already know about via the main story, but we could explore through stories, and I think that would be like really, really cool. they publish some of those things for free. I have seen one. I did see the short story of Kryl and Tataru convincing Estinian to come and babysit us. I can't remember what for. We convinced him to come and help us with something. And it was Kryl. There's like a short story of Kryl and Tataru doing that. But again, these could be like sort of full-fledged like books and stuff if they wanted to, maybe. But yeah, side stories are on the main website. The main books are the encyclopedia, and there's a couple of printed side stories, so you don't have to pay for it. It's just if you want physically. Yeah, that's great. That is really, really great. So that stuff does exist in Final Fantasy. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, I don't think the idea that WoW has additional stories is a bad thing, and I think that gets way too much hate. But I understand the idea that people don't like that it's core story that is in the WoW books. But again, I think that's the difference between a Western studio and an Eastern studio, is that the Western studio cares about money, money, money. And in the East, they're happy if the lights stay on in the building. You know what I mean? So I think that's just how it is.
The most notable difference in gameplay between the two, I think, is to start the global cooldown.
Oh, sorry, I should comment. So he was talking about like the sort of the content cadence and everything like that. Yeah, do I have anything else that I want to say on that? Oh shit, patch 5.4. I don't want to look at that. Yeah, WoW's stuff is quite messy right now. The playthrough of WoW stuff is a bit messy. Yeah, I don't think I really. Yeah, I'm not going to force a react there. I think I'm kind of happy with that.
The most notable difference in gameplay between the two, I think, is to start, the global cooldown in Final Fantasy XIV is 2.5 seconds.
That'd be nice, Snacky.
So when you're level 10, for example, and you only have 3 abilities, it seems like there's a lot of downtime. Later on, as you unlock other off-cooldown skills or increase your stats to lower your GCD, this changes, but for the start, it definitely feels pretty slow. This also translates into differences between the spell and ability rotations of the two games. Warcraft is more reactionary. Build up a bar or wait for a crit to trigger an ability, while Final Fantasy XIV is more proactive, where the player weaves a pattern of combos together to create a string of pre-planned attacks. Even the procs in Final Fantasy XIV are associated with patterns and planning. Combat in WoW is like a street brawl, and Final Fantasy XIV is like a dance. And because 14 is more of a dance, the combat is more spectacular, and the spell effects are way more flashy than those in WoW. And for the most part, spell effects aren't necessarily designed with large groups in mind, unlike Warcraft. So when you're in a 24-man raid and all the effects are going off...
Okay, this right here, by the way, I want you guys to know that when people are looking at Final Fantasy XIV and they say, dude, that game is way too much, this is what they're talking about. These are the images that they've seen, and I fully agree from that standpoint. However, having since like started playing the game, it's toned down so much more on my eyes now. Like you really do adjust to it. It's like going from a really bright room into immediately turning all the lights off and it being pitch black, and you're kind of stumbling around for a second, and then you're like, hold on. Okay, I can actually see now. That's what happens. Same thing if you look at WoW. I fully agree. I think it's an MMO thing. I think because MMOs, there's so much with the fact that you have unique UIs and everything. Like every UI is different. Every shoot, if you could go look at any shooter, Destiny, Overwatch, COD, like gun in the middle, ammo on the side, maybe a grenade or something indicator on the side, and then like mini map in the top right corner, and like that's kind of it, like that's the UI. You know what you're looking at, you know what you're getting. You can plug in any FPS. MMOs are just, you can have everything everywhere, and you can always change. Got all these action buttons, spells going off, ability animations and telegraphing can be different. Yeah, so it gets pretty intense, doesn't it? Overwatch doesn't have a minimap. Yeah, they don't have a PvE playthrough either.
It can sometimes feel blinding, so much so that there are options in 14 to decrease or turn them off for other players. Speaking of making changes to the game, 14 has a pretty amazing HUD customization in the base game. While you can do a lot more with the various add-ons in WoW, 14 gives you enough tools to customize your experience so that you don't feel the absence of add-on support. This UI customization allows for the use of a controller, which the game was designed with in mind, allowing for cross-platform play between PC and PlayStation. This allows for some pretty fun player interface options and looks, letting you clutter your screen with as much information or as little as you want. And we can't forget about the accessibility of players who simply can't use a mouse and keyboard. Accessibility can be found in 14 in the form of universal language on markers and effects. I'm sure that as you've watched this video, you've noticed in the Final Fantasy XIV segments the same markers on the ground over and over and over again, to the point where players can have some idea of what's coming their way based on the effect. They understand what's about to happen and what's required. Another major gameplay difference, which is probably what we should have started with over again.
I remember seeing this enemy in Costa del Sol, and I was like, oh man, I really hope that they do a fight designed around a shark. Wasn't this Shadowbringers? Yeah, level 80. This is Anaida. Yeah, this is a dungeon. Yeah, I was like, oh, I really hope they do a shark boss. And that was before I did Leviathan. I was like, oh, I really hope they do like a water boss, like a shark boss. And everyone was like, oh, just wait. I think you guys were talking about Leviathan specifically, and I've now killed Leviathan twice, which is really cool, seeing two different forms of that. But yeah, I like that this is... Oh, this is 5.0? I am in 5. Yeah, I am in Shadowbringers. That's what I said, right? I said this was Shadowbringers. What did I say? I mean, it's like level 80. Yeah, it's Shadowbringers, yeah. Talking about unique UI, I've been playing WoW since WoD, and I still struggle with streamers' UIs, with every looking different with add-ons and weak cores. Yeah, I agree. That's why I like playing default WoW UI, because everyone just can come in and know. Like, you know, if you use add-ons, you still know what normal UI looks like. Whereas if you don't use add-ons, you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Oh, that was another chatter. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, sure.
To the point where players can have some idea of what's coming their way based on the effect. They understand what's about to happen and what's required. Another major gameplay difference, which is probably what we should have started with, is the ability for one character to play every job or class in the game and switch between them. If you choose Black Mage to start, for example, like I did, and you end up hating it, like I did, then you can switch to another job and try something new. Fall in love with something new, like a Red Mage, or a Warrior, or a Dragoon, like I did. And 14 is designed with this one character leveling multiple things in mind. WoW, on the other hand, is designed around having to create multiple alts to try different classes. But unlike 14, each of these new characters has some sort of racial ability or special action, and 14 doesn't have that. It doesn't mean you can't level alts in 14, but it's unnecessary to experience all the game has to offer.
Yeah, so quick point on that. I think Blizzard, when they first created World of Warcraft, they have these factions. You're split. You're either Horde or you're Alliance. You pick your race. Your race, not every race can be every class, and not every class can be every race. You're locked into this thing that you're picking, and you're able to sort of create your more unique experience by these limitations. And I do actually kind of like that. I do like racials and stuff. A lot of the wider WoW player base these days don't like the fact that different races have different things. They wish that you could just pick your ability rather than being stuck to like whatever you have. I personally kind of liked that. Sometimes your restrictions like, man, I wish I could be like an orc druid or something. But at the same time, it was kind of cool, like being a druid and being like, I get to be a night elf. If you play paladin, you don't get to be a night elf. So I don't know, maybe there's that kind of weird gatekeeping with me or something like that somehow. But as time's gone on, they've looked to change some of these things. The big thing for me with WoW is the inability to, like, they designed this game around the fact that they have all these restrictions, and then they didn't make the game alt friendly. And I think that if they had made the game alt friendly over the last 20 years, WoW would be in a way better state. And I think that it was a mistake for them, because like Final Fantasy has kind of designed a lot of the game. I know you can look at certain things. We were looking earlier today about materia in Final Fantasy being an issue with like playing different jobs, but with the same gear slot. Say Samurai and Monk share gear, but you might want different materia, skill, speed, or crit, etc. That's, okay, yeah, it's not perfect for alt jobs and stuff, but generally speaking, you have one character, you can play all the jobs. It's quite comfortable doing that. WoW is looking to fix this, though, so if anyone is interested, I'm trying to give you new information since this video was made. In the new expansion, which is currently in beta, the War Within, WoW is looking to do a lot more account-wide stuff, account-wide reputations, account-wide gear. So you're going to be able, they're doing this new thing called warbands. So if you Google warbands, if you're interested, they're making it so that you can sort of connect your characters on your account, and they will share progression on things, and you can potentially loot an item, and it will be, instead of it being like soulbound and locked to that character or whatnot, it'll be like warband bound. And so you can put it in a bank that's shared across all your characters, and it might be like, you know, you might play a rogue, but you get like a mage staff, and it might be really good, and you might be like, oh man, wow, this is so good, I might go and play a mage now because this item is so good. You can throw it onto your mage, and then you can get playing, and you can continue your progression. There's certain characters, there's these thing called delves, you're going to get an NPC, which you're going to level up. That character is going to be account bound or account wide, so you're not going to have to re-level it on every new character. So they are really working to make alt friendliness a way bigger priority for them. And the nice thing with WoW is like your gear is account bound with like transmogs and stuff like that. They're making it they're making it even better now though. So yeah, those are some good things coming with WoW that I am pretty happy with, which is good. Yeah. But yeah, I see some of you guys are negative about like racials and restrictions and Horde and Alliance and stuff like that. I get that. I can see why you would not like it, especially since playing Final Fantasy. I'm kind of like, you should just be able to be anything on anything, you know. So I've kind of transitioned more into liking that. Yeah. Yeah, I think WoW has definitely had to look at 14 and pull from that and go, hold on a minute, what's so, you know, what are these things that feel so good about FF that we need to start really considering more? Yeah. Alt friendly, I wouldn't mind either way. FF is not alt friendly at all, but you don't need it to be. WoW kind of has this, if you have alts, you have an advantage, but you're handicapped when making an alt. Do you have an advantage on an alt in WoW in any way? Maybe farming transmog or mounts or something, I guess, but like, it's really awful to, like, even now on WoW, if you want to level an alt character, you have to refarm all of your flight stones, all of your currencies to level that character up. If you want to make your alt character as competitive as your main, you have to put 100% as much work into your alt as you did your main, which is wrong. You should have to put like 20% of the effort into your alt as you did your main. It should be like, you should have to do the bulk of your work on your main job, your main character, your main class, whatever, and then playing an alt job, an alt class, an alt whatever, should just be a fraction of the amount of time you had to spend, you know? So,
Craft
yeah.
does, however, have more overall combat diversity, with the option to choose talents and spec out your character in fun, weird ways, although a lot of the time people just look up what the best is. Also, the classes
Oh,
in
an
WoW
Icy Veins link. Oh boy. Okay, an Icy Veins link.
Ways, although a lot of the time people just look up what the best is. Also, the classes in WoW seem more wild and vibrant compared to that of Final Fantasy XIV. There are no Demon Hunter or Brewmaster analog, for example. It does have a Blue Mage, but it's treated as more of a joke class with wacky overpowered abilities that isn't really allowed in current content. Also, WoW really nails raiding and PvP. It's what the game was designed for, and they do it very well. The raids in WoW are larger and more intricate, the PvP is more varied and complex, but Final Fantasy XIV does something very fun with its dungeons, raids, and trials by including synced, unsynced, and minimum item level settings. You can change the difficulty of a dungeon, for example, to be exactly how it was when you first ran it in your low-level gear, or to cheese the hell out of it at max level. The last thing of note is that when crafting or gathering, 14 is much more visual and complex than WoW. It's not just clicking a node. They're actually separate jobs, separate skills, separate stories, and separate gear that you can play without ever doing the main story. Although you'd need it to unlock some zones, there are whole events built around using these crafting and gathering jobs. Building a city, for example. And as I mentioned before, crafting actually makes viable gear, unlike WoW, whose crafters are mostly...
Wait, hold on. Paradis, what are you talking about? WoW is trying to push more of a cohesive story, but still time gates the end of the story for casuals. The new story mode won't release until the last wing of LFR releases. So players have to wait 2 months to get the entire story? Wait, what do you mean? I can't tell if that's wrong or if you're you just know something that I don't. Like I'm ignorant to this here. I don't know if you're you know something I don't, or if you're getting it like twisted or something. I'm assuming you know something I don't, because I know you do play WoW, right? But sorry, let me rewind this a little bit.
Jobs, separate skills, separate stories, and separate gear that you can play without.
Oh, because LFR comes out after normal, so as a casual player, you don't get to get the story until after. Okay, yeah, you just mean like that? Yeah, okay, but like in that case, like why don't you just get better as a player? Like, why do you suck? Why not just be good? You know? No, I'm obviously joking. In before YouTube comments, but he's toxic. Get out of my Final Fantasy. Go back to WoW. You almost made me there. If I ever say anything and you think, wow, that's upsetting, it was a joke. Yeah, disclaimer. Sai is making a joke. Thank you, Snacky. Yeah, that's kind of shitty. They should release LFR quicker. Like what they should do with WoW's LFR. So LFR is looking for raid. It's the story version of the raid. They release it in segments, but over the course of like 6 weeks. Whereas the like normal heroic and like mythic difficulties of the raid release like immediately. So it's the story mode players that have to wait like a long time. Now, the cynic in me would say that the reason they do that is because if you're a story player, then maybe once you complete the story, you unsub. If they cause it to release over 6 weeks, you have to pay for a second month of sub, right? That is the cynic in me. I think that the reason they do that is because of gearing. You get gear from LFR, so I think maybe they're trying to slow your gear progression. But I think that would be a pretty shitty reason, and I think ultimately you shouldn't really get gear from LFR. You should only be going there for story-based purposes. The advantage of going there for gear is it makes people still run it. Like when people level an ult, even if they're a really high-level player, they might go to LFR because they need gear. So it keeps, imagine if you came into the game late, you came into the expansion 5 months in, and you want to do the story, and you can't because nobody's queuing for it. I could see that being an issue. So yeah, there's maybe a discussion point there, but I think that they should definitely release LFR immediately, all of the cases of it, so you could get the story. And I think they are making changes to it. So in this new expansion, I think they are making some changes to the LFR. So keep that in mind. They are going to be doing some changes there. They're doing a story-only mode. Yeah, exactly, Media. Yeah. And I think it's going to be like a 5-player mode of the raid, so that you can just queue in and very quickly experience the story. I think that's the idea. So, but again, WoW's got a 20-year history. LFR has been out for like 10 years, and it's been that way for this whole time. So, probably a fix that could have come in sooner. I fully agree. Yeah.
Actually, separate jobs, separate skills.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Separate stories and separate gear that you can play without ever doing the main story.
Oh, they're still time gating it? Okay, that's pretty trash. Yeah.
Although you'd need it to unlock some zones. There are whole events built around using these crafting and gathering jobs. Building a city, for example. And as I mentioned before, crafting actually makes...
that's the Heaven's Ward rebuild, right? And then there's also Doma Castle rebuild.
...viable gear, unlike WoW, whose crafters are mostly useless once people can do looking for raid.
Yeah.
You're going to get tired of hearing me say it. You probably already are, but story plays a major role in the aesthetics of 14 versus WoW as well. Both games look very good. Let me be clear. Yep. But they each have their own visual style. WoW is slightly more cartoony and exaggerated. Yep. Everyone has giant muscles, even the fat dudes and the gnomes. 14 is a bit more subdued in all regards. Even the colors are more toned down. Some might call the character designs a bit anime. Meanwhile, the WoW character designs are more diverse than 14 as well. Trolls, undead, humans, pandas. In 14, it's more like human, tiny human, cat human, horny human.
Any horny humans in chat?
The biggest difference I've noticed comes down to 14's emotive characters and WoW's wider array of visually diverse zones. These emotive characters make it so 14 can easily work in numerous in-game cutscenes and match the voices. In order to do the same thing in WoW, custom crafted scenes are made, which take time and limit the number that can be included. That's not to say that Warcraft characters can't show emotion, or Final Fantasy doesn't have visually diverse zones, but each does their thing better. Yeah. WoW can get more wild with their visual design because they aren't limited by players on older consoles. The PS3 version of 14 was still available until 2017, which means the PS4 version will be limiting players for a few years still. Because its limits are fewer and the devs can update and change their graphics more frequently, WoW can create a more wild, outlandish, and visually striking environment for players to explore. And because 14 was started with storytelling in mind, characters' faces are designed to show a wider array of emotions. WoW, on the other hand, added story after the fact, so the game wasn't designed to have a lot of close-up facial animations. So as they add new in-game cinematics, many of the ones we're getting now seem to have these weird flappy jaw yapping things going on. And that stands out from the other higher quality cinematic stuff we're used to getting in WoW.
Also, a note on that is, I think WoW's style is like good for like you can go and look at WoW zones from, I don't want to say 20 years ago, but like you can definitely go back and look like even 10 years ago and WoW zones look really good. Maybe even like 15 years ago. You know, you can go a ways back. Whereas like Final Fantasy, I think if you compare like an Endwalker zone to an ARR zone, it's like, whoa, these are like dramatically different and stuff. And so I think WoW's style doesn't show its age as much because it's like more stylistic, whereas Final Fantasy is more kind of like realistic. So you know, it can look dated at times. But one thing I do think about FF is the gear. Like the way that characters wear gear, I think is like really good. Like I think the gearing is just really, really nice. Like the textures on gear and stuff in general is really good, and I think it's only going to get better with this update. That's cope. That's not cope. That's not cope, dude. That's not cope. But yeah, gear looks really good on Final Fantasy. At first, I remember like I was playing WoW and I started playing Final Fantasy for the first time, and I was like, ooh, I don't think the gear looks very good. And then now I'm like, oh my god, the Final Fantasy gear looks so good. It's amazing. So yeah. Yeah, WoW is more just like a flat texture that's kind of just been like wrapped around like a character, whereas it kind of feels like, I don't know, Final Fantasy gear is like, it just looks really nice. It looks really nice. But WoW does make some really good gear as well. I like Final Fantasy a lot now. I like the gear on it a lot. I'm not saying WoW is like bad, I kind of am quite preferring FFs, yeah. Oh, music,
the music
dude.
of these games is also another thing worth pointing out, as it again is a perfect example of my original thesis. Like the graphic
time to shit on WoW. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm
design
not
of the games, WoW, but they both have good music. But similar to WoW's visual style, Final Fantasy XIV's musical style is far more diverse and wild and fun. In Warcraft, music is mostly ambient, used to set the mood of a zone or a dungeon, usually something catchy, repeating, and not all that intrusive. But
it never really like is supposed to. I feel like WoW's music doesn't really like extract a feeling from you. It's kind of just you're kind of just like, oh, okay, it's there, it's present, it makes sense. But like, I think Final Fantasy's music, it informs how you should feel very well, and it captures the tone very, very well. And I love it. I love
it. Because of its generalized nature, there are moments where it might not fit the events that are on screen in an epic boss fight, for example. There's plenty of times I remember struggling through a raid to get to the final boss, and the music was pretty much the same as when I started the raid. Yeah. Meanwhile, in 14, because the music, like everything else, is connected to the story, it's more moment-to-moment than WoW. Again, it's not like WoW doesn't do story moment music.
What is this?
Or Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have ambient zone themes, but they both do their own thing way more. Final Fantasy XIV has musical themes for sad moments and happy moments and silly moments and tense moments. It sometimes even tells a story. There are theme songs and leitmotifs and, more importantly, battle music.
Bro, I'm in Shadowbringers, I've done so much content. How's there anything left? There's no way there's so many more things for me to do. Okay, I'm in. Streamer, react. Why isn't he reacting? Something that I don't know if he's going to comment on, but like the fact is that the fight... So they designed the music with the fight, and that is what I love about this, is because the boss's phase time-based rather than percent-based, you know it's going to hit, like, perfect, right? Especially when things are current content and they know the pacing of how well you get. Like, it's all of these things pull together. It's not just like, oh, this song is good and they put it on a good boss and like, wow, that's good. It's like, no, it's like they designed the music with the boss, with the balance of the classes. That's how it feels. It's like they know how much damage you're going to do in a given time, and because they're pacing the bosses on time, not percent-based phasing, then they know, okay, you're going to do X amount of damage in X amount of time, so if the music, like, develops, I don't know how to use music terms, but if it, like, builds at this pacing, then you're going to hit the right tempo at the right times throughout the entire boss, and it's sick. I love WoW music. I always have. I do think the music is really, really good, but there's just, I could go on about how well, like, that's what impresses me so much about the music. It wasn't just that they took a good song and just plopped it on a boss. It's as if they designed all of it in tandem, all of it at the same time, and that to me just blows my mind. Like, how did they do that? How did they, like, did Soken get the boss and then they go, right, okay, now do a song? Or is Soken sitting there like, nah, man, we gotta move these mechanics, 'cause I'm gonna fucking drop this beat so hard at 37 seconds in, and you better be ready for it. You gotta hit him with something big. Light Rampant, yeah, send it. You know what I mean? Like I like to think Soken's in this master chair, and he just, like, you know, they're designing the fight, and then he just spins around. He's like, let me go to work, you know? Let me go to work, boys. Yeah, so I'm just really impressed with the music. Like, I'm not shitting on WoW music. I do think WoW, like, some of my favorite songs in gaming, just like they are in WoW. WoW's music can transfer me back to being, you know, in Ratatouille when when the reviewer, he takes a bite of the Ratatouille and then he's like he flashed it back to when he's a kid. His whole life goes through his eyes. That's what WoW music does for me, because I've got nostalgia, and it's just, I can go into an old WoW zone and hear the music, and it just sends me back instantly. Go into Westfall, oh my god. Like, that just takes me back and takes me back to the good times. But there's just something about Final Fantasy music that just gets me absolutely pumped. Yeah. Like, one thing about Final Fantasy music is I actually can name songs. I can tell you songs. I can tell you what expansions they were in, and, like, I can tell you these things about Final Fantasy songs. I can't do that for WoW. I can kind of go like, oh, that's the song from that zone, but I'm so invested in the music. It's, whew. Whew. Nidhogg, one of my favorite fights ever. The music is just a jam.
It's just so good. Nothing makes wiping or learning a fight more tolerable than a catchy song in the background. Truthfully, Final Fantasy XIV just has a larger variety of music and uses it better than WoW, which is crazy.
I've said all that, but I can't actually remember which fight this is originally from. I swear it's in a couple things, but I actually can't remember where this is from originally, but I like this song very much.
Just has a larger variety of music. So good. Nothing makes wiping or learning a fight more tolerable than a catchy song in the background. Truthfully,
it's this
Final Fantasy XIV just has a larger variety of music and uses it better than WoW, which is crazy because I remember listening to the soundtrack for WoW Legion and thinking how great it was, only to find out there were some songs not even used in the game, or if they were, I don't remember or missed it. I recall multiple versions of Anduin's theme, only for him to barely be involved in the main Legion storyline, and his theme to show up like maybe once or twice.
Wow, I didn't know that.
That's so crazy to know they have all this amazing talent at Blizzard making music, and they don't even use it all? And remember Elite Tauren Chieftain? Final Fantasy XIV has a band of devs called the Primals, except they don't just do meme songs, they play like all the hits from the game, lyrics and all, and let me tell you, they got some bangers. The difference is, while ETC was phased out of live events, the Primals are the highlight that everyone looks forward to.
That comes
it's as
from
if
the
the WoW
community,
community
you know?
thought ETC was kind of lame. And Final Fantasy XIV fans are like, more primals, please.
Dude, I thought ETC was sick, dude.
So there's one last thing to talk about, and I'm sure it won't be controversial at all. The communities. I've been in the WoW community long enough to
Hold on. Both communities suck. We can agree on that. Yes, chat?
A pretty substantial theory about it. I know I'm going to get lots of crap for this one, but I think the general notion is that it's pretty toxic. Yes, your personal guild might be awesome, but generally, I think we can all agree there are high levels of toxicity in the WoW community.
No, I'd say if you're in a guild in World of Warcraft, there's a good chance you might be racist. I'm not going to expand on that. Just that's how it is, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I swear to God, don't go into a guild Discord. It's not good.
This stems from the nature of the game itself. WoW is based in conflict. A game where two factions are pitted against each other from the beginning, so players already have an established enemy or other to focus their ire on. It is thematically ingrained in the community culture. And not only is player versus player part of the game, but so is competition on a PvE level, with world firsts and server firsts and more at a macro level, and then tools like DPS meters at a micro level to determine who is the best in the current party. Everyone is judging everyone at all times in Warcraft.
Yep.
It can feel overbearing. Even WoW's more cooperative events can seem like competition between players. As players are in the game longer and learn more and think they know more, biases form, opinions, valid or otherwise, take root, and soon the forums are littered with waste. You know, toxic. 14, at least in my experience, has been different. And it's hard to explain because, sure, there must be toxicity in the community. I've heard of it. I've never seen it. And maybe that's streamer privilege. Maybe it's just I'm very lucky. I don't know. But most people, if you ask...
I actually haven't had a single toxic experience in-game. I've only experienced it in Twitch chat where we've had, like, you know, either, like, you know, maybe somebody comes in and is toxic or, like, we've had discussions that get out of hand or something like that, or people just like having different opinions. But I've never actually experienced anything bad in game. But then I'm very sheltered because I'm a streamer and I mainly play with streamers. With viewers. Yeah. What if the streamer is a toxic one? Just hypothetical. What the fuck did you say to me, you little shit?
We'll tell you how nice and wonderful and kind the 14 community is. But it's also jarring. If you're a WoW player coming to the Final Fantasy XIV community, there's a lot to understand that's different. Let me give you a great example. Rare mobs. Or in the case of 14, ranked mobs. In WoW, if you see a rare monster, you find a way to kill that thing as fast as you can, to grab friends, grab guildies, you want that special drop. In Final Fantasy XIV, that's frowned upon by most of the community. I found this out.
I love how he says Final Fantasy XIV, by the way, because he always starts slow and then he Final Fantasy XIV, every time. Just listen out for it. It's great.
One day when I saw a rare and asked my free company, my guild, for help, and they were like, "Dude, wait for the hunt train." And I was like, "What? What the hell are you talking about? It's right here, right now." And they explained that's not how the community does it. When all the rares are finally spawned, hunt trains. That's not how the community does it. When all the rares are finally spawned,
wait,
hunt
what?
Train, that's not.
Wait, my headphones are cutting out at a specific.
On how the community does it. When all the rares are finally spawned, hunt trains form, and like 100 players move from zone to zone, killing them, each getting credit for the kills and any sort of rewards.
Yeah, this
really idea baffled me. I was like, I am here right now. What if I'm not online later? I have to pass up the kill just cause? And they were like, yeah. I know it sounds crazy, but having done multiple hunt trains now, I understand it completely, and I actually prefer it. It's almost like if WoW had this same concept, I may have actually seen a time-lost Proto-Drake once or twice.
Yeah.
Warcraft eventually had moments like this for Nashtadar and Mechagon, but it's not on the same level. This camaraderie in the 14 community translates to how they treat new players for the most part as well. Sprouts, as they are lovingly called, are new players with a little icon next to their name. Normally, one would assume an icon next to your name letting everyone know that you have no idea what you're doing would seem like you just got yourself a scarlet letter and became a pariah. But in Final Fantasy XIV, it's the exact opposite. Instead of trolling or treating them poorly, most players cheer them on or offer advice and tips in dungeons. It makes it easier to understand if someone has no clue what's going on. You can instantly see they're new, and it's okay. And the game even rewards players with bonuses for having them in your group. And that's what I think is so special about the community in 14. I've seen plenty of players try new classes or a build or whatever in both WoW and 14. And people can get intimidated about being yelled at for sucking or not knowing something. But in 14, that little sprout icon lets players know immediately that you're newer to the game. So they have an expectation that you might not know some things. And it makes it easier to ask, which is honestly the biggest problem in WoW. New players are always afraid to ask what to do. Just as an example of how this mentality rubs off on you, I was doing my 14 roulettes.
We had this conversation in chat the other day, so we don't need to like revisit it per se, but like it's so hard to give advice in World of Warcraft because everyone's just defensive. Like you're saying, Spectre, I read your comment. Like everyone's just so on edge. Everyone's so ready to like defend themselves. The reason something bad will happen in WoW and people are so ready to like, instead of being like, well, hey, what went wrong? Can we fix it? You know, what can we improve upon? Everyone's just like, not me. Or like everyone just deflects instead of it being like, well, I was top damage, so it doesn't matter that I, died with that mechanic because like I was top DPS and you weren't. Like, well, I was top interrupts, but yeah, my damage was low, but like I was top interrupts and you weren't interrupting, so like you suck. And like everyone's just trying to find some piece of information that proves that they did things correctly and the other guys were the ones that made the mistake. Whereas at the end of the day, it's probably everyone made a mistake. Probably there were multiple mistakes that were made and it was multiple people's fault that things didn't go well. And if everyone had played better, then it would have been okay. And not everyone approaches the game in WoW. I can't comment on Final Fantasy. I don't know. I don't know enough yet. I've got a very sheltered community approach, but like WoW, everyone's so ready to just go for the jugular on everyone, and it's like we just need to chill. But the reason everyone's so afraid, like I think it comes from fear. It comes from fear and arrogance, but I think the fear thing is a case of like everyone's so afraid that people are going to point the finger at them, so they just stop pointing the finger at other people. And even if they didn't do anything wrong, they're just quick to jump on other people because it's like, well, I don't want someone... The amount of times I've been in a dungeon where somebody else is fucked up and they've gotten toxic at me, and then I can literally show, like, dude, you fucked up. I can show you right here you fucked up. But they don't understand the mechanic and they think that it was me or somebody else in the group, and I've tried to defend someone and say, hey, it wasn't them, it was you. And then they're like, no, you're a fucking idiot, like, da-da-da-da. And you have to be like, oh, this person's missing information, and they're not even aware that they're like unaware of this thing, and it becomes like a whole just deal. And yeah, so that's my experience in WoW sometimes, that people are just like afraid of getting blamed, so it becomes this, yeah, like you started the segment with, everyone's judging everyone else, and yeah, so I don't know what it's like in FF. I've heard bad things about PF. I've heard bad things about like Duty Finder in general. So yeah, I've not heard like amazing things, but I know it's in general a lot better in FF. Like you can come in and be new and people won't bite your head off. So
or dungeon dailies, and got the final Omega.
So yeah, so
I was doing my 14 roulettes or dungeon dailies and got the final Omega raid. When it popped, I was in a group of almost all sprouts. For those of you who don't know, this fight is what you would call a complicated dance. We wiped a lot. And in my guild chat, I was cursing up a storm. I was so upset that I had to go through this thing that I thought was going to take me 5 minutes, but I'm here at like minute 30. But in party chat with the sprouts, I was like, we can do this. Come on, I'll teach you how to do this fight.
Fake.
I've often thought about what sprouts in WoW would be like.
What a fake streamer.
The only thing I can think of is that it would mostly be people dropping from parties that they showed up in.
Yeah.
Again, this isn't to say the Final Fantasy XIV community is perfect. Obviously, assholes play all sorts of games, but the general nature of the player base seems a bit more relaxed. Yes, someone will tell me I'm doing something wrong while I stream, but that's every game, for everyone. The biggest difference, I think, is the Final Fantasy XIV community does not tolerate a lot of the stuff that WoW does. The crackdown on bad actors is swift and immediate. And some of you may be like, well, that doesn't sound cool.
Bad actors?
I guess for the people who don't want to deal with that stuff, it's pretty cool. I don't know. The last big takeaway I have on community is
case?
The
People
WoW
that,
player base
pretending
seems
to be nice,
always ready to attack their game, even while loving it. And the Final Fantasy XIV community is always trying to defend their game, even if it doesn't need it.
Dear Lord, don't I know it. God damn, I remember when I first started playing this game and I was trying to say like things that I kind of, you know, yeah, FF does this, FF does that, maybe they could do this, maybe do that, and people were like, yeah, but this is why, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's fine, and in time I came to understand that it was people just defending their game because they love it, and, you know, yeah. If you mention tab targeting one more time, I didn't say anything, dude. You know what's funny, Snaku? I'm actually going to a Denny's tomorrow. I'm going to go to a Denny's over here in Japan. So if I see you there, motherfucker, hat's coming off, pants coming off too, and we're going to tussle. Tab targeting cursed.
So you've made it some 30 minutes into a YouTube video and you find yourself here. This was all just sort of a long-winded way of saying again what I'm sure I made clear in the first 5 minutes.
That's gonna be me. That's gonna be me in the Denny's parking lot. We'll be looking for you, Snaku. I'm being slow motion too, buddy.
I really wanted to expand upon the differences between WoW and 14 and how there are players who like each of these. So I guess that's pretty much it for this video. Sure, there's definitely going to be something I missed or couldn't find a way to fit in the video. That's what comments are for, I suppose. So please, if you have something to add or additional thoughts or insights, or if you think I'm way off, let me know. This video was done out of love for both games and the knowledge that each has its own audience, and it's okay to like one and not the other. I hope the takeaway is that if you enjoy story games as much as I do, you'll check out 14, and if you could care less, you're probably already invested in WoW, and I don't see why you should leave. That's what it comes down to, at least for me. Anyway, thanks so much. Thank you to all the amazing patrons who make videos like this possible. Please, if you like this, share it with your friends or give it a like. That'd be swell. I would love it if you would consider subscribing and hit the bell and do all the things that, you know, you have to do on YouTube in order to see a video these days. But that's it. Thank you so much, and I will see you in game.
Yo. Yeah, that was a great video. That was a great old video. Really good stuff in there. I think he was very fair, very reasonable with a lot of things. It wasn't a let's shit on WoW or let's shit on FF or like vice versa, whatever. It wasn't like a this one good, this one bad. I thought this was good. Yeah, pretty fair, pretty reasonable. I don't really disagree too much with anything. He didn't really say anything that was like too controversial in my opinion. There wasn't anything that was like, nah, dude, he's way off with this. Yeah, this is my first Jesse Cox video. I've never like watched you guys' content before. The only time I've ever seen Jesse Cox before was one time when Code Miko was doing this thing where she was like interviewing small streamers, and she would bring people onto her stream and they'd get like 30 minutes of like airtime on her stream. And it was to like big up smaller streamers, give them a chance to like showcase themselves. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. Maybe I should, see if she'll, get me on or something. And she's like, okay, my next guest is gonna be Jesse Cox. And then he comes on and they're joking about the fact that he's like a small streamer. And I was just like, this guy has 1 million subs on YouTube. What's going on here? So that's the only time I've ever seen anything from like Jesse Cox was that interview, and I was like, is this I'm confused. But yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Watch this clip of the most gourmet cook I've ever seen. Okay. Oh wait, I've muted tab.
Power.
Hold on.
Ether that was being used to charge and power the machine that was making Bahamut regenerate, right? You know how that was happening? And you know how the crystal tower
Hold on.
ether that was
I'm trying to get the context of what he's talking about, so I'm trying to understand his context before I like okay.
Ether that was being used to charge and power the machine that was making Bahamut regenerate, right? You know how that was happening? And you know how the crystal tower over there like has magic powers that like can open gates and shit. In the cutscene, they were saying that the ether is used in the like trapping, right? Because the crystals that I have, where I trap the primals, right, and then I have the crystals that trap the dude, right? If this is trapped ether, but it's corrupted and it's powering him, this right there is how we defeat the Asians. Convinced of it. This right here. Remember when the cat guy was like, bro, I'll be back one day. Right here. Right here. The Crystal Tower is one giant trap. And it's going to suck up all the baddies. The end. The end. Convinced of it. Convinced of it.
What a fucking psychopath. What an absolute insane person. I'm disgusted. You've made me sick to my stomach. 4 years ago... Why can't you do this? You can't say that to someone. You can't ask that. You can't say that to someone. Guys, what was my best cook? I think my best cook was that one thing that I said that one time, right? Didn't I say something about one of the Asians doing something? Huh? What's this? Guys, I promise you, there is an Asian underwater. Okay, this is my equivalent cook. This is my best one, okay? This is my best one. See? See? Yes! Yes! Okay. When was this? When was this? 5 months ago. Okay? 5 months ago. Okay? Where am I? I don't know where I'm at in the story. I'm in Stormblood. Okay, yeah, Turtle Man. I'm in Stormblood, okay? I'm in Stormblood. Okay. Guys, I promise you, there is an Asian underwater, and we're gonna reach him, and he's gonna go, "Ah, finally. You took your time." Or some dumb shit like that. He's gonna be like, "I've been expecting you." He's gonna be at the bottom of the ocean, just waiting for us, like some kind of doofus. There was context for that, and I can't remember what it was. Can anyone remember the context? Because, like, with the context, it wasn't even that good a cook. But without context, it sounds like, it's like, what the hell? Why would you ever say that? But there was... You're upset there was no Asians in all of Stormblood. Yeah, and I just unlocked swimming and we were under... Yeah, like the context was we just unlocked swimming and I was in the underwater segment of the Red Sea, I think it is. Why are we going under the ocean? We should be handling Asians. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, see, so with, like, yeah, with the context, it's not a very good cook, but if you take it completely out of, like, if you just remove it from any context of what I was doing at the time, it looks big brain. It looks big brain. Oh, that's good, man. Yeah, that was my best cook. I was almost, I don't think I was quite right with the, I've been expecting you, but close enough. Yeah, we also have the thing on the channel of I'm 6 second sigh is what we call me, because I always guess the plot 6 seconds before it happens, or sometimes my character, okay, my favorite playing through the MSQ is when the Warrior of Light, i.e. me, E-I-E-I-O. I.e. me, yes. Dude, I'm on a farm, dude. E-I-E-I-O. The Warrior of Light, i.e. me, didn't sound right for some reason, will tell me what's happening in the MSQ before I do. So, like, so the best one is Gaius. You know when Gaius comes back in the salty sea? What is it? Where is he at? He's at the burn. And he comes back, and then everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's you!" And I was like, "Who?" And then the Warrior of Light is like, Gaius? And I'm like, oh, it's Gaius! That's one of my favorite moments, because the warrior is me that told me. Like, I spoiled it for me. It was amazing. I loved it. I loved it. Yeah, now you have the chance to tell us the next 10-year story arc is going to play out. Well, no, I need to do Dawn Trail first. Once I do Dawn Trail, then I can make the predictions. I can't predict not having done Dawn Trail yet, because they're setting up, like, a new story. You know? I imagine it's going to be another cosmic threat, because, A, they did some cool techno-funky city with the Arcadian. Which, by the way, I had another good tweet. So, okay, we're going to the Arcadian, which I tweeted saying, finally, we're going to Birmingham. The Arcadian is a place in Birmingham. And I really like, yeah, the Arcadian Birmingham, you can see here. The Arcadian Birmingham. And I'm really hoping that they do some kind of Birmingham theme for us. But yeah, I think we're probably going to have some other kind of celestial big bad in some capacity. I doubt that they go back to just some kind of like... I mean, realistically, let's assume that we like fix things with Hydaelyn and Zodiac, and we either manage to like I'm going to be honest with you, my big thing, even now, I still don't fully feel like the... I still don't fully feel like the Ascians are all bad and that Zodiac is all bad, especially with the context of like, well, we created him to look like protect the world, and then these guys just disagreed with us. Like, it kind of looks like more of a disagreement between Hydaelyn and Zodiac rather than like this one's good and this one's bad. So I'm still holding out on that. I'm not here to be like, oh, Zodiac bad, Hydaelyn good. I don't know if we're going to try and defeat both of them or try and defeat one of them. Whether they're going to do a switch. Like, I'm holding out on that. I'm kind of thinking, like, okay, either we kill Zodiac and we leave Hydaelyn. We kill Hydaelyn and we leave Zodiac. And that's the big twist. Or we kill both of them. And that's another twist, right? So I'm kind of holding out on that right now. That's my, like, unfinished cook that I'm just waiting to see. I'm going to get it 6 seconds before it happens, as always. But, I would imagine... after that, and the Ascians are gone or whatever, because we're not going to go back to the previous time, because we can't, because, like, you know, we're gonna have the source, right? But I imagine they're not just going to go back to, like, small-scale ARR stories where it's like, oh, the Beast Tribes in a Primal. I imagine it's got to be something, another cosmic thing, because it's always, once you go cosmic, you don't go back. You know what I mean? That's what they say, right? That's what they say, I think. But, yeah, I think once you go kind of, like, cosmic story, I don't think you go back to just kind of, like, chill. Well, why not? Because no one ever does. I'm not saying they shouldn't, I'm just saying no one ever does. Like, once you get to the point, like, look at fucking Marvel Universe, right? Where did they start? Iron Man, he's in a cave. There are a couple terrorists. Simple. Easy. Then, 10 years later, he's fighting the fucking... Grimace Shake Man in the alternate universe with the Infinity Stone, fucking galaxy brain, airship, speed time travel thing. Like, you know what I mean? It only gets more and more extreme. No one ever cuts it back and goes, hey, let's reset and just do simple stories. They you know. Yeah. But I would like them to. I would like them to do more like kind of down to earth things, literally. But I've already heard that we're doing cosmic exploration is a new feature in the new expansion. Like, come on, we're gonna have some new cosmic threat. There's no way we're not. Oh, I forgot you guessed this right too, but double backed on it. Oh wait, really? No, that's a typical Psy thing. The classic fucking it's this, guesses it right, and then immediately says no, never mind. Okay. Face reveal. I remember this one. How dare you? Great voice acting. Colin's watching. Is he gonna look like his son? He's gonna look like Xenos. Had to be. He's gonna look like Xenos. The only thing that threw me off is that he doesn't have a fat ass. If you look at Exhibit B for butts, If you look at Exhibit B, the only thing that made me think, I don't know, is because he... Oh, do I say that in the clip? No, because he doesn't have a fat ass. Hold on, no, he doesn't have the fat ass. Oh, no. It's a full package if you want Xenos. You can't just take his face and not take that massive set of juicy cheeks, okay? All right, what must he have done then? I even 6 seconds sign myself. Holy shit. Annie, he's got the fattest ass. I don't know. Have you seen it? It's the fattest ass. 180 degrees. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's funny though. That is funny, dude. Yeah. As soon as he does a face reveal and it's Xenos going, it's Varus going, "How dare you?" 100%, man. Had you guys too? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, the Gaius clip is fantastic. The Gaius clip is... Oops. The Gaius clip I love, dude. You know what I'm just thinking about? Why don't more streamers stream with their face on the right? Everyone's always over on the left. I might become a right side streamer. I might become a far right extremist. Don't clip that. But I might... Yeah, I might have... Don't clip that. I might be a far right streamer. Be on the right hand side. Yeah. Yeah. People can have a chat. Yeah, but I don't. I keep my chat up above on the left. Yeah. They don't have to move to the left when I show clips. I know, but I have to move to the right now. I'm a far right competitive edger. Yeah. Yeah, most I mean, look at mine. Before I show the clip, I put my chat there because I like you guys to be able to see what's happening when I'm raiding. I like you guys to be able to see the discussion that happens in party chat, and I'm never afraid of somebody typing something stupid or whatever, you know. Yeah.
And into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem.
Oh, this is quiet.
It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
A lot of people tell me I'm supposed to know from the mask. Look at my face. Dude, just look at my face. Yeah, the sword as well, dude. Oh my god. I look back on it now and it's pretty obvious, but look at my face here when the chat pops up. You can see you can see the moment it How did I know before I knew? I thought it was an Ascian mask as well. Oh my god, dude. I'm so washed, man. The Warrior of Light knew before I did. That doesn't even make any sense. I'm me. These are great, dude. What about this one? What's this one, Chimera? Hold on. I love, dude. You know what I'm just thinking about? Why don't more streamers stream with their face on the right? Everyone's always over on the left. I might become a right side streamer. I might become a far right extremist. Don't. I told you not to clip it, dude. I asked you not to clip it, dude. Nah, everyone's gonna think I watch Andrew Tate. Come on, dude. Oh, you just can't trust chat these days, man. Oh. Now we know I didn't get invited to the media tour, you know what I mean? Like, ugh. Whoops. Am I the only one who saw his old visor forward? I did. The thing is, whenever I look at Gaius, I don't remember like his, because he has a helmet and then his mask is underneath it, so I don't actually like, I don't remember him for his mask. I don't know. You are, I do belong to a WoW guild. You know, the signs are there. The signs are there. What can I say? Yeah, dude, those are some funny clips, though. I'm so glad you guys clip those moments and hold on to them, and yeah, that's really funny, man. That Jesse Cox video was great, though. The sort of WoW NFF, really good. interested to see how he'll feel about Final Fantasy in 15 years, you know? Well, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, run chat, 7, 6, why is he counting down? 5, 4, 3, chat, 2, 1, kissies. Yeah. I'm glad that Preach, in his interview with Yoshida-san, he asked about the future of Final Fantasy in 10 years from now, you know? Like, how are you designing the game now? Keep it in mind, you know, what's, you know, the future. Dude, I love the cat grab kiss. That's so, it's the cutest thing, dude. I actually, every time, I kind of want to, like, you know, I want to grab it and give it a little kiss back. Cutest thing, man. Counting down my next DDoS. They invited Zeems and he's looked at as toxic. Yeah, he's a risk, man. Toxic streamer. Toxic man. Nah, he's good. He's good. He's a good lad. He's a good boy. Thing I love about Zeems is, like, CC Lemon actually put this the other day, and it really made me think. I love that he sticks up for the scene. I love that he sticks up. Like, yes, he might be toxic, but, you know, he really sticks up for the scene, and he sticks up to, like, it's kind of like, he kind of does the whole, like, only I can pick on my little brother, you know what I mean? Like, Zeems is like our big sister who protects us, the little brother, you know? I like that. He looks out for the community, he looks out for the game, and he looks out for people, and, like, that's really respectable because he doesn't have to, and I like that about him. Yeah, he's really growing on me as an individual. I'd love to hang out with him one day. He seems like a real good dude. I like him. Good dude, good dude. A lot of good dudes in this community, man. I mean, I love Todd, I love Russ, I love Ponto, I love Mole, you know. The authors, you know, like, good. There's some good dudes, man. Some good, real good dudes. Do I even have an older sister? I do have an older sister, yeah. Mm-hmm. She has a massive ginger beard and no hair, and she's 6'2", however many pounds. No, I do have an older sister, yeah. Mm-hmm. He's actually pretty wholesome, yeah. As soon as you see him on stream wearing a bow and kissing chat, there's, you know, that man's no threat, you know what I mean? I have no idea what that is. It was her 10 Jubi birthday? Yeah, it was her birthday as well. Flew all her friends out to LA. Right, guys, I gotta go, though. I gotta get to football. I gotta go football, innit, bruv? Little bit of footy, innit, bruv? I gotta get going now. This was really fun doing some media stuff today. We didn't do any gameplay today. We literally just rack streamed for like 8 hours, and it was fun as hell because we had some good stuff to look at. This was really fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I mean, clearly, you know, a lot of chat activity. You guys liked it. I don't plan to do days like this very often, but I do definitely want to feature more React content in general, like just kind of hanging with chat, conversation. Like, I do really like this. This is really nice. So today was really fun. It didn't feel like a... Like, it just felt like an easy day. What I will say is that I do want to do some bonus streams this weekend, so keep an eye out. I mean, I don't know exactly when. Tomorrow, my plan is to go to Denny's for breakfast, then to get out in the sun, and to go to the gym. And then whenever I'm done with all of those things, I'm going to get online, I'm going to do some streaming. So it might be like, stream might start around this time, and I might just do like a stream start around this time. So it definitely won't be like a 9 a.m. start. It'll be later in the day, I imagine. I think, just keep an eye out. I'll try and keep you posted on Discord best I can. Better raid someone. I'm gonna pee my pants, dude. Do you have any idea how distended my... Oh, Todd's streaming. Yay. 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 Let's raid Todd, dude. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna tinkle. I can't even move right now because my bladder is full. Okay, I'm gonna raid this man. You guys may have heard of him. He is a llama.
You get linked to best in slot, like Astro.
Thank you so much for today, guys. Look out for streams this weekend. I will be doing some World of Warcraft beta as well. We'll be doing some WoW beta testing as well as Final Fantasy. So I'll be checking stuff out there. I love you. Don't forget, we're pushing for Partner Plus. Big time push for Partner Plus. If you guys want to support the stream, if you love what you're seeing and you really want to help this man, this month is the most important month of my stream career. Holy shit, we're at 98 points. Holy shit. We are 1/3 the way through. Guys, don't let this be all in vain. All of your hard work, all of your subs trying to help me get Partner Plus. All you got to do is tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. It actually makes such a massive difference. We just need 300 points. Every sub counts for a point, okay? Or 2 points or 6 points, depending on which sub tier you do. Gifts and primes don't count, though they still support the stream. If it's a difference between no sub and a prime, I will take a prime any day. But if you really want to support the stream this month, and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to give 5 subs. Don't give 5 subs. Just look for the tier 3 or tier 2 or something. But yeah, if you're an absolute gamer and you just want to say, look, Sai, I don't have much, but I just want to help you out a little smidge, tier 1 is huge. Leah, thank you so much for tier 1. New tier 1 as well. That's a new point right there. Putting us up to 99. Thank you so much. I really love that. I really appreciate it, guys. Oh, Todd, now it's going Todd time. Bye, guys. I think you can hear him. Can you see him? Can you hear him? Can you hear me?
Now you gotta pay the cat tax.
Can you see him?
Prison can hold me. Adventure awaits.
I think it's bye now.
There's a reason that I had